That's it for this edition of Racing 60, but make sure to join us next Tuesday night as we cover all the twists and turns of our first road course, Infineon Raceway.
Just under 2 miles in length, Infineon Raceway is a rolling test of passion and patience. Here it is not how fast you go, it's how you go fast that matters. It is the ultimate high horsepower chess match. We'll see who will be king of the hills. See how it all unfolds this afternoon here in Sonoma.
Got to kind of give and take and play well with others here and share the space.
A lot of elevation changes, really some blind hills, some tough turns, not a lot of places to pass. And Casey Kane wins at Sonoma.
The long and winding road of the Infineon Raceway could lead someone to the promised land and go a long way toward a berth in the chase for the Sprint Cup. There is a lot to be lost. It is certainly no day at amusement park here for the drivers who take on the 11 turns and elevation changes of Infineon Raceway. Certainly one of the most scenic places we stop at on the Sprint Cup Series. It is a beautiful day in California's wine country, and we are ready to get to work on this road course and see who will be the undisputed king of the road at the end of the weekend. Welcome everyone to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. Glad to have you with us here as Speed kicks off another wall-to-wall, door-to-door, bumper-to-bumper, flag-to-flag weekend of coverage here at Infineon Raceway. I'm John Roberts. Glad you could join us and be with us here. Let's take a look at what is coming up today on the menu, and it is a full one. First, we're going to start out with Sprint Cup Series practice at 3 o'clock Eastern Time. As soon as we're done here, we'll be back with NASCAR Live at 4:30 Eastern, NASCAR Live again at 6 o'clock Eastern Time, and then the hits just keep on coming. After that, we will then bring you Sprint Cup Series qualifying and trackside featuring Robbie Gordon at 8:30 Eastern Time. You do not want to miss that. It's the most fun you can have before the actual race itself starts. Want to welcome in Randy Pemberton. And Randy, a change of scenery, a beautiful change of scenery. We go from the oval to now making some left and right turns.
You got to love it. It's a great destination out here when we come to Sonoma and Infineon Raceway, and of course all these great fans that are piling into the racetrack out here, given an opportunity to see some different type of racing, turning left and right. Probably one of the most difficult disciplines that the Sprint Cup drivers will go to all year long. Watkins Glen just a tad easier, but if you get it done out here in Sears Point, you have done your homework and you've done a day's worth of work. Of course, they call it Infineon now, but whatever your choice of description here, this is a great racing facility.
And there will no doubt be a little whining after it all.
Yeah, a little whining.
Because
and a little whining before, too.
Yes, before and afterwards. Let's take a look at some of the news headlines, see what has been going on off the track so far this weekend. And there has been a lot going on in terms of changes when it comes to drivers. And Randy, Casey Mears is out.
Yeah, well, we all knew that that was going to be kind of the way Red Bull was going to see this. After Brian Vickers was no longer able to drive that race car, they did put Casey Mears in the car. But here's a racing organization that needs to get something going for 2011. And so now Casey Mears will go back over into the 36 of Tommy Baldwin. But really all eyes on this Red Bull team trying to turn it around after making the chase last year, Johnny.
So a lot of shaking going on there, Randy, and also a big milestone for Jeff Burton, one of the true veterans of the sport, and the guy considered the mayor of the garage area, is making his 500th consecutive start. Now, Jeff will probably joke and say all that means is that I'm just an old guy. Yeah. But what it means is he's one of the true veterans of the sport.
Well, he's an Iron Man. There's no question about it. You know, it wasn't so long ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, people questioned whether or not he still had the tenacity and as well as the skill to compete at the top level. All of a sudden, he makes a change over from Roush Fenway Racing, goes to Richard Childress. They work on some stuff. All of a sudden, Jeff Burton's a hero again.
And let us not forget that Jeff Burton does find himself back in the top 12 in points once again. Let's take a look at the road course ringers who have come out. These are the guys, Randy, that we don't see all the time. They are very skilled drivers. It's been a long time since one of them has knocked off the Sprint Cup Series regulars in any of NASCAR's top divisions, actually, but there always is a chance.
You got skilled driver Brandon Ash, turned a lot of laps here at this racetrack. Likewise for P.J. Jones, Johnny.
All right, let's get you down in the garage area right now and check in with our reporters who are patrolling the area down there. We have Bob Dillner and Hermie Sadler, and we're going to start out with you, Hermie.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. And I'm in the garage area with two pretty red race cars, that of Juan Pablo Montoya and Casey Kane. but these two cars figured to be a little bit further up the garage towards the championship points leaders. These guys, Juan Pablo Montoya, 20th in points. Casey Kane, 21st in points. Now, Casey Kane, a little bit of a surprise winner in this race last year, but I want to focus on Juan Pablo Montoya. Right now, 20th in points, 189 points out of chase contention. He's been here 3 times in a Sprint Cup Series car. He's got 3 top 10s and a win back here in 2007. This race is important for everybody, but it's extremely important for Juan Pablo Montoya to take advantage of his success on this road course, get back to victory lane, at a minimum a top 5, and jumpstart his season and get him back in chase contention. Last year, one of the great stories going into the chase was how Juan Pablo Montoya consistently and effectively raced his way into the chase, where this year it's been one thing after another, bad finishes, mechanical failures, but these guys know that this weekend is important for them to make a run for this chase. Bob?
Hermie, here is another news item. Tony Stewart is smoking. He is riding a wave of momentum coming in here to Infineon Raceway. The 14 car ready to go for Tony Stewart behind me. Think about this. In the last 4 races, he has moved up 7 spots in the standings from 18th to 11th. He's got 2 top 5s and 4 top 15s in that span, and he has gained 116 points. And then he comes to Sonoma, a track that he loves so much, with 2 wins, 7 top 10s, and 11 tries. And get this, Johnny, in the last 3 road course races, Tony Stewart has been smoking at them as well. He has not finished lower than 2nd. So I think the ride and the momentum of that wave will continue here in the wine country of California, because Tony Stewart is really good right now. He's picking off some spots and hitting his stride just when we always expect him to.
Yeah, Bob, there is something about driver number 14 when it comes to these summer months. He always says the tracks are a little bit slipperier,
Yeah.
Randy, that he drives better on those. And the big move he made last week was to go from 13th to 12th, and we know how important that 1 spot in points is. He is now in the chase.
And that's a tough racetrack to get it done at out there at Michigan. You really got to have a good chassis. Now, we know that their horsepower is adequate. They have Hendrick horsepower, of course, the Hendrick support on the chassis as well. But the car drove well for Tony Stewart. I think that's what he's encouraged about. And finally, Stewart now back up to speed. He comes here to Sonoma, Infineon Raceway, with an opportunity to win. He has 2 here. I'm picking Stewart here this weekend. I think he's the guy to beat.
I think you're going way out on
I'm way out on the
Randy.
limb.
You're way out
I
there.
want to get one right.
This track 2 wins, this event 2 wins, so he knows how to get it done here. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we have Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Burton going to come by to talk about his 500th start in NASCAR's Top Series, 500th consecutive start, and that is an Ironman milestone.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage, and by Lumber Liquidators, hardwood flooring for less.
NASCAR Sprint Cup Series comes to Infineon Raceway in Sonoma. The Toyota Save Mart 350. Father's Day weekend, June 18th through 20th. The Toyota Save Mart 350. Part of the Big O Tires racing season. Tickets at InfineonRaceway.com. Think outside the oval.
State Line, Sabre, Interstate. New from Honda.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next generation Pennzoil motor oil cleans out up to 40% of sludge. So turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine and feel the clean.
field is not the same as leaving it all on the wall.
Tonight, the ultimate Friday night house party heads west to wine country as NASCAR prepares for its first road course event of the season. And we're there as Marcus Ambrose and Robbie Gordon stop by NASCAR trackside tonight at 8:30 Eastern, only on Speed. And one of the greatest things about coming out to these racetracks, the road courses, are we see different drivers that we don't usually see. And here at Infineon Raceway, some of the road course ringers have been brought out. And Randy Pemberton, it is not necessarily an insult to the driver who gets replaced here. It's a purpose to get a better road course racer behind the wheel of the car and keep the car in owner points.
Well, certainly you're not going to see this in the top 12, top 15, perhaps even the top 20. Although they have replaced some drivers before that are in those point structures. But what you're going to see is guys that need to get points, like you said, Johnny. You've got to, don't forget, car owners own these teams. It's not about the race car driver. You're trying to keep your car as far up in points as you can, attract sponsorships, and continue to progress as you move along and go into another season. A win means everything. And a guy like Boris Said or Ekstrom, whoever you can put in a race car out here that can get you a top 5 or perhaps a win, it goes a long, long way for an organization.
A lot of pressure on these ringers when they come out here and take established rides over and try to keep them up in the points. But another thing about these road course races, there was a time, Randy, and not really that long ago, that people would say, okay, I'm not a good road course racer. Let me just throw that one away. We won't concentrate on it. But now it's been proven over the last couple of decades, you better be a good road course racer if you want to win the championship.
If you want to just make the chase, you absolutely have to get it done here on a road course. Matter of fact, for years we used to hear Sterling Marlin say, I hate road courses. He was looking at his plane flight on the way out. And several other drivers, Jimmy Spencer, our own, same thing. Couldn't really get it done too well on a road course, and there have been many, many others. But bottom line is nowadays, you absolutely have to go test. You have to drive other cars. You have to be on these road courses, understand where the breaking points are, and eventually hope for the best. But you cannot throw away this racetrack here in Infineon, and you cannot throw away Watkins Glen. You have to get some points, and you have to run well.
Let's go down to Hermie Sadler, who is standing by now with one of the so-called road course specialists. Hermie?
And you're right, and Randy Pemberton just said, coming to us, you have to go test these cars. And I asked Boris when I got over here, I said, Boris, you test this 26, and you said,
No, we haven't done anything. I got a new Momo wheel for it, and that's all we've changed since last year at Watkins Glen. But, we got the California Air National Guard on board, 106,000 people behind us, so hopefully we'll have a good Ford Fusion.
When you get on the racetrack, obviously, a limited amount of practice in the big scheme of things with who you're racing against. When you get in the car for the first time at a track you're familiar with, but what are you looking for in this race car, and what will you be focusing on first time on the racetrack?
Well, a realistic goal first, we're not in the top 35 in points, so we got to get through qualifying. And, it's so easy to make a mistake here at Infineon, so you got to kind of put an 80% lap in and hope that's good enough to get in the race. And once Friday's over, tomorrow we'll work on qualifying in the Air National Guard car, and then, hopefully we can run in the top 10. That's our number one goal. And at the end of the race, if we're in the top 10, maybe we can adjust our goals a little bit higher.
Well, you've got 4 top 10s here, in 10 starts, so the record is here. But also not just being in this car this weekend, but not being in a Sprint Cup Series car, very, irregularly too. That's not a big help too as a driver.
Yeah, it's an uphill battle. When they call us road course ringers, I think that's an outdated term, because guys like Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Gordon, Tony Stewart, they're the guys to beat. And they're in these cars week in and week out. So when a part-timer comes in, realistically, they're not going to go there and beat any of these guys. But in the past, we've shown we've had speed, but, I've made a lot of mistakes, sped on pit roads, spun out, done things like that. So hopefully if we can minimize the mistakes and have a good car, we can be there at the end and maybe keep them honest.
Well, this guy Boris said he's always one to look out for here at a place like Infineon, but he knows he's got his work cut out for him this weekend. These guys looking for a solid top 10 finish. Bob?
Well, Hermie, road course ringer is an outdated term for this guy as well, because he's a full-timer in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series, Max Pappas. But with all your road course background, do you really look forward to coming to a place like Infineon Raceway?
First of all, I'm just happy to be here, and to represent Geico is a great opportunity. And what I feel is just that I started to do this for Hendrick in 2004. Therefore, I just feel that I've done it more often, and I have a certain level of knowledge that it can help me. And that's very different than when you go to Michigan and you've been there only once. It's a very different things from an oval, But I treat it like every other weekend. I'm going to do my 100%. I'm going to be offensive. I'm going to, give it all I have. And I just see, I want to see what we can take at the end of the day.
How much pressure is packed into a day like this? You got practice, you got qualifying here on the road course. What is it like for you as a driver?
I mean, the pressure is a lot. We need to make the show. We need to put the Geico Toyota in the show to be able to race on Sunday. And but the pressure is within. I know that Booty and the guys in the Geico Toyota team, they're really my partner. Every time I come to the track, doesn't matter if we are first, last, we're a very good team. We strive for one goal, and the goal is making improvement. And that's what I want to do. I'm just doing, sometimes I know I need to do giant steps. Sometimes I can only do baby steps. But I really feel that, it's a great opportunity that we have. And I feel really proud of just being able to be here. You don't know how many times I came over and watched these guys racing, and having the opportunity to be here is huge. But I just don't take it like it is. I work at it. They gave me the tools. So now we try to put all the ingredients together for the cake.
I tell you what, he's hoping to have the cake maybe in Victory Lane this weekend, and he's happy because his LA Lakers beat my Boston Celtics last night.
Hey, Bob, thanks a lot. Max Pappas and Boris Said are truly one of the two great personalities in the sports, and another great part about coming out to the road courses is you get to talk to guys like that. But, Randy, they do have an uphill battle going against these guys who have regular pit crews. Now, Max is more of a regular driver than Boris is. Boris coming out for the road course. He's got to deal with not having a pit crew that pits him every time, like Jimmy Johnson and Jeff Gordon.
Without question, that's a big deal. But even prior to that, Johnny, the biggest deal is they've got to get qualified. Now they're locked into the field, and it just goes to show. Remember last year when we were under qualifying here, Scott Speed was not locked into the show. Going down the backstretch as he was heading towards turn 10, he was on a pole-winning run. Guess what happened? Went off the racetrack, missed the race, had to jump into another car. And that's the guy that almost sat on the pole. So don't expect Boris to sit on the pole or Max Pappas, because they can't, even if they could, if you follow my drift, because they can't afford the opportunity of missing a turn and not making this race. So it all starts here later this afternoon on Speed when we get ready to qualify. They got to just get in the race, run 80%, as Boris said.
And then once you get into race time, there is a lot to be lost on these road courses. Could be a real deal breaker when it comes to somebody making the chase for the Sprint Cup. Got to take a quick break here on NASCAR Live, presented by Geico. When we come back, Jimmy Johnson, Jeff Burton, and more on the road course.
Well, we wanted to do something for our fans.
I want Kyle Busch in a pink car in a pink suit.
And now, they get to be our sponsors.
This has always been artistic.
And she loves those cats.
Who doesn't like kittens, bunnies, and little baby seals?
I love you.
No, thank you, sweetheart.
No, write that on the spoiler.
Okay.
Sponsor Fire Round 2, coming soon at ToyotaRacing.com.
I want a home run. He wants an out. Only one of us will win. So I do everything I can to make sure it's me.
Winning takes intense preparation. Start with Wheaties Fuel, a bold honey cinnamon crunch cereal with complex carbs and B vitamins.
Wheaties Fuel, prepare to win.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
This week, it's the site of 4 unbelievable finishes.
Golf Channel is live from majestic Pebble Beach.
U.S. Open Week, all this week on Golf Channel.
Sponsored in part by Heavenly Greens Artificial Turf Systems. So soft, so natural, so green. It's hard to tell it's not real. For best quality home or commercial lawns and putting greens, call Heavenly Greens or visit their website at heavenlygreens.com.
Enough of this HD talk from those satellite guys. Let's get some things straight. Xfinity has 10 times more HD than satellite anytime. That's the best channels, thousands of on-demand titles, and tons of live sports, all in HD. Plus now you can watch on-demand shows in HD on your laptop whenever and wherever you want. Compared to Xfinity, Satellite doesn't come close. More choice, more control, more HD than Satellite.
In a career that started in Loudon, New Hampshire in 1993, Jeff Burton has 562 starts in the Sprint Cup Series, but 500 are going to be in a row this weekend.
I didn't even know that till at some point somebody told me that, but you know, I love what I do, and you know, I did see somebody told me Rudd was 800 and something, and I quickly did the math in my head how many years I'd have to race to do that. And I don't think I'm gonna make that. I mean, think about that. That's like 7-8 more years of racing, which I might be able to do. I don't know, but I love what I do. I'm proud to do it in the series I do it in, and you know, I think it's the best racing in the world as far as major series goes, and feel fortunate to be able to do it as long as I've been able to do it.
With as tight as the chase battle is this year, what's the attitude of the drivers with 2 road courses races coming up, from the guys that come here, race only these races, and perhaps take points away from you guys trying to make the chase?
Well, you know, I don't think that anyone's opposed to drivers coming into our series trying to win races, run well. You know, that's part of what the series has always been about. It's you know, it's what happens in the Nationwide Series, what happens in the Truck Series. You know, people come in and try to win. So, you know, I really I don't have any problems with that. I do get a little nervous that there are times when they don't have the whole picture, the whole understanding of the picture, because they are here for 1 or 2 races a year, and it you know, there's times that those guys are involved in some stuff that they're just a little more aggressive than they need to be because they don't have to see you next week. And so they have every right to be here, and I think it's cool to have them here because it you know, it broadens our field, and it brings different experience levels to the series, and I think that's great. But I think that they do need to be respectful. Don't get me wrong; they need to pass us, and they need to try to keep us from passing them. That's what racing's all about. But I do think that they have to race as if they were in the point race, if that makes any sense.
All right,
they don't have to, but they should.
Congratulations to Jeff Burton on his 500th consecutive start. Take a look at what a difference a year can make, especially if you're Richard Childress Racing. The top row underneath the names, that's where they are now, Randy Pemberton. Wow. And below that, that's where they were last year in points.
Kevin Harvick continuing to hold first place in the point standings. It just goes to show, look where he was last year, 23rd. And all this started coming about with about 6 or 8 races left in the 2009 season. All of a sudden, these guys had speed. They had brand new race cars. But it took a long time for Richard Childress Racing to turn that program around, and they have it now. As a matter of fact, I've heard some numbers come out recently about horsepower in Richard Childress and those engines. They have some big numbers. I've heard as much as 870, and I'll tell you perhaps who might be at the bottom of that list. Maybe we'll talk to one of those drivers later on here in NASCAR Live, but they've got it all going on. They've got light race cars, they've got great race car drivers, and they've got some HP under the hood.
And Richard Childress will tell you that you don't win races necessarily with horsepower. You win them with people, the people that make the horsepower. Got to take a quick break. We'll come back to the road course here at Infineon Raceway in just a moment. With more talking about left and right turns.
The NASCAR experience live. Everything else is just a game.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot. Live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed. I will not add an entire wing to my house.
I will simply fix the leaky faucet in the guest bathroom.
I will not build the Great Wall of China around my patio.
I will not spend my weekends covered in drywall dust.
I will go to Ace.
And I will get it done.
And then I will do Pilates.
Get in, get help, get on with your life. Right now, get the Craftsman Auto Hammer or multi-tool for just $99.99 each and get a full rebate on a Craftsman 104-piece mechanics tool set for $49.99 at Ace, the helpful place.
A few years ago, I got a wake-up call. A heart attack at 57. That was a rough time.
My doctor told me I should have been doing more for my high cholesterol. You should have listened. You're right. Now I'm eating healthier, and I trust my heart to Lipitor.
When diet and exercise are not enough, adding Lipitor may help. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease. Lipitor is backed by over 18 years of research. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
My dad learned the hard way, but you may be able to do something.
Have a heart-to-heart with your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
Welcome back, everyone, to NASCAR Live on a beautiful day at Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California. No matter what point in the season you are, drivers and crew chiefs talk about their points position in reference to the top 12, whether you're in or out. After 15 of the 36 races, we now have 10 to go to the cutoff of the chase. Kevin Harvick finds himself in the first spot. Randy Pemberton, Kyle Busch just 22 back, and Denny Hamlin with his 5 wins is lurking just 47 points back.
And this is a good place for both of those drivers. Don't forget Denny Hamlin, top 5 here last year. Kyle Busch won here, won on the road course. Of course, Kurt Busch, we're going to see this in a little while, the fact that he and Jimmy Johnson got into it, but he's looking pretty good. Matt Kenseth, how does he continue to hang in there? Although it seemed like they could get some new speed last week with the new Ford FR9 engine. Jimmy Johnson, unaccustomedly, back there in 6th. Jeff Gordon, JR, back there in 7th.
Tony Stewart made the big move last week, hopping up 2 spots into the 11th spot in the top 12. Clint Boyer is now the guy on the outside looking in, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. moved up 2 places at Michigan as well. 81 points out of the top 12.
Earnhardt had a solid run last week. I think his best finish here is 11th, going back up to Mark. He's looking to make his 20th start here. He has a win, but he's only 43 points to the good. Mark Martin is going to have to get himself at least the top 15 here. Joey Logano back there in 17th. He's going to have a good run keeping on the racetrack as well.
4-time defending champion Jimmy Johnson is looking to get his season turned around, but he says this road course at Sonoma might not be the best place.
I would say that the last 2 weekends have been more about stopping the bleeding, and that would be losing so many points and slipping further and further down, closer to that 12th place cutoff. We did a good job the last 2 weeks not taking unnecessary risk, and I drove within my means and didn't stick it in the fence or anything. So from that standpoint, we need to make sure we're collecting points. At the same time, I don't think we've had a race-winning car over the last 2 weeks. Competitive, but I think where I've gotten in trouble before is I could see the front. I felt like I could bridge that gap and find that next 10th or 2 to make it a race-winning car, and I've made some mistakes. So I'm trying to eliminate that. But in general, at some point during the regular season, every team is going to struggle some and need to catch up. And as much as I hate to live through it right now, I'm excited that it's now and it's not September when we're going through it. So I feel that we have time to find that 10th or 2 and to take our cars from being a top 5 car to a dominant car. So my mindset may be a little different, but it's still the same old stuff in racing. We're still trying to find speed, and at this point, we're playing a little game of catch-up.
David Caravella, NASCAR.com. You mentioned about not wanting to let your desire get the best of you out here. I mean, do you feel like there have been times at road courses where you've been trying too hard and it's been difficult to keep yourself in check?
Yeah, not only from my own doing, but when you get in the race and you watch the start of the race, the first 15, 20 laps, there is a little bit of give and take. And then after a while, something happens and one guy screws over another guy and the energy changes. And then everybody you come in contact with is more irritated. And by the time you get to the end of the race, it is just a cutthroat event. And every braking zone, guys are blocking. If someone is blocked, the guy that's being blocked goes to the turn and says, well, the hell with you. I can just lean on you and spin you out and all the guys outside of you, and off they go. So there's an energy during the race that kicks in, and I want to avoid that. I don't want to get caught up in that because you get red-faced and focused just on these little battles here in front of you and around you. Before you know it, you're sitting in the dirt or in the tire barriers, fenders tore off the car, something's gone wrong. So I want to stay away from that if I can help it. And one way to do that is to stay up in the top 2 or 3 throughout the day. It seems to be much safer up there. not necessarily give and take, but a little bit more respect with overtaking and some of the things that go on.
Now, there's another term for what Jimmy's talking about, but we can't say it on TV. Guys simply get angry with one another, and it's all part of road course racing. But when we say there's the same amount of points to be gained, but perhaps more to be lost on the road course, Randy, if you go off like you saw Kurt Busch after the mess up with Jimmy Johnson there, you go way to the back of the pack, and it is difficult to get back
and
up.
You can run 108 good laps here, and that's what Jimmy was talking about. Late in the going, all of a sudden, you get together with somebody, and I think we're hearing a different Jimmy Johnson right now. He sounds a little bit tentative, and I think when you come to a road course, if you're tentative and perhaps your performance is off just a smidge, perhaps we may not see Jimmy Johnson running up there in the top 5 or top 10, and he's going to play a little bit of a protection here as he runs out at this racetrack. And, one of the things, when you close in to the checkered flag of one of these races, will somebody get into him? Will somebody try to push him around a little bit and try to push him a little bit further back in the points? They're not used to being just an okay race team in an okay race car. So this is a little bit different ground for those guys right now. Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson. They're used to running up front, where the respect is a little bit different running up there in the top 2 or 3 or 4.
Well, a 6th place finish in Michigan puts them in the 6th place points in Sprint Cup points, 6th place position rather, in Sprint Cup points. As you see the number 48 being pushed into the garage area, we'll be back with much more on NASCAR Live in a moment.
A fascination that transcends generations has led to the ultimate selection of collector cars auctioned off on television. Now, for the first time, Barrett-Jackson comes to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live from the birthplace of American car culture.
So, $1 million, ladies and gentlemen.
Barrett-Jackson, Orange County, live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern, only on Speed.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
We just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
Big news! So many of your
favorite Subway
footlongs are $5.
So many!
Just $5.
Can't beat that.
Everyone loves Subway $5 footlong subs. Now try the newest $5 footlong sub, the new Orchard Chicken Salad.
Subway, eat fresh.
It balances you. It fills you with energy. And it gives you what you're looking for to live a more natural life in a convenient 2-bar pack. This is Nature Valley. Delicious granola bars made with 100% natural ingredients. Nature Valley, 100% natural, 100% delicious.
Welcome back, everyone. Race number 16 of the Sprint Cup season brings us to the first road course event of the year at Infineon Raceway, where we have 11 turns and all kinds of elevation changes in definitely what is a different look for the Sprint Cup Series. Now, it's one thing to win on these road courses, but it wasn't too long ago that Kyle Busch swept the season, winning both road course events on the year on his way to what he hoped was going to be a championship run. Let's go to Bob Dillner.
Just 22 points out of the lead in the points is Kyle Busch, coming into a racetrack that I think you like a lot because you won here a couple of years ago. What's so challenging about this place, especially this weekend, Kyle?
Well, I think the way the weather plays, if it gets real hot and sunny, it'll get real slick, so it'll be tough on being able to get grip off the corners. But it's a fun racetrack. I love coming out, and at least a couple times a year you get the chance to run a road course, turn right, turn left, downshift and everything. So it's a neat experience, and for me, we won here in 2008, had a really good car, and I'm looking forward to hopefully being able to repeat that here this year.
Do you consider yourself a pro now that you've been in victory lane?
I wouldn't consider myself a pro. There's a lot to a road course that you got to be good at, and of course the guys have to be really good at being able to get fuel mileage in the car and being able to go the long distance.
You're also good on Wednesday night.
in Berlin, Michigan, Marne, Michigan there, your Rowdy's Revenge race, a race named after you, and you beat a couple of so-called future of this sport in Bill Elliott's son, Chase Elliott, and then also Ross Kenseth, Matt Kenseth's son. So how was that?
It was fun, man. It was really cool. I'm ashamed that we got rained out on Tuesday, made for a longer week, didn't get a chance to go home, but all in all, we stayed and ran on Wednesday night, and it was great, man. We had a lot of people out there. It was really cool. Fun event for everybody. Hopefully they all had fun up there while we were there, and AJ Allmendinger was with me. But yeah, you mentioned Chase Elliott and Ross Kenseth. Those guys were good. Ross came in and pitted and got tires, so I was worried about his progress through the field and how he was going to be there at the end with a little bit fresher tires. But, he spun his tires on that one restart one time, fell back a little bit. But Chase and himself, they've got a bright future ahead of them, and I'm looking forward to it one day when they get here.
Kyle got his revenge at Berlin, and AJ Allmendinger also won the modified race there on Wednesday.
Bob, thanks a lot for our Lowe's Cobalt Tools Garage report there. And ladies and gentlemen, you can satisfy your racing fix at VerizonChampionshipRacing.com. If you need a racing fix, that is the place to go to. And road course fans will satisfy their fix out here this weekend at Infineon Raceway in Sonoma. We'll be back to NASCAR Live in just a moment.
The Cobalt Tools Garage Report is presented by Lowe's. Lowe's, let's build something together.
Isn't it a little late to be selling lemonade?
Well, we're out here in case anybody forgets to bring some Mike's Hard Lemonade in there.
There should be more to a party than just beer.
Why?
For one, Mike's is a great way to switch things up from beer. And two, Cheryl over there doesn't even drink beer.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks. Who's Cheryl?
I have no idea. She just looks like a Cheryl.
Yo, Cheryl!
Don't forget the Mike's. Lemonade for grown-ups.
Isn't it time for a tractor that's built to outlast you? One with a rugged cast iron chassis, plus lifting power and hydraulics that never take a day off. How about a tractor with more muscle than a Brahma bull and a 5-year powertrain warranty watching your back? Well, my friend, it's time to look at the #1 selling tractor in the world, Mahindra.
This week, it's the site of 4 unbelievable finishes.
Golf Channel is live from majestic Pebble Beach.
U.S. Open Week, all this week on Golf Channel.
Sponsored in part by Heavenly Greens Artificial Turf Systems. So soft, so natural, so green. It's hard to tell it's not real. For best quality home or commercial lawns and putting greens, call Heavenly Greens or visit their website at heavenlygreens.com.
Now you can own this brilliant uncirculated American Eagle Gold coin, minted and certified solid gold by the United States government. Graded as brilliant, uncirculated, near perfect. Yours, only $10 a month. Call National Minting Distribution Center now to receive your authentic, brilliant, uncirculated American Eagle solid gold coin. Only $10 a month with an absolutely no-risk money-back guarantee. Have your credit card ready and call this toll-free number now.
Sunday NASCAR race day uncorks some Father's Day fun in the wine country of Sonoma, California as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern only on Speed. The wind is whipping up, but it's a beautiful day here in the Sonoma Valley of California at Infineon Raceway as we see the Sprint Cup Series cars are getting ready to hit the track for practice. This is NASCAR Live presented by Geico, and now we're going to take you down to Hermie Sadler, who's standing by with a guy who knows a thing or two about road course racing. Hermie?
Yeah, he really has a lot of road course experience, but only been here 2 times in a Sprint Cup Series car. The race results have not been there, but qualifying has been good, so you know how to get around this racetrack.
Yeah, the
big thing for us is you just try to get through the first 3/4 of the race with the car, all the fenders, the brakes, everything's still attached to it. We did a really good job of that the last 2 years, but last 10 laps seem to get spun out or something happens. So big thing is just try to be smart, make it to the end, get the Mobile One Dodge, out there and keep it on the racetrack and see what we can do. I like running here; it's a lot of fun. It just seems like a little bit of a crapshoot at the end.
And you've done a couple test sessions with this car at VIR over the last couple of weeks. What have you learned about this car and how you need to drive the road course? Anything you've picked up in that testing?
Well, with the splitter being so close to the ground, anytime you hit a curb, it kind of moves all the bodywork around and having to fit templates like we need to do. We only ran a couple laps of it just to make sure that everything was, leak-proofed, everything still was right, but we really didn't want to make sure that we didn't hit any curbs, move anything around, so that we were good when we came out here. So we don't have a lot of experience in this car, but they're all pretty much the same anymore. We're getting them real close together, so that's a good thing for us going each weekend to feel like we've got the same thing when we go to each track.
Yeah, these guys have a lot of confidence coming into this race, JR. I mean, he qualifies good both times, but like you said, the key here is getting to the end of the race, because if you get off course and into this race, all the cars on the lead lap, you go from the top 10 outside the top 30, just like that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Hermie. A very treacherous place out there, but we also have a pretty big disparity in points. When you talk about Penske Championship racing, Randy, you got Kurt Busch way up there contending for the championship, and the other two cars back mired in the field.
It's tough to watch. You got to feel for Sam Hornish. I mean, he's mired back there in the 27th position with only one top 10 so far. This is a place that Sam Hornish somehow needs to stop the bleeding. He's run very, very well. He's qualified average of 17th in his two starts here, but finishes 34th. One of the problems you have, of course, we're looking at Michigan now. One of the problems a guy like Hornish will have when he comes here to a Sears point is just what he said. He'll be able to get through the first half of the race, maybe the first 3/4, but unless you have a lot of success on the racetrack, you don't earn the respect. In the last 5 or 10 laps, a guy like Sam Hornish easily goes for a ride, and I find that disturbing, but that's also what happens to the road course ringers. That's why a guy like Boris said can't win a race here, because if he's running 5th, they want that spot. Boris is going for a ride, and unfortunately, Sam Hornish, the same thing. Have to get that respect, have to earn it, have to do that through some success. Certainly, I hope Sam Hornish gets some here this weekend. He's a great road course racer.
Infineon Raceway can be very unfriendly to a driver if he gets thrown off course, but what about our current points leader, Kevin Harvick? Is he happy on the road course?
I mean, there's always a possibility for a slip-up no matter where you are. Last year we had a good car and I hit the tires in turn 11 and knocked the right front suspension off. So I mean, it just takes one mistake, and there's a lot of chances to make a mistake around here. But we've always fared fairly well at the road course stuff, and we've won at Watkins Glen. We've been close to winning here, and we just got to go out and do what we do on a normal basis, and the strategy is going to play into a lot of things that happen this weekend. So you got to make sure your fuel mileage is good, and along with your car handling and all those other things. But strategy is still, once you get to that top 10 car, top 15 car, you still have to have the right strategy to win the race.
So Kevin Harvick has spent 10 weeks out of this season as the points leader, and also the last 6 weeks. So if there's one place that could knock a driver out, not saying it's going to happen, but if there's one place that could knock you off the pedestal, is a place like this on the road course.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be somebody taking you out by merely putting the fender to you. What happens here is, if you don't time things right with your fuel mileage, what you want to do here is you want to run the race backwards if you're a crew chief, if you're a race team, in terms of fuel mileage. And the big thing here is pitting on the final lap before a caution comes out. So you want to take that fuel mileage all the way as far as you can, get in, make your stop, and then everybody else pits behind you. If a caution comes out, you go, okay, now we're going to start this next green flag segment up towards the front and then run out the rest of the race. But it's very, very difficult to do. Matter of fact, Boris said almost won a race, pitted 1 lap too late, had to come from 20th back with about 15 laps to go, couldn't do it. Same thing can happen to Kevin Harvick. But first thing first, got to stay on the racetrack.
It is debatable as to who has the best accent in the Sprint Cup Series garage area. Some say Juan Pablo, some say Max Pappas. We heard from him earlier. But what about Marcus Ambrose, another guy with a great accent and also a great road course driver? Let's go to Bob.
I'll tell you what, I'll vote for Marcus Ambrose because I like the Tasmanian Devil, and he is really good here on the road course. Looking for a victory this weekend. Marcus, you're getting set to strap in behind the wheel of this car. What's the goal for practice here? Is it to go fast or just to stay on the road course and see how this car balances out?
Well, for us, we've got the advantage that, I should know what I'm doing around this place, and we're just going to focus on qualifying trim here. We've got we're going to do 3 or 4 or 5 laps here in a row just to get dialed in, but we'll switch over, try and get a top 10 starting spot.
All right, Marcus Ambrose, one of the favorites for the victory here. He's awfully good on the road course, Johnny. We expect him to be good on Sunday.
2 starts here for Marcus Ambrose, and that 1 top 5 finish, as Bob mentioned. Very good for a young, well, not so young driver right now, but also a guy that runs great on the road courses. He could pull off a big upset at any one of these road course races.
How good is Marcos Ambrose? Well, just a couple of weeks at VIR, a couple of weeks ago, Jeff Gordon and he swapped cars. A Chevrolet driver jumped into a Toyota. You know why? Because Jeff was getting waxed out there during practice by Marcos Ambrose. So they said, well, let's just see how good he is. So Jeff climbs in the 47 car and absolutely cannot do anything near what Marcos Ambrose did. One thing we learned right there, Jeff Gordon said, I cannot believe how much more horsepower we have than you. So going back to what I said earlier, Johnny, about I've heard there's an 870 out there, some teams in the high 800s or mid 800s. This is what I'm hearing about TRD, and I'm going to get some letters and perhaps some phone calls, but I'm going to call it like I hear it. They're down some 30 to 40 horsepower across the board. Now, can Marcos Ambrose make that kind of horsepower difference up? Well, you can do it perhaps at a place like Sonoma or right here at Infineon, but the bottom line is, if TRD doesn't come up with some horsepower, don't expect Martin Truex Jr. or David Rudiman or anybody with a TRD engine to make it into the chase. It's simply not going to happen. You cannot compete at that level if you're down that much horsepower. Let's exclude the Joe Gibbs racing cars. They have plenty.
You know what Marcus said after the day at VIR?
No.
Good day, mate.
Good day, mate.
It was a good day for Marcus Ambrose. He's probably going to have a good day on Sunday as well. And as we go to break, want to remind you that tomorrow the Rolex Sports Car Series slams into Mid-Ohio, where GT Points Battle is as close as it gets. Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series live from Mid-Ohio tomorrow at 5 Eastern, only on Speed. Back to Sonoma in a moment.
Get ready to take a victory lap around your computer when you enter your official NASCAR hologram code at NASCAR.com/hologram. Everyone who plays is an automatic winner.
I'm Jimmy Johnson, and you're watching Speed.
July 11th, the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series thunders into the Hawkeye State for door-to-door, lightning-fast, full-contact excitement. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series live from Iowa, July 11th at 1:30 Eastern, only on Speed.
Manny returns to Fenway as the Dodgers take on the Red Sox. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Chevrolet. This week, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. New Schick Hydro, with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while 5 blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. It's the best shave for your skin. The new Schick Hydro. Free your skin.
I know you love this car. A lot of memories. I'm glad you're all right.
At the Hartford, we hear from our AARP auto insurance customers all the time. But not just about savings and benefits for drivers 50 and over. Usually, they just want to thank us for making a difficult time a little less difficult.
It's perfect. Where'd you find it? I was just driving up here. There's
the AARP Auto Insurance Program from the Hartford.
Welcome back, everyone, to Infineon Raceway here in Sonoma, California. Just a matter of moments before the Sprint Cup Series cars take to this long and winding road course. With that in mind, let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, catching up with brother Elliott Sadler, strapping into Stanley Tools. Ford, 5 top 10s and 11 starts here. You really like this racetrack?
I really do. I think it kind of goes back to when we used to race go-karts a lot and stuff growing up on road courses, and just really fits my driving style. So we had a test a couple weeks ago at VIR there in Virginia, and felt like the car was pretty good. So I love this track. Learned a lot here the first couple times I came here, and they've always been consistent here. So looking forward to a really good weekend.
I get asked this a lot, so I'll ask you, what's the difference between Infineon and having success and Watkins Glen? What's the difference from the driver's seat?
Well, I think Infineon's so much a more technical racetrack. It's not really high speed. It's a lot of back and forth. So you got to be very patient, very smooth with your race car, where Watkins Glen is a long straightaways, a lot of horsepower involved, and just, I think, two different driving styles, even though they're both, road courses. So I like this. It fits my driving style. I'm usually easy with the pedal and save my rear tires and be there at the end. Man, that's double file restarts here were crazy last year, so I can only imagine how it'll be this year.
Yeah, the goal is try to get yourself in position for a good weekend, and you do that by getting on the racetrack and dialing your car in this first practice. Bob?
Well, Hermie, a lot of media hype over the guy behind the wheel of the 83 machine here at Sonoma, and that's Matthias Ekstrom making his first ever Cup start here at Sonoma this weekend. He is a rally car driver from Europe, and he's been very busy this morning here at this racetrack. He's also competing in the K&N Pro Series West division. In fact, he was top 10 in time. He actually went back, had a bite to eat, talked to his crew chief, Jimmy Elledge, and now he's strapping behind the wheel of the 83 car to hit the track for the first time with other cars on the racetrack. He tested a few weeks ago for this team on the road course, and they told him one thing: hey, we know in rally car racing, you hit those gravel pits, stay out of them here today.
Very good advice, Bob, and that's got to be the greatest feeling ever to make your first Sprint Cup Series start. But Randy, who is this gentleman?
Well, look at his numbers there. Two-time DMT Series champion, three-time International Race of Champions winner. That says it all right there. And then, of course, a very, very successful World Rally driver. And, of course, from what I heard after strapping him in that car at the test, they were convinced this is the guy to do the job. Of course, Brian Vickers not able to be here this weekend and won't be running the rest of the season. So why not tap a great road course racer, see if he can get it done for you. This will be his first time in competition in the Cup Series on a road course, and good luck to him.
And if he can handle World Rally, he certainly can come here. World Rally is one of the most harrowing racing series there is, and so if he's had success there, chances are he can handle these big cars.
Yeah, I think so, and I think one of the things here, you heard Elliott Sadler talk about how technical this racetrack is, and a lot of times, and we've used the word road course ringer, he would be considered that if we still use that old terminology, but he is a very technical driver, so if he can adapt to the shifting mechanism, how that works, how much to put the clutch in and all that, eventually, enough laps here, he'll be one of the guys that should run up front here at this race.
Let's go back now to the Sadler brothers from, actually one Sadler brother from Emporia, Virginia, Hermie Sadler. Hermie?
Yeah, I want to get a quick grip with Robbie Gordon before you get on the racetrack. You got two cars here this weekend, driver and an owner. How can you guys work together to get these cars up front?
Well, I think one thing it'll allow me to do is allow me to spend a little bit more time focusing on race practice today, getting prepared for Sunday while PJ works on qualifying. We'll be able to share those setups as we go back and forth.
It is neat to have even a single car team to once in a while have a teammate that you can bounce stuff back and forth. And PJ knows how to get around this racetrack also.
Well, I think that's obviously one of the things that hurts us being a single car team. Having him driving that Speed Factory.TV car is only going to help the monster car this weekend because we're going to gather more information while we're at the racetrack.
Now, Robbie Gordon, driver and owner this weekend, looking to get both cars in with solid qualifying runs today. Johnny?
Hermie, thanks a lot. He will also appear on trackside tonight, so you don't want to miss that. And Robbie Gordon is one of those guys that has a chance to pull off a big upset. If anybody can do it, it could be Robbie Gordon. Hey, race fans, Sunoco's Free Fuel 5000 is back. Just get your Sunoco decal, put it on your car, get spotted, and win. We've got spotters visiting every participating Sunoco, and if they see you with it while you're there filling up, you will win one of thousands of instant prizes and a shot at the grand prize, 5,000 gallons of Sunoco fuel.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
I want a home run. He wants an out. Only one of us will win. So I do everything I can to make sure it's me.
Winning takes intense preparation. Start with Wheaties Fuel, a bold honey cinnamon crunch cereal with complex carbs and B vitamins.
Wheaties Fuel, prepared to win.
Samuel Adams was a patriot and a brewer. And that's why I named my beer after him.
He was the first committed to the idea of independence and freedom. As an independent brewer, I get to make beer to my taste, so we never have to compromise on the taste of the beer to help make a bottom line or a sales number. When the founding fathers were in the taverns planning the revolution, they were drinking rich, flavorful beer. I mean, you can't change the course of history with watery beer.
Can cook. Only one can shine.
The next Food Network star, Sunday nights at 9.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Check out buyatoyota.com for unprecedented deals. Toyota, yes.
I'd sure love to stay in my home and remain independent.
Is a reverse mortgage right for you? With a reverse mortgage, a lender uses the equity in your home to pay you. You can receive your money monthly, as a lump sum, or as a line of credit. Get the facts. Call Financial Freedom and get a free video that explains everything about reverse mortgages. There's no obligation. Your new life is waiting.
Call 1-866-846-9097. That's 1-866-846-9097.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Tornadoes. Bold is how we roll. And by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here.
And the adventure of Sprint Cup practice is coming our way in just a couple of minutes in the beautiful backdrop of Sonoma. Sprint Cup Series practice at 3, NASCAR Live at 4:30 on Speed, NASCAR Live at 6 Eastern Time, also on Speed. And then be sure to join Marcus Ambrose and Robbie Gordon on trackside. But first, Sprint Cup Series qualifying. See who will start where when the green flag waves. Let's go down now to Bob Dillner, who's in the garage. Bob?
Well, JR, David Rudiman's certainly not a road course ringer by any stretch of the imagination, but we were just joking around a minute ago. Do you like this road course racing any better now?
I'm trying to convince myself that I do, but yeah, I mean, it's getting better. I had a lot of help from a lot of different guys: Chris Cook, Michael McDowell, Max Pappas, and obviously Marcus Ambrose. So those guys have all given me little bits of stuff that can help me. But in the end, you got to go out there and do it on your own. You got to be in your own style, and I'm not really sure I have a style yet, but I'm sure I'm working on it.
I heard you have a nickname you're working on, though. What's that about?
Well, I know that the foreign guys always seem to go faster on the road courses. So my given name is Emil, not David. David's my middle name. So I was thinking about going with Emil, like maybe just staying with Rudiman or like Von Rutenstein or something at the end, so it sounds more foreign. And I figured maybe that may help pick me up a little bit on the road courses.
I like that. You mentioned Marcus is trying to help pick you up as well, but you talk about different styles and so forth. You can't do his style, can you?
No, he does all that heel-toe crazy stuff, and he does so much in a short amount of time. It's amazing. And I tried that last year, and he taught me how to do it, but I can't do it anywhere close. So I need to simplify our stuff, and that's what we've done. Simplify it on the downshifts and stuff like that, and the simpler the better for me.
Well, JR, that about wraps it up with Emil Von Rutenstein.
Emil Von Rutenstein? Yeah, sounds great. Hey, you know what is great, though, is the tear that the Joe Gibbs Racing guys have been on lately, especially Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin. Let's take a look at their numbers when it comes to the last couple of races and see exactly what they have done on the last 6 Sprint Cup races, Randy Pemberton. Look at the numbers.
I mean, unbelievable. Just the last 6 when you're talking about wins. 2 for Kyle, 3 there for Denny. They have absolutely been on fire. These guys right now are bad to the bone. The question is, can they keep it up? Just amazing. We talk about they have 2 poles, 7 top 5s, 12 top 10s, 16. I mean, my goodness, it's just unbelievable.
Just how tough is this series? Denny Hamlin has 5 wins, and he's not the points leader.
Yeah, it is. Well, you got to keep him on the racetrack. You got to have no mechanical failures, and this is a place that you can get dumped pretty easy, let alone break a transmission or have your brakes overheat, lose your brakes. There's a lot of things that can go wrong here at Sonoma, the Infineon Raceway. So looking forward to some great racing here this afternoon, of course, this week on Infineon, the beautiful weather here. So if you haven't got a ticket, I say come on out.
Yeah, as you get into practice, though, Randy, there's probably as many different scenarios and agendas as there are race cars out there.
Oh, yeah, you'll find somebody up on the hill here before practice is over. I'm quite sure.
Isn't the over-under 4?
Just about, yeah. The over and under we got in the meeting today was 4, so stay tuned for that. We'll see who goes off track and who will end up on the berm up there, and it's very difficult. You know, these guys haven't done this for a while, so they're going to come out here, and as we said a couple of times in the show, it's very, very technical. And if you're going to go out there, particularly towards the end of practice, you're going to try and cut a qualifying lap, you can easily get off the racetrack, and what you don't want to do here, you do not want to do here, is go to a backup car.
All right, race number 16 of the season brings us out to a refreshing new look at left and right turns out here as we see these Sprint Cup Series cars getting ready to take to the track here at Infineon Raceway. A whole new look and a couple of new faces out on the racetrack as well. And we got you covered all weekend long here on Speed. Be sure to keep it right here as we see who potentially goes off the race course and who hangs on to get a big victory on one of the 2 road course races of the year. Let us now send you up topside for Sprint Cup Series practice as we join our good friend Steve Burns.
It's time for the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series teams to go road racing. A beautiful day in the Sonoma Valley at the Infineon Raceway. A 90-minute practice looming. They're going to turn right and they're going to turn left in preparation for qualifying later on this afternoon here at Infineon. Cars underway onto the racetrack. It is a spectacular day. Temperature not even 70 degrees. Pretty stiff breeze blowing. Temperature expected to top out at about 74 degrees here today. And hi, everybody. Steve Burns alongside Larry McReynolds and Jeff Hammond. And, you know, Larry, we jokingly have said over the years, black is good, stay on the racetrack. Brown is bad. But this is the first road course event of 2010.
Well, yeah, these guys, they have not raced on a road course for the most part since we were at Watkins Glen back last August. But I will say this, and hearing and seeing more teams road course testing than at any other racetrack we go to. But I don't think anywhere you go, whether it's Road Atlanta, Kershaw, VIR, that you can simulate a lot of the things that you have here at Infineon Raceway. And when you normally go out to practice, it's to try to make the car better. And I'm not going to say that these teams won't be able to improve their race car, but more so than anything, this is the beginning of this practice, is practice for that driver to get in that rhythm of what it takes to get around this 11-turn road course.
And, Jeff, some very unique challenges for the teams as well.
Well, when you think about the challenges, you're talking about trying to make sure these gearboxes work properly. I mean, I went down to the garage area earlier today, and every gearbox, with the exception of one that's in the car, that's already been checked by NASCAR, has to be approved by NASCAR. Now, you can run anything you want to as long as you don't have overdrive. But making sure these drivers get exactly what they're looking for to get around this 11-course turn track, I mean, is part of the keys, making your brakes work right. These guys have to get, and Larry's already touched on it, driver orientation, because if they overdrive the corner, wheel hop, all of a sudden you got brake issues. And all of a sudden, if you're not really using the clutch properly or shifting properly in the right place, all of a sudden the car is wheel hopping or getting out of control. It's really about the driver, because the crew chief can only do so much based off of what feedback we're getting. But this is a driver's road course. You need to make sure you hit it. It's technical. You've got to be precise, otherwise you'll get yourself in trouble, and you'll do what you mentioned earlier. You'll get off the black onto the brown, and then you're going to be in trouble.
Well, Marty Snyder also joining us down in the garage area. Marty?
Well, Steve, this begins the practice weekend, or the race weekend here in Sonoma. But for Carl Edwards, the race weekend started yesterday at Road America in Wisconsin. He was there all day practicing his Nationwide Series car. He'll be here today all day practicing and qualifying his Cup car. Tomorrow, he'll be at Road America all day, so he will miss all of the practice sessions tomorrow. So today, the only practice session for Carl Edwards and his team to get this car right. Logistically, just impossible to get back and forth. There's 3 drivers that are doing it this weekend. About 7,000 miles of travel, 2 races, and only 1 practice, though, for Carl Edwards, Paul Menard, and also Brad Keselowski. Now let's head over to Lindsay Zarniak.
Marty, Marcus Ambrose is one of the drivers here that certainly considers himself a road course specialist, so he knows very well that here at Infineon is one of the racetracks where he can really help turn around his season. Last year, they started here dead last, but he was able to salvage his finish, came home 3rd. So they're hoping that in a season that's been a big disappointment so far, they finished 30th or worse in 8 races so far in 2010. They're hoping that he can do something today. Marcus told me earlier when I talked to him that it's all about getting out there, like you guys said, getting comfortable for the first couple laps in race trim and then swapping over to qualifying, because even though they were able to make up such ground last year, they hope to get a better spot today, guys.
Thanks, Lindsay. And, you know, Larry, you talked about this a week or so ago. I ran into Tad Geschichter at the airport, and he confirmed what you said. Their team is trying almost too hard, that 47 team. And he said, you know, he and Brad Doherty have been talking about what are the things that we can do as owners to help take the pressure off.
And, you know, we have Marcos Ambrose on tonight on trackside. And here's what makes me nervous. There's no question. He's going to be fast. In fact, he's second quickest right now in the early stages of this practice. But as I read their press releases, I almost see it in what they've said there. They just kept talking about, we have to win this race. We have to win this race. I'm just not sure that's the right mindset to come into this race.
Too much pressure right there. Again, I agree with you on that one, Larry. You can't come in expecting to win a race. I mean, it's almost like taking Darrell Waltrip to Bristol. Just because you win and it's one of your best racetracks, you can't come in there because all of a sudden the type of mental letdown that you can have, the frustration that can come out of that alone can be enough to ruin your whole week.
Now, the background for Marcos Ambrose, for those that don't know, and he is fastest already on timing and scoring, the Australian V8 Supercar Series. They race nothing but road courses, and he will definitely be a threat here on Sunday.
And Steve, in that series, in 2003, 2004, he won back-to-back championships, but he had a total of 27 wins in those 2 years. So, yeah, he's quite the road courser. 5 top 5 finishes in Cup, 3 of them are on road courses.
Ambrose with 2 wins in the Nationwide Series and road courses on the course at Montreal. There's last year's winner, Casey Kane. Amazing stat about Casey. Prior to last year's win, he had never had a top 10 finish. Said he liked road courses, but just had never finished well.
But I think that right there proves our point that we keep talking about. When Jeff and I were crew chiefs, whether it was Riverside here at Infineon, when you rolled in a road course, you could talk about the teams that were potential contenders, and you could count them on one hand and almost have fingers left over. But I just think drivers are getting better at the road courses, the teams are getting better, and the whole approach toward these 2 road courses, they've just ramped it up.
Well, Larry, going back to what you're saying about the drivers back then, we never really put forth an effort. I mean, if you went to a road course to practice, that was kind of like unheard of. Now, you know, and you touched on their opening, everybody goes. Everybody goes, at least makes a half a day or a day practice to make sure everything's working like it's supposed to. Guys are spending time on simulators. They're really, you know, studying these road courses. They're putting an effort because, let's face it, at one time, road courses were almost a throwaway. You just go out there, you'd run them, you get what kind of finish you could get, and move on to the next race. Now, this place like here at Infineon, as well as Watkins Glen, they're important. You can't give up any points, anything at a racetrack like this.
Jeff, as we watch Dale Earnhardt Jr., did you know there's an interesting trivia question surrounding our buddy Larry Mack in this racetrack?
I probably know what it is, and I know the answer.
The question would be, Larry McReynolds was a crew chief for 3 different drivers who won on this road course.
Oh, okay. You almost had me stumped for a minute. I was starting to search a little bit there.
Well, I also know he was crew chief on the first race. It was won out here by Ricky Rudd, and he was with car owner Kenny Bernstein.
It was, yep.
So let's see, it was Ricky Rudd, Ernie Irvin, Davey Allison.
Davey Allison, 89, 91, and 94.
Marcos Ambrose leading the way. He's followed by Martin Truex Jr., Casey Kane, Jimmy Johnson, and Jeff Gordon. Dale Earnhardt Jr., slowest right now. We'll be right back.
First is the beginning. First kicks open the door, and possibilities follow. First resets everything. First moves us forward, fast. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
There's more to yard care than mowing. The Dixon GT Garden Tractor does it all. Cutting, bagging, towing, plowing, and more. This tractor's loaded with features like power deck lift, rugged sleeve hitch, premium controls, and a muscular Kawasaki FR engine, a critical component in getting things done. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines in select Dixon tractors at the Home Depot and authorized Dixon dealers.
Some athletic uniforms are designed to wick away moisture. Other uniforms are made to wick away 500-degree flames.
Discover the soul of NASCAR at over 50 NASCAR home tracks across North America. Visit NASCARHometracks.com to find a track near you.
Last year, that car with Brian Vickers aboard was your pole sitter here at Infineon Raceway. This week, the car being driven for the first time ever by a Danish competitor, Mattias Ekström.
Yeah, he is from over into Sweden and over in that area, and he's a World Rally driver and has actually won a bunch of championships over there. There's been a lot of news around this 83 car this week. Again, you know, the future, Brian Vickers, it's been pretty much stated he will not return in 2010. Casey Mears has been driving this car, but starting next week at New Hampshire, Reed Sorensen is going to go in this 83 car, which is actually going to put Casey Mears back in Tommy Baldwin's 36 car that he drove for a couple of races earlier. They were pretty impressed with Mattias at a VIR test a couple of weeks ago. Said it did not take him long to get up to speed.
About an hour.
Yeah.
And he was right up there.
Well, the top 2 rally cars that they run over there, I mean, they're heavy like what we run here as far as these stock cars are concerned. So I think his adaptability is a little bit like Marcos Ambrose. I think it gives him an advantage as far as the weight to horsepower ratio.
As Larry said, Ekström has been racing in Germany in their touring car series.
I think what's really impressive is he's been able to win that prestigious international race of champions that has run. He beat Sebastian Loeb 2 years in a row, 2007,
beat Michael Schumacher.
And beat Michael Schumacher last year.
Right now, Mattias is 32nd quickest of the 41 cars that's been out. We have 46 cars here, which means later on today in qualifying, 3 cars will not go home. Of course, the 83 car is locked into the show.
Boris said back at it in the 26 car. David Stremme has been in that car the last 6-7 weeks.
Shifter boot off and just look at it, see if it fits.
Sounds like what might be happening, you shift about 10 to 12 times around this 11-turn road course, and it almost sounds like he's feeling the shifting lever may be hitting the tunnel, so he's asked him to take the shifter boot off and see if everything's good and cleared in there.
Marcus Ambrose is the quickest. Lindsay, what's going on with that team?
Well, they got him back out there. They gave him some more camber in the front. They had to make some adjustments because Marcus said that he was feeling like he really needed some grip. In fact, he came on the radio and said, guys, I know that we're at the top of the charts, but still, this has to be fixed. The car feels high, is what he was saying. He said he didn't have a lot of movement. The front felt very rigid. So, again, they're trying to make things more comfortable for him, going back out for a couple more race runs before they swap it over to qualifying. Marty?
Well, Lindsay, I think Jeff Gordon can give a clue to the guys in the booth about how this track is operating right now. He said, I've never felt this little grip at this place in my entire life. Steve Letarte came on the radio and said, it's really weird. Guys are running consistent laps for the first few laps of a run, but then times fall way off. Once you get 3 to 5 laps in a run, times get way different. And all Jeff said to that was saying, quote, I'm really nervous about qualifying if we're going to be the way we are right now in a couple of hours.
The only thing I will say on that, this is the same tire combination that we ran here 1 year ago. This is the only place that we run that tire combination, and because we're turning left and right, it's the same compound on both sides. But what I do remember about last year, and Kevin Harvick and I just had a conversation about this, there was a lot of give up early in a run with this tire combination.
Of course, Jeff Gordon, a 5-time winner here at Sonoma. And Kevin Harvick, Bakersfield, California native, said he grew up racing go-karts on road courses.
And he's very good at this type of stuff. I remember when we first started coming out here, as Kevin was kind of like making his way up through what was in the Winston West Series. I remember he was one of the guys you had to beat when you showed up here at Infineon.
Yeah, right now Kevin is 13th quickest. He's only run a total of 2 laps. This is really, I think, about his first time out.
Kevin has never won here in Sprint Cup Series competition, but he's been in the top 5 twice and had some good finishes.
That's the thing about it. If you come out here, you talked about it, stay on the asphalt, nothing tears up mechanically, you make good strategy calls on a 2-stop race, you can, I won't say easily, but you can pretty easily finish in the top 5 or top 10.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Well, we wanted to do something for our fans.
I want Kyle Busch in a pink car in a pink suit.
And now? They get to be our sponsors.
This has always been artistic.
And she loves those cats.
Who doesn't like kittens, bunnies, and little baby seals?
I love you.
No, thank you, sweetheart.
No, write that on the spoiler.
Okay.
Sponsor Fire Round 2, coming soon at ToyotaRacing.com.
With Comcast Spotlight, you don't just connect with people, you connect with your customers.
Using Comcast geographical zones is really a tremendous vehicle for advertising. It allows you to be able to target your audience, but most importantly, in a cost-effective manner.
Comcast Spotlight, on air, online, and on demand. 3 powerful ways to connect with your customers. Advertise with the power of Comcast Spotlight.
Ooh, his dandruff's back.
I've tried everything. I'm calling a doctor.
Before you go RX, get therapeutic strength Denorex.
Can anything beat my dandruff?
My Denorex on this side. My shampoo here.
I can feel the Denorex side. It's different.
Denorex, with powerful medicine not found in the leading brand.
Denorex works deep down at the source of dandruff.
Denorex, you win.
It's cute. Nice hair.
Before you go RX, get Denorex.
Tonight, the ultimate Friday night house party heads west to wine country as NASCAR prepares for its first road course event of 2010. We're here as Marcos Ambrose and Robbie Gordon stop by tonight at 8:30 Eastern, only on Speed. And also the Grand Marshal for this event, former San Francisco 49er great Roger Craig will stop by as Dale Earnhardt Jr. talking with Lance McGrew. I mentioned a little while ago he was the slowest, just 38th quickest now.
Yeah, they've definitely got some work to do on this 88 car, because the thing about it, I know we've heard Marty and Lindsay talk about these guys going from race trim to qualifying trim, because so much is on the driver's shoulders. You don't see that much of a pickup from race trim to qualifying trim, other than the fact of what the driver can accomplish, and Marty, more importantly, what 4 fresh tires will do in qualifying trim.
That always works for the driver, doesn't it? Junior said his car is, quote, unpredictable, but more importantly, you'll see a bunch of guys working on the seat for Dale Earnhardt Jr. That's what he did not like. He did not like the way he sat inside the race car. He said it was different than what he normally did. So they're basically rebuilding the seat in this 88 car with carbon fiber. You can put these seat inserts in, and that's what they're doing. So they're going to rebuild this entire seat for Junior before they get him back out there. And you guys know, I'm sure you guys have had drivers complain about it. If you're not comfortable in a car, especially at a road course where you're flinging all over inside the race car, it really helps for the driver to feel like they are comfortable inside that race car.
Yeah, Marty, you got that right, because, you know, you're working both right and left, so sometimes your elbows will get in the way of the seat. You got to make sure you got clearance there. And even the way you're sitting up in the seat itself can affect you from right to left. So, again, working in, you know, the seat could actually find some speed out of this 88 car before you know it. Lindsay, what else is going on in the garage area?
Well, I'm right here in the garage between Juan Pablo Montoya and Casey Kane, and Juan's getting back in his car, getting ready to get out there. They wanted, I think, to be in qualifying trim a lot sooner, but he just looked at me and said everything's wrong with this car. Basically, he feels right now that it's a piece of junk. He said it's too loose somewhere, then it gets tighter when he's trying to battle around other turns. So he's really, really unhappy with the car. And of course, you know, we talked, as you guys alluded to, about these drivers that feel like this track is a place for them to make ground. Certainly that is the case for Juan Pablo Montoya, because after all, this is where he got his first and only Cup win. So he feels like if he can get it back to a place where he can manage, he can certainly have success here.
Thanks, Lindsay. And I know piece of junk is a figure of speech in our garage, but I'll bet Brian Patty didn't want to hear that or doesn't want to hear it repeated.
No, you don't want to hear it, but I mean, that's just the way drivers are. When they're frustrated, you know, they've got to express themselves, and hey, this is a piece of junk, like Darrell Walter was saying. This thing's turning, you know, like a dump truck. I mean, we know it's not a dump truck, but that's so you understand, look, this needs to be worked on.
It needs work.
It needs work, and it needs serious work. And you know, the cool thing and the bad thing about coming to a road course is that, you know, it's definitely a challenge. But Larry, as you know, you can go to VMI, and you can go to Kershaw, you can go to Road Atlanta. There is no other road course like this anywhere else to test to get like you need to. And we've already expressed the fact that the racetrack's giving up grip, so it really challenges you as a driver and a crew to get the car where it's going to be comfortable. And, you know, for that reason alone, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of guys right now doing a lot of work on these race cars.
Yeah, when you're down on grip at a place like this, the challenge has become it wants to slide the front wheels. It will not respond to the steering wheel getting in the corner. And then the biggest thing, when you go to put the power down, the rear doesn't want to hook up. So that's the things you have to work on as we're looking at Denny Hamlin right now, the man that has won 5 of the last 10 races here in 2010. Right now he's 22nd quickest. He's run a total of 7 laps so far.
And 3 of the last 5 visits have been to victory lane for Denny Hamlin.
He did win a road course race in the Nationwide Series back in 2006 down in Mexico City.
Let's go back to Lindsay.
Casey Kane, last year's winner here at Sonoma. Casey, tell me, so far, how does this car feel for you out there?
So far, it feels pretty good. Right now, we're just messing with the gear a little bit, trying to get the RPMs right for this Ford engine. But it felt pretty good. I was a little loose, kind of in spots, a little tight in spots, but it felt, you know, really balanced. Just some things we need to work on, maybe keep getting better, and I need to keep working myself. But for the first couple laps, it was decent.
So you said you need to keep working. Last year, like I said, you won this race. What did you learn from that you will apply to this year's race here?
Don't make mistakes. I think that's probably the biggest thing. Just run your race, run your line, and try to get your car where it's right for you. You know, so that's finally what we hit on last year, and I thought it was a big benefit.
And hearing drivers talk, a lot of it is about having patience and kind of sitting back for somebody else to make a mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, this place, a lot of people get aggressive, especially late in the race. And if you can stay out of some of that stuff, you'll definitely, you'll be sitting a lot better. But today, it's more about just trying to get a good feeling back. I'm used to ovals right now, so we have to figure out how to get lefts and rights and shifting going again.
All right, he's doing pretty well on ovals, by the way. A second place finish last week at Michigan, and not too shabby, guys.
I'm not going to be as diplomatic as Casey. For about 90 or 95 laps, they're nice and calm. Last 15, they go flipping berserk.
Berserk, the man said. Crazy.
Yeah.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, live from Infinity on Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
Just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
Juan Pablo Montoya won here in 2007. 21st overall on the practice chart, just his third lap of practice on this 11-turn road course. And, you know, guys, one of the challenges about not only racing, but covering road course racing is describing to the fans the different nuances of this racetrack. So, Larry, let's take a look. Jeff, also a look at turn 2.
Well, this is turn 1 down here, Jeff, and this is turn 2 that we're looking at, and you've come quite up a hill right there.
Yeah, we got a lot of undulation, I guess you say, changes when it comes to this racetrack as far as coming downhill and uphill. You come up that hill, and Larry, you know yourself, you got to be in the right location to be able to hit these corners correctly as far as your approach is concerned, and make sure you're shifting correctly as you come up the top of the hill right there. You got to make sure you're in the right gear to be able to run across the short chute over there.
The biggest thing, you want to be on the inside of the approach, because it never fails. What we'll always see is we'll see guys get off the racetrack right here, and you'll lose a bunch of spots. So in the perfect world, you want to be on the inside right against those rumble strips when you get in there, because either you'll run out of racetrack or someone will knock you off the racetrack, and you've downshifted to second gear. You grabbed all the way up to fourth gear down the front straightaway, and then coming up the hill, you downshift all the way down to second gear right there.
You know, it's interesting. Earlier, Marty talked about the fact that 3 drivers, as we watch Kyle Busch, 3 drivers doing double duty at Road America in Wisconsin. I think it helps a little bit that they're both road courses.
Well, I was going to say, that was the one thing when I saw the 99 we were talking about earlier, Marty was alluding to what Carl Edwards was able to do and what he was trying to get ready for as far as the travel back and forth. But the good thing is, what he learns at Road America will translate. I mean, the rhythm, shifting, braking, all of that will be able to be applied here, as well as what he learns here will be able to be applied there.
And speaking of learning something, Scott Speed, we just saw him in the 82, had a great qualifying lap, and as I recall, he lost it right at the end, didn't qualify for the show, and got in a car that Joe Nemechek had qualified in.
Yeah, I believe last year he had a little problem with the wind, as he said, blew him off the racetrack, and that critical, I think, was turn 9 right over behind the garage area. So hopefully this year that won't happen again.
Now, Paul Menard in his 98 car right now is 11th quickest, and I know in the open practice yesterday at Road America, he was the fastest. And I think Marty touched on this just a little bit, because 2 of them are Fords. Tomorrow, Bill Elliott, who's had some success road course racing. In fact, I think he got his first career win at a road course at Riverside. He's going to be here tomorrow, and he's going to shake down the 98 and the 99, because what these teams will do after qualifying, they'll put a fresh transmission in it. They will change the brakes over. So talking to Slugger Labby, the crew chief for Paul Menard, Bill Elliott will handle the duties with the 99 and the 98 tomorrow. Plus, Slugger also told me right out of the box, Bill will make a 20-lap run with this car, trying to check that fuel mileage.
And the good thing about that, when you think about Bill Elliott, he is compatible as far as even in size, Steve, with Paul Menard and Carl Edwards. So again, the teams won't have to do anything to the inside of these race cars. It should be pretty easy for Bill to be able to do a really good job of giving them the information and the feedback that they need.
Marty, what's going on with the sport's hottest driver?
Yeah, I would say Denny Hamlin's on a pretty good roll, wouldn't you guys?
Yes, sir.
And not bad at road courses either. He's kind of an underrated road course racer. They made some changes that he said made the car better, especially on exit. You know, Mike Ford and I were talking earlier this week, and he compared this place actually to Martinsville. He said, now think about it. Big brakes here, and the issue here is you want to get off the corner as good as you possibly can, and we'll be talking about forward bite all day Sunday. He said, what does that remind you of? I said, Martinsville. So I guess it makes sense to me. I'll buy it. But he said, you know, those are the keys. If you can get the car stopped and get off these corners well, he said, you can be fast here at Sonoma.
You know what, Marty, last year, Denny Hamlin actually finished 5th here after leading 33 laps, almost a third of the race.
About a third of the way through a 90-minute practice here in Sonoma, California. Carl Edwards, fastest in second practice at Road America. Eric Darnell will help sub for him in practice at Road America in Wisconsin. We'll be right back to Sonoma.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on speed.
We're for weekend projects that start out in your garage, but end up being seen by just about everybody. Yeah. We're for people who know their stuff and stick with it when things don't go as expected. We're for a toolbox that contains every tool imaginable and guys who can use them all. We're for Joey Logano and that number 20 team. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
My Subaru saved my life. I will never forget that.
Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Do you remember when taking a bath and going for a swim became the same thing for a few days? Then keep the tradition going at Bass Pro Shop's Family Summer Camp with free activities and crafts. This weekend, kids can paint a free lure for Father's Day.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
Tomorrow, the Rolex Sports Car Series slams into Mid-Ohio, where the GT points battle is as close as it gets. Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series live from Mid-Ohio tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern and only on Speed.
Got road racing all over the country.
Say, Road America, Mid-Ohio. Jimmy Johnson, 4th overall, trying to score his first road course victory.
You know, just watching and listening, Jimmy, this past week, those guys really want to win a road course race. You know, they've never won here. They've never won it at Watkins Glen. And, you know, Jimmy has worked hard, I think, on himself. When you look at the fact of competing in the 24-hour race at Daytona. Flew back to Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago from Pocono to compete in that Rolex Series race. So he's been working hard. And we certainly know that Chad, the 48 group's been working hard. You know, starting next week at Loud, New Hampshire, Eric Almirola out of the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, with Jimmy's wife Shani being due here within the next 2 or 3 weeks. Eric's just going to be standing by just in case Jimmy maybe needs to miss a practice session or something to go back for the birth of their first child.
Brad Keselowski, one of those drivers, one of 3 doing double duty. Parker Kligerman's going to help him out, practicing that car at Road America.
Now, I talked to his crew chief in the Sprint Cup Series, Jay Guy, this morning, and what they're going to do, they're going to try to run Brad as many laps as they can. Brad has never made a start here at Infineon Raceway, and tomorrow, fresh transmission, fresh brakes. When Kurt Busch, his teammate, has a little bit of a break from the 2 car, he's just going to go out and make a few laps in this 12 car.
Keselowski right now just 40th overall, working on his 8th lap.
That's a great shot right there. You see that left front tire, how much that tire is leaning in. Lindsey talked about that a while ago, talking about, I think it might have been Jeff Gordon in the 24 car, wanting more, or it was Ambrose actually, yeah, wanting more camber in the tires. More negative camber leaned in at the top makes the front tires bite when you go to turn. But here it's a little bit of a balancing act, because, for example, negative camber in the right front helps the car when it turns left, but it hurts it when it turns right. So you're trying to put as much negative camber in both front wheels as you can, but not hurt the turning too bad the other direction.
Which leads me to the question of the day, what time is NASCAR Performance on?
Boy, I knew you were going to ask me that. But what we're going to talk about on NASCAR Performance, Chad, Booty, Doug, and myself, is we're going to talk about the cockpit of the race car, in particular, the evolution of the steering wheel, where it's come from and where it's at today.
The Momo.
The Momo, exactly.
Steering wheel's round, isn't it?
Not necessarily anymore.
Okay.
Tony Stewart's a pretty fair road racer in his own right.
I'm sure our producer of NASCAR Performance, Ted Lakaitis, will be texting me any moment what time NASCAR Performance airs, and I will keep you posted.
I always enjoy, Jeff and I enjoy seeing you scrambling for your notes to get the answer.
I have it.
What is it?
10 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow, Saturday.
Tony won here in 2005, 2001.
Hey, does that mean I got to watch it at 7 o'clock out here then?
That's it.
Okay.
God did make 2 7 o'clocks now. One in the morning, one in the evening.
One on the east, one on the west.
Look at Tony Stewart over the last 10 road course races in the Sprint Cup Series. 4 wins, 7 top 5s, and he leads all drivers in those 3 categories, including laps led.
And you know, at Watkins Glen, the other road course we go to, he has 5 wins there, including last year. In fact, at that road course, he has 6 consecutive top 2 finishes.
We'll step aside from Sonoma, California and the Infineon Raceway. Marcus Ambrose still the quickest here in practice.
The most anticipated car collector auctions on television. Come to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live. Barrett Jackson, Orange County. Live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern. Only on Speed.
State Line, Sabre, Interstate. New from Honda.
You know what it takes to make your house a home. Airwick iMotion, the only continuous air freshener that detects movement, releasing a burst of fresh scent inspired by nature. So day after day, your home always feels welcoming. And Freshmatic Compact with iMotion makes even the tough spaces welcoming. Try the full iMotion range. Airwick, release the freshness of nature. For money-saving offers, visit our website.
It can happen anywhere. That itch you can't scratch, embarrassing odor. You don't feel like yourself. Vagisil relieves itch and odor in a cream or a wipe. Bring yourself back with Vagisil.
Nothing worked for my eczema until a dermatologist recommended new Cortisone 10 Intensive Healing Eczema Lotion. It has the strongest non-prescription itch medicine plus Restora to help heal the symptoms associated with eczema. Cortisone 10 for eczema. Feel the heal.
Sunday, NASCAR race day uncorks some Father's Day fun in the wine country of Sonoma as Kyle Busch joins the team live and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th championship. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot live from Infineon Sunday, 12 Eastern and only on Speed. Well, Martin Truex Jr. yet to pick up a top 10 finish in 4 Infineon starts, but boys, right now he's pretty quick, 2nd overall as he works his 12th lap.
But remember, he did qualify 6th here last year, and what Martin had told me that he learned the most from last year, he said that car was fast, but he said, I used my stuff up before lap 10. He said, the biggest thing I come here knowing that I have to do is take care of my car, take care of my tires, and a lot came from that, I think, Jeff, from really working closely at the VIR test a couple of weeks ago with, to some degree, his teammate Marcos Ambrose.
A lot of folks down in the garage area told me that they've been seeking out Marcos Ambrose for help. He's one of the guys that can kind of like be a driver coach and give you some great insight on what you need to do and what you're looking to try to get done when it comes to road course racing. A lot like what it used to be a few years ago, Boer said. Everybody kind of was leaning on Boer said. Now people are going to Marcos Ambrose.
And then remember, our first trip to Mexico City in the Nationwide Series in 2005, Martin Truex Jr. is the one that won the race there.
Is that when Darrell Waltrip had a little cold?
He did. Yeah. Had to give him a little rheumatism medicine.
Let's go to Mark Steiner.
I'm not going to touch that one, fellas. I think Kurt Busch's car could use a little medicine. 25th fastest right now. It's a brand new car that Steve Addington built. They tested it a couple of weeks ago at VIR, but Mr. Addington has his hands full right now because, as Kurt Busch says, I'm loose in all the important corners, meaning the right-handers, and I'm tight in the left-handers. So how do you fix that, crew chiefs, when you're loose one way and tight the other way? They've got a lot of work to do here on the 2 car. Now, a lot of times when you see cars up on the scales here, that means they're switching to qualifying setup. The 2 team still working on race trim, trying to get that right.
Well, Marty, you'd be surprised because the way you can move ballast around in these cars, you can kind of work the car back toward what we consider a center balance because you need it to where it feels good and going both ways. But here at Infineon, like any road course, sometimes you've got to pick the ones that you need to be better at. You see right now they're working on the rear end of that car. Looks to me like they're making an adjustment, probably with the trailing arms, working them up or down, trying to get some forward bite, getting the car to come off the corner better.
Why was Jeffrey Thousand, I think that's Jeff, why was he kicking that left rear tire?
Well, what he's doing, that truck arm at the front has got a bolt in it.
Yep.
And they've either pulled it out, they're trying to get it out, and he's trying to help them move it so he can get it all the way out, and they can pull that truck arm down in the front or move it up, whichever way they want to go. I'm not too sure, but based off what we're saying, it sounded to me like he's loose. So I think they'll probably go down with the truck arm, which gives you more forward bite off the corner under power.
Here's a little bit of an update, Steve Burns.
Yes.
NASCAR Performance actually airs twice this weekend. 10 p.m. Eastern Time Saturday night, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time Sunday morning.
And I DVR both airings.
Okay.
And so you'd had me looking in the wrong place Saturday morning.
I got you straight now.
That's right.
The all-time winningest driver in NASCAR in terms of road course racing is Jeff Gordon. 82 wins, 9 of them have been on road courses.
Yeah, he has led 664 laps at the road course races in his career, which is when you think about how short road course races are in lap numbers, that's a lot of laps led.
5 wins, 5 poles here in Sonoma, and he's actually birthplace Vallejo, California, not far from here.
Right now, he's 5th quickest. He's run a total of 11 laps right behind his teammate Jimmy Johnson, who is 4th in that 48 car.
And the other thing is later on this afternoon, guys, you got to be watching that 24 car when it comes time for qualifying. He also has 5 poles here at Infineon. I mean, so he can get it all. Not only can he go fast for 1 lap, he can go fast when it counts for the checker flag also.
You know, in the pre-race festivities a couple years ago, I rode around in a pickup truck with Jeff Gordon in the back. And it was interesting. He told me that he has a lot of visual cues on this race course in terms of braking and acceleration and, deceleration. A lot of visual cues here.
Interesting you bring that up. I talked to Max Pappas earlier today, and he was talking about what it takes to be successful as a road racer. And let's face it, Max is good, not only in a stock car, but in all the forms as far as road racing is concerned. He said, Jeff, the key thing is be able to close your eyes and see the lap as you're running the lap. And I think this is where Jeff Gordon really excels, is he is able to not only know where he is on the road course, he's able to hit those marks, hit those points, no matter what the conditions are, and make it look effortless.
Let's go back to Lindsay.
Guys, I'm here with Jamie McMurray. Jamie, at this point, you were 19th quick up there on the charts. What were you feeling with your car?
Well, haven't driven one of these cars on a road course yet, so we did a little testing and we learned some stuff. We thought at VIR, but the car just didn't have the grip that we needed, so they reverted back to a different setup they had, and it was a lot better, I thought, on old tires. So we'll wait and see what we have here when they put it in qualifying trim. This deal is all about just getting that lap down and not making any mistakes when it comes time to qualify. So it's the toughest place to qualify we go to.
What is the most maddening thing about this track?
The S's are the toughest to me. It's really hard to compromise the speed you need through the S's to not be too tight in all those really slow places. So it's a lot of fun to run around here, but it's also really frustrating.
All right.
Hey, Lindsay.
Yes.
We know what's exciting about racing here, but what's the most exciting thing going on in Jamie McMurray's life right now?
You know what? Larry Mack, I'm going to let him tell it. Larry Mack saying, we know that the racing is exciting, but you got some other big news that's pretty exciting as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm really excited. Christy and I are going to have a baby December 5th, so it's I don't know what's in the water in the NASCAR garage, but there's certainly a lot of children being born, and it's been a lot of fun to watch Matt Kenseth and Katie Kenseth and Kaylin. Christy and I are really good friends with them, and we've watched Kaylin for the last year, and obviously we've known for a while that Christy was pregnant, and Matt is our teacher right now, so he's a really good dad, and it's been a lot of fun to watch them raising their child, and look forward to our kids playing together one day.
You know, I was going to ask you that, and I want to follow up because I know you guys obviously talk strategy, you share different thoughts on different tracks. Do you guys sit around and talk diapers and stuff? What's that like?
Matt and I never talk racing. We, you know, it's always just about just general life, and you know, even when Matt was my teammate, we would maybe talk about a little bit at the track, but for the most part, Matt's just a really good friend of mine, and I think the reason our friendship is so good is because we don't let work interfere with our personal relationship, and we typically stay away from racing subjects.
All right, Jamie Mack. So, Larry, that means that this time next year we can talk about him celebrating his first Father's Day.
Absolutely.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Hey, guys, something else I noticed on that race car today walking around. You notice he's got McDonald's on his uniform right now, but on top of the door, they don't have Jamie McMurray anymore. Take a look at this.
Big
Mac.
Yeah.
I mean, it just fits right in with his last name, number 1.
Like Larry Mack.
Like Larry Mack, but this right here, I mean, very appropriate for Jamie McMurray to have Big Mac on this number 1 car.
Not to mention that other logo to the right of it, Daytona 500 champion 2010.
That definitely makes you Big Mac.
That's sporty.
Look, the guy at the gas station ain't waving to you because he's your friend. Guess what? He's got his hand in your wallet. He makes money on gas. You lose money on gas, okay? So here's something to wipe that smile off his face. Introducing the all-new 2011 Super Duty. Now with 2 all-new Ford-built engines. Gas or diesel, they've got the most horsepower, the most torque, and they've also got the best fuel economy. Hey, who's your friend now? The all-new Super Duty.
A few years ago, I got a wake-up call. A heart attack at 57. That was a rough time. My doctor told me I should have been doing more for my high cholesterol. You should have listened. You're right. Now I'm eating healthier, and I trust my heart to Lipitor.
When diet and exercise are not enough, adding Lipitor may help. Lipitor is FDA approved to reduce the risk of heart attack and stroke in patients who have heart disease or risk factors for heart disease. Lipitor is backed by over 18 years of research. Lipitor is not for everyone, including people with liver problems and women who are nursing, pregnant, or may become pregnant. You need simple blood tests to check for liver problems. Tell your doctor if you are taking other medications or if you have any muscle pain or weakness. This may be a sign of a rare but serious side effect.
My dad learned the hard way, but you may be able to do something.
Have a heart-to-heart with your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
My truck isn't something you want to see in your rearview mirror.
My truck is a 3,400-pound precision-guided sledgehammer.
I guess you could say my truck likes to take the path less traveled.
My truck never gets claustrophobic in tight spaces.
My truck doesn't haul tools, but hardware, that's a different story.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Tough trucks, tough racing.
Jeff Burton has 5 top 10 finishes here at the Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California. Never been to Victory Lane, but again, 5 top 10 finishes.
Right now, he's 13th quickest. He's run a total of 9 laps.
Just past the halfway mark in this 90-minute practice. Marcus Ambrose still the quickest. So far, I guess a good sign for all the crew chiefs and crew members. Nobody's been off course yet.
Knock you upside the head for saying that right there, because I know how them doggone crew chiefs feel about it. You start talking about it, sooner or later, somebody's going to do it.
Now, what we're trying to do during this practice is educate you on some of the more notable areas of this 11-turn road course. We talked about turn 2 at the top of the hill. This is turn 7, and what you call this area right here, coming down here, is the chute. And Jeff, it's a very tight right-hand corner, and normally you'll either stay in second gear that you work coming down the chute, or maybe in the race when the pace slows down, go to first gear.
Yeah, whatever you need to do right there, but the key is don't overdrive this corner, because it can push you way out and really mess you up for the next part of this of the course. But as you said, Larry, this is a very fast part of the race course, and you need to make up a lot of ground here. But you've got to be precise when you're downshifting, also not to get that car wheel hop.
Well, it's a right-hander, as you see Montoya right there, but then you turn right back left. So if you overdrive this part of turn 7 before you get to that left, it kills that left-hander and almost hurts you all the way down through the S's.
And I was going to say, that's the part about the upper part of 7 and getting through that chute is it sets you up for the S's, and a lot of drivers will tell you that's where you can really make up a lot of ground, especially for qualifying, if you can nail that upper part where the chute is.
And the one thing about a road course, even though you see it here with the elevation change, in fact, turn 7 is about 30 to 40 foot lower than where we were up at the top of the hill at turn 2. The biggest thing, no banking. There's no banking to hold the race car. You're pretty much doing everything turning it with mechanical grip.
See Dave Blaney in the 66 car. Clint Boyer is 7th overall, and Marty has an update on the 33 team.
That's been a good day for the 33 team. Tested with his car at VIR, one of the many teams that went to VIR a few weeks ago. And Clint's been happy with it. They've run race trim for the first part of the session, and they're going to switch over to qualifying trim right now. In this last run, they picked up a lot of time in turn 11, one of the key turns where you can do some passing here at Sonoma. Guys, I think we need to work on Clint's psyche here, though. He told me this morning, I still hate road course racing. I know I've had 3 straight top 10s here. He's finished 4th here twice, but he still can't stand the place. Larry Mack and Jeff, what are we going to do to make this man feel better about little road course racing when he's good at it?
Well, I struggle with someone that does not like it, because people ask me every week when I was a crew chief, what was my favorite racetrack? And my response was the same, the next track we're going to, because I felt like if it wasn't my favorite, then that was going to come across in the approach that I took to that racetrack.
And we've talked about this for years. This road course racing is a state of mind. You know, Kyle Busch, I was reading his comments today. He said, I love road course racing. It's fun. Won both road course events in 2008. I absolutely think that has a lot to do with it.
If you're a world champion world champion driver, you have got to accept the challenge of every course you go to, and no different here when you come to road course racing. You know, and again, attitude has a lot to being successful. Talk about a guy being successful. Here's a guy who knows how to get around road courses. Hasn't had really what you call a stellar 2010 year so far, Robbie Gordon. But he's got to be licking his chops, Larry. Coming here, this gives this team an opportunity to do several things. Not only have a good finish, but possibly put themselves up and more of a safer capacity as far as the top 35 is concerned, because he got a free spin after missing the race at Pocono whenever he went to Michigan.
Because of the penalty.
Because of the penalty to Travis Quapple's team. He was able to get back in the top 35. He's guaranteed again a start this weekend, so he needs to take advantage of this place.
Yeah, the problem I see right now, he's 34th quickest. This is only his 2nd time out. We monitored him his first time out, and he was complaining about the brake pedal was real soft. They were talking about going in and bleeding the brakes, possibly even a master cylinder change, and that's probably one reason almost an hour into this practice, this is only his 2nd time out on the track.
Marcus Ambrose set fast time right at the beginning of practice, and nobody has been able to better it.
Yeah, Robbie Gordon in 2003, he swept the road course races at Infineon Watkins Glen, driving for Richard Childress. In fact, that race here that he won, he led 81 of 110 laps.
Lindsay.
Jeff, I'm down here in the Martin Truex Jr. stall, and his crew's laughing because he's obviously doing very well right now. They're very happy with where the car is. They said, we actually thought that the screen was broken in the beginning of practice just because he shot up there so quickly. But the one thing that he would like is some more forward bite. So they brought him in just a few short moments ago. They changed springs, and they did some other work on that car so that they can hopefully make him feel a little bit more comfortable before they bring him in and get back out there for qualifying stuff.
Lindsay, Robbie Gordon up to 22nd overall in his Toyota. And Martin Truex Jr. still 2nd overall. Let's take a look at the top 10, closing in on an hour of this 90-minute practice. Stay with us here on Speed.
I'm Kyle Busch, and you're watching Speed.
Rescue Me premieres Tuesday, June 29th at 10, only on FX.
What do you look for in a great mower? Start by looking for a Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are known for having backbone, muscle, lasting power. So look for the Kawasaki name. You know what lawn care pros say. Inside every great mower is a great Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are the critical component. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines and select mowers at the Home Depot and your local lawn and garden dealer.
Until I had my baby, I forgot how soft skin could be.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening Lotion. 7 essential moisturizers plus shea butter for softer, smoother skin.
Now it's almost like his.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening.
This stuff really works.
Now I can stop pain from any angle with no mess.
New Icy Hot Spray. The fast-acting, long-lasting, no-mess spray with Shack Strength Relief. Gets icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away.
And keep it away.
New Icy Hot Spray.
Don't mess around with pain.
Bug bites, poison ivy, and sunburn? Relieve the pain and itching fast with Gold Bond Maximum Relief Anti-Itch Cream. 2 maximum strength medicines cool and soothe pain and itch on contact. Gold Bond Maximum Relief. The quick fix for almost every itch.
If you've got pain, you need the patch.
The Icy Hot Patches. Targeted no-mess relief for shoulders, backs, even arthritis. Icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away. Stop pain right at the source. Icy Hot Patches.
Pain's no match for the Icy Hot Patch.
Celebrate your 4th of July weekend with Speed at Daytona International. Visit speed.com, keyword promo, to purchase your specially priced Coke Zero 400 ticket package. It includes a reserved Coke Zero 400 ticket, pre-race pit pass, and access to Speed talent appearances in the Sprint fan zone.
Guys, we're watching the 55 of Michael Waltrip, and he is locking up the right front there, coming into the hairpin. But around this course, I mean, he's been challenging it. He comes down here at the top of the course, and he basically misses the corner right there as he come down into the chute. But watch here a little bit later on, he gets running again, and he hits the curb. I mean, he goes airborne. Another wheel hop, and he hits his curb. Look at the car. Woo! On 2 wheels.
Yeah, he's overdriving his race car, but I think what Michael's doing, he's chasing the stopwatch right now because he's 42nd quickest. He's the 4th slowest of the go-homers. But one of the big tuning tools for these guys, we've been talking about brakes, you use a lot of brake here, is the brake bias adjuster going from the front to the rear, because when a car won't turn, you'll tend to crank a little more rear brake in it, but if you get too much rear brake in it, it'll start that wheel hopping as you're under braking and you're downshifting. But I think Lindsay's was someone that totally understands it a lot more than even I do.
Well, and I think Marcus Ambrose could teach some people a few things in this garage. But you know what, Marcus, the one thing we know is that you are never satisfied with your car, no matter how well you're running.
No, that's a bad part about racing. You're never happy, are you, until that checker flag falls. But we got a good piece. It's going to plan right now. We've got a car that's top of the time sheet. We're switching over early to qualifying trend to make sure we give ourselves the best chance to try and get our first pole position for the year, for me ever. But who knows? You know, I got Truex pretty close behind me there. That was a surprise. I must have taught him too much, but we're excited. We feel like we've really got something here for him this weekend, and looking forward to getting ready for qualifying.
Have you been sharing a lot of information, helping guys out? Because I'm sure they've been asking you.
Probably too much. You know, I helped Carl Edwards last year in a sports car deal we did together, and he beat me in Montreal in a nationwide race, so I thought I'm going to stop that. But you know, Truex is really a teammate of mine. The way we've got our whole team structure organised with JTG and Michael Waltrip Racing sharing information. So if I can help him out, I'm pleased.
And it's no secret. I mean, you had a breakout season last year. This year, you guys have struggled a bit. How big would it be for you to get a good finish here?
I just want you guys to stop talking about struggling. You know, I want you to talk about how we got our season back on track, and we're doing that. You know, we're getting closer and closer each week. We had a good run last week, finished 15th after some early trouble, and we got a chance to win it here.
All right, Marcus Ambrose, best of luck. And guys, you might not know this, but he does something crazy usually at each track he visits. Last year, he went panning for gold here at Infineon, so hopefully he can find some gold on the track this weekend.
Lindsay, the reason that UNCC, the University of North Carolina Charlotte, is called the 49ers is because of gold in that area, and Marcus Ambrose has done a lot of panning for gold, and he knows more about the history of Charlotte than I do, and I've lived there 25 years.
But you know, he's absolutely right, Steve and Lindsay, and what he said there. You know, you're hesitant to call it struggling. It's the 6 DNFs that has really been a dying blow to that team. In fact, before that finish at Michigan of 15th, he had 3 consecutive DNFs, including that last lap crash at Pocono, into 3 races leading into Michigan.
Sam Hornish Jr. in that 77, a Dodge. He's quickest Dodge, 18th overall, and we go back to Marty.
Interesting contrast, Steve, when you look at the Stewart-Haas teams. You see Tony Stewart climbing out of his race car. His teammate Ryan Newman, 7th. Stewart, very surprising, 33rd. I just talked to Jeff Mannering, the car chief on the team. He said, we're struggling today. It's not been a good day for this race team. He said he's very, very loose. On that last change, they took a really big swing on it. Tony said that it made the car feel edgier, but it felt like it wanted to be a little bit better. But I have a feeling no matter how much they're struggling here on Friday, they may struggle in qualifying as well. Sunday, by the time that checkered flag falls, but that 14 is going to be in the mix. Don't you guys think?
Yeah, the only thing I will say about not qualifying up front here is these crew chiefs right now, as we sit here on Friday, they have their strategy in their mind for Sunday. When you qualify at the back, you immediately have to start adjusting that strategy.
Yeah, that's right, Larry. And that's the key right now, is that we put a lot of emphasis on qualifying every racetrack we go to. But Steve, here at Infineon, it's paramount that you qualify up front.
Juan Pablo Montoya started 32nd when he won, but he's one of the best out there.
July 11th, the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series thunders into the Hawkeye State for door-to-door, lightning-fast, full-contact excitement. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series live from Iowa, July 11th at 1:30 Eastern, only on Speed.
I love my sponsor, Aaron's. After a tough day at the track, David and I race into an Aaron's store and just relax. You comfy, Rudy? He's had a long day.
Race into Aaron's for the guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. Flexible lease-to-own plans, and you don't need credit. Nobody beats Aaron's.
This for sale? You thinking about buying or leasing?
I was left for dead, but something brought me back.
Jonah Hex.
Now I can do things I can't explain.
What's it like to go through life with a place like that?
Let me show you.
Jonah Hex. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Sprint brings you an inside look at what's happening now inside the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. For more NASCAR stats, in-car audio, and live race radio, check out NASCAR Sprint Cup Mobile at sprint.com/speed. We are 1 hour into this 90-minute practice, and we'll go back to the garage and catch up with Miss Lindsay.
Jeff, it was funny. I was leaving Marcus Ambrose's garage stall, and I see Martin Truex Jr. running down here. What are you doing down in this end of the garage?
Well, I'm looking for Marcus to get some tips. He's pretty sporty, so see what he's doing.
Pretty sporty. You are too out there. I mean, you were doing very well this practice. What did you find with the car?
Yeah, we were I was real fast off the truck. Just car got real loose real quick. Hard to keep forward driving it, so that's something we're working on. I came down here to see Marcus. He's staying a little bit more consistent than we are. Our car seems to be getting really loose, so I just wanted to see what he was feeling. And like I said, get some pointers. He's pretty awesome here.
You know, it's funny because Marcus was just joking with me, saying maybe I'm giving guys a little bit too much information. Honestly, what kind of stuff are you asking him about?
Well, I'm going to ask him some questions right now, but I haven't really talked to him about this place. We went testing a VIR, and he was really fast there, but it didn't really seem like the stuff he was trying to help me with was helping me. So here we'll see if it happens, but I haven't talked to him about Sonoma yet. Just talk about our cars, see what's helped his car, and we haven't really found anything online yet.
You enjoy racing here?
I've had it where I liked it, and I've had it where I didn't. The last 2 years I didn't like it. We were kind of the same way, real fast, but fell off real fast, burning rear tires up. So I'm going to try to make sure that doesn't happen this weekend and we run good on long runs.
All right, Martin Truex Jr. He ran down here with his crew chief, Pat Trice, and guys, they were trying to take some notes, so we'll see if Marcus might be able to shed some light.
Well, there's Marcos talking to him right now.
Now he's looking for tips. Well, we've been talking about how challenging this race course is. Let's take a closer look at another part of the course known as the S's.
Yeah, this is pretty much like a left, right, and you're coming down a total of about 60 feet from the top of the S's to the bottom. Real important, hit your marks. It's very easy to get off the racetrack here. In qualifying, when you've got good tires and you get off of the top side of the racetrack really good, you might have to grab high gear for a little bit. Race trim, you'll probably stay through third gear the whole time through there, Jeff.
Third gear, like you say, you may catch high if you really get off the top end like you need to. But one of the fastest parts of the racetrack, you come all the way down through those S's, is turn 10, right through that area right there. You're really hauling the mail just before you get down here to turn 11, which is called the hairpin, is one of the slowest parts of the racetrack. But if you can make up a lot of time down through those S's, if your car's really working well, Steve.
In just a little bit, we'll take you through more specifics about turn 11 and about the hairpin. That'll be the fourth and final segment that we're really going to document different characteristics about it.
Kevin Harvick, 17th overall in his 29 car, working his 9th lap of practice. Step aside and be right back to Infineon right after this.
The most anticipated car collector auctions on television. Come to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live. Barrett Jackson, Orange County. Live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern. Only on Speed.
0 to 300 in under 4 seconds. Can't beat that.
Well, actually, you can at Copart.com.
You're right. Copart.com has over 50,000 vehicles online to choose from every day. Everything from classic cars, trucks, motorcycles, you name it.
That's what makes Copart.com the virtual auction.
Copart.com.
That's where car guys did cars.
And nothing flat.
Being the youngest, I always got hand-me-downs. Every time someone outgrew something, it became mine. And now, I'm okay with that.
Do something good for the next generation. Love a car that lasts.
What do you look for in a great mower? Start by looking for a Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are known for having backbone, muscle, lasting power. So look for the Kawasaki name. You know what lawn care pros say. Inside every great mower is a great Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are the critical component. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines and select Dixon mowers at the Home Depot and your local lawn and garden dealer.
Welcome to the center of the universe. Eye of the sheet metal storm. A V8 vortex of soul-stirring thunder and blistering speed. Where pistons pound out the fury of 35,000 horses in unison with 100,000 beating hearts. A world where adrenaline is the fuel of choice. And everything else is just a game. The NASCAR experience live. Everything else is just a game.
Brandon Ash driving the 02 car. He is 30th overall, and as Larry said, 3 drivers will not make the race. 46 are here for 43 spots. And Ash, one of the go-or-go-home drivers.
Well, right now, he's actually in pretty good shape with this 02 car. I think he would be in decent shape to get in the show. He did qualify for this race a year ago.
And he is quicker than 6 other of the go-or-go-home drivers. Jeff Burton will be the first driver to qualify later today, and we're going to find out quickly in qualifying because Marcus Ambrose goes out third.
Now this 07 car is P.J. Jones. He's 41st quickest right now, and he is definitely one of the slower of the Go homers, but this is a team car to Robbie Gordon's 7 car.
Jimmy Johnson, 5th overall, working his 8th lap of practice. We take a look at the drivers. We've got the pressure on this afternoon. They must qualify in on time. They are not locked into the show.
What's unique about that list right there, Said, Gilliland, and Magnuson, they are actually running the NASCAR Camping World West race, and they had quite a bit of practice before this practice session here. In fact, their qualifying session follows this practice.
And the other part of that equation is we always talk about road race ringers coming into our series. Here they are trying to get guys' cars into this race this weekend because of their abilities. I mean, there's some guys here that we don't ever see but once or twice a year. Here's one of them, Brian Seamup. We see him a lot of times at Watkins Glen or here at Finion, driving for Tommy Baldwin Racing.
If this was qualifying, it's not. He would barely be in the show. If you think about it, last year, he was in the show and the engine blew up coming out of turn 10 down to turn 11. He was driving for Tommy Baldwin a year ago, and they did not qualify 1 year ago. You know, when you think about these go homers, you think about an 11-turn road course, shifting 10 to 12 times, and qualifying here is only 1 lap. You don't get the second chance if you don't hit it right the first lap.
Well, Lindsay, understand there's an ongoing, or a developing story, rather, in the garage area.
Jeff, there is, and I think that right now it's just more of a concern than anything, but apparently there is some fuel. There's a fuel pump that is not supposed to be used in this practice because that type of fuel has ethanol in it and can be very, very harmful if pumped into these cars. Apparently some of that fuel has gotten into a couple of the cars that are down here in the garage, and I was told by someone who knows of this situation that, you know, one of those cars could have been a Hendrick car. So they're obviously looking at that. I'm told that right now they're doing what needs to be done so that none of that fuel gets into any other cars or can be used, to that matter of fact. But guys, what does that really mean? I mean, obviously you know a lot more about how much damage that can do than I would.
Well, Lindsay, we know that we are looking at, meaning NASCAR, going to an ethanol mixture of fuel possibly for the future, as well as with fuel injection. I actually see one of the guys from Hendrick Motorsports, as well as a NASCAR official, they're talking to the Sunoco people. Marty, anything else going on with Hendrick Motorsports right now?
Well, you're looking at the Hendrick car that may have gotten it. That would be Jeff Gordon's car. And just talked to Steve Letarte about the situation. He thinks that everybody in the garage area may have gotten it. Now, just to clarify, Steve told me he just talked to Jeff Andrews. Jeff Andrews being the head engine builder at Hendrick Motorsports. We just had a long conversation with him. It will not harm these engines. However, what he is worried about is that when they do give a fuel sample after qualifying, none of the fuel samples would pass. So they kind of want NASCAR to get the word, hey, we've been given possibly some contaminated fuel. What Steve Letarte did is they pushed the 24 down, pumped out the entire fuel cell. They're starting over here. They're going to rescale the car. They filled it back up with the correct fuel. Now they think they're good to go out there and run. So they do not think it will harm the engine. However, a fuel sample would not pass in post-qualifying inspection.
He's right about that, because when you put ethanol into regular fuel, it changes the specific gravity.
Nobody knows anything more about fuel samples not passing than Jeff Hammond.
You had to go there, didn't you?
Yeah.
But we didn't have ethanol back in my day.
Oh, what did you use then? Because wasn't your gas blue?
No, mine was red. It was Harry Hyde's, it was blue.
Oh, okay.
I learned from the best.
That door was open, baby, and I just walked right through it.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. We'll be back to Infineon right after this.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live, and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
I'm really proud to be a part of it. Love, it's pretty amazing. Her name is Amanda Brookman, and she is my destiny, although she may not know that, per se. So you can go online and make any kind of car you want. I made a love car. Do I think they stand a chance? I mean, who doesn't love love? I love love.
Sponsor Fire Round 2, coming soon at ToyotaRacing.com.
Who?
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
This week, it's the site of 4 unbelievable finishes.
Golf Channel is live from majestic Pebble Beach.
U.S. Open Week, all this week on Golf Channel.
Sponsored in part by Heavenly Greens Artificial Turf Systems. So soft, so natural, so green. It's hard to tell it's not real. For best quality home or commercial lawns and putting greens, call Heavenly Greens or visit their website at heavenlygreens.com.
On Thursdays, the #1 show on cable.
So we're good.
And the #1 new show of the year.
This calls for celebration.
Are now #1 back-to-back.
Wow. Why didn't I think of that?
All new episodes, Thursdays.
How can I say no to that?
Burn Notice at 9, Royal Pains at 10 on USA. Characters welcome.
Mancini's Sleep World wants you to rest easy and save big. It's our Best Buys mattress sale. Hurry in and start sleeping better tonight.
Looking for the latest stats and results from the track? Stay informed and make your best fantasy picks. Use Speed's comprehensive NASCAR stats for the latest practice and qualifying reports, race results, and driver standings. Get more at the NASCAR section of Speed.com. Scoring monitors starting to reflect some changes. In fact, Casey Kane has just posted the fastest lap of his practice.
And Steve, that doesn't surprise me because this is one of those deals, and we've talked about it during this entire practice. Give these guys 4 new tires, get everything tuned up like it needs to, and they say, okay, driver, go out there and just kind of like go crazy for 1 lap, and here you go.
Jeff Burton out at the top of the monitor. Juan Pablo Montoya is 6th. David Reagan up into 7th. And Boris Sett is 10th. Jamie McMurray 8th. Rather, Kyle Busch is 10th. Things are changing quickly.
Moving so fast right now. We've only got about 15 minutes left in this practice.
Now, even though Casey Kane won the race a year ago, he did sit on the pole here 2 years ago, back in 2008.
David Gilliland just jumped up into 9th.
Yeah, you can't cut it too close here on making your mock qualifying run because it takes so long to get around this place just to start your qualifying lap. But that's where you also have to be, you can't deceive yourself. Because the way they'll do qualifying, and we'll explain this a little more when we have qualifying here in a couple hours, you pretty much get on the racetrack up in the S's. So you don't get to go around the whole racetrack. So what you want to do when you make your mock qualifying run is run it real slow until you get to the S's, because it could deceive you as far as heating the tires, running a whole lap before your qualifying lap.
And the other thing about during this period of time when guys start trying to go a little quicker, Larry, I think Mr. Burns brought this point up. Somebody sooner or later is probably going to hop one off the course.
Yeah, I don't mean to jinx them, but I am amazed that we've been going for over 1 hour and 15 minutes and we have had not the first caution for anything. Very unusual.
Down to the garage and Marty.
Well, Steve, it's been a solid day for Kyle Busch, 12th on the speed charts right now. He felt like the qualifying lap that he just attempted to make could have been a little bit better, so they're going to change front shocks and also both rear springs here, trying to get a little bit better. You also see on the right side of the car here, they're playing with the ballast of the weight of the car as well, trying to get that just perfect lap out there, which, as we know, Jamie McMurray told us earlier, this is about the hardest place in the world to qualify, isn't it, guys?
Certainly is. You know, Larry was on pit road at Michigan last week during qualifying. I found a good place for Hammond.
Where's that?
During qualifying.
In the back of that pickup truck?
Right in the back of it, baby. Huh? What do you think, Jeff?
Great view.
I'm not scared as long as I get a parachute to go with it.
That's a great place for you.
Yeah. Bird's eye view. Thanks, Steve. I love you, man.
Crack myself up.
I know it.
The boy ain't scared of nothing.
Closing minutes of practice just ahead here on Speed.
I'm Mark Morgan, and you're watching Speed.
Manny returns to Fenway as the Dodgers take on the Red Sox. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Chevrolet. This week, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific.
State Line, Sabre, Interstate. New from Honda.
So can you boys help me with all my car needs? Be trustworthy, greet me with a smile. I want to say, I got a car guy. You boys are just what I've been looking for. You got this, right?
Right now at Pep Boys, buy one tire for as low as $29.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Here's the thing about winning. It's way better than losing. At NASCAR.com/hologram, everyone who enters the hologram code wins an e-gift every time.
Let's talk about turn 11. This road course just a shade under 2 miles around.
Well, you know, Jeff mentioned a while ago turn 10 coming out of the S's, the fastest part of the racetrack. Here you go to the slowest part of the racetrack. It's turn 11, and you see right there, this is where you set up a pass. How you have to do that is you want to get to the inside of someone coming right down through here, take that position away, but the biggest thing, you have to make sure you hug the inside of that racetrack. Very easy to overdrive this corner, smoke the left front tire, carry the right front tire. It's a very challenging corner.
You can do everything and then some when you go into turn 11. I mean, they call it the hairpin. I mean, a lot of things change. A lot of things happen as far as getting into turn 11 during this race. Even qualifying, you'll see guys come in there and lock up the front brakes. You'll see that right front tire being carried in that area. So turn 11 is very critical. Even coming to get the green, especially on that one lap of qualifying, can get you in a lot of trouble. And guys, the man we've been talking about all day long, what can he do when he gets here? Well, Marcus Ambrose continues to set the pace.
And he picked up about a half a second on that mock qualifying run. He ran a minute 16:43, and that's almost exactly what Brian Vickers ran a year ago. But one more thing, back to turn 11. The other thing that makes it challenging is you're all the way to first gear, and it's really hard in the race to get the rear wheels to hook up, the rear tires to hook up, because you're in such a low gear at such a low speed, you'll want to spin the rear tires as you come off that corner.
Jeff Gordon, 9th overall. And let's go back to Marty.
Guys, Jeff Burton is second now on the speed charts. Impressive qualifying run for him. I talked to him before he got in the qualifying trim run. He said, you know, we're just okay in our race runs. Needed a lot more rear grip in the car. And then he went out and made this qualifying run, kind of surprised himself with a lap, actually. And he said, I actually think it can be a little bit better. So they're coming in, making a couple of changes here, time running out. They're trying to get one more qualifying run in for Jeff Burton. But that was a pretty impressive lap he laid down a few moments ago.
Very impressive lap, but what scares me is when a driver comes back in and says, oh, really? It was that good? I think I can do better. Rut-row.
I'd rather him try to show me now than wait till qualifying, though.
Make sure he doesn't go out and try too hard now and get himself in trouble, though, just before qualifying.
Mark Martin has 19 starts here, a pole and a win, 7 top 5 finishes, and he is just 35th overall in this practice.
But you do get a feeling this may be a mock qualifying run on this 5 car as we are down to about 8 minutes to go in this practice session.
I don't think you're going to keep Mark back here in 35th very long, just like Tony Stewart back there in 37th. I believe you're going to see both of these cars moving toward the front.
You know, one thing I think we also should explain, we've been talking about different gears, being in different gears with a transmission. We have gear rules everywhere we go and transmission rules, but NASCAR somewhat kind of opens it up a little bit at road courses. Mark Martin just jumped the 20th quickest. You still have a rear end gear rule, but they give you 3 options of a 500, a 514, and a 529. You pretty much can run any ratios in the transmission, first, second, and third, but 4th gear has to be 1-to-1. You can't run any overdrive transmissions. So that actually gives these teams a lot of options, because what you're trying to do is maximize the RPM every gear that you're in where the engine's not lugging, but yet you're not turning too many RPMs in one particular gear.
Steve, that's one reason why we talk about going around this road course, there may be 2 opportunities, depending on how fast your car is, of getting into high gear. Otherwise, you're going to wind up racing a lot in second and third when it comes to Infineon, using first, maybe down in turn 11 to get off of turn 11.
Well, we heard early in practice that Dale Earnhardt Jr. was not comfortable in his seat, and he is just 44th overall, working on his 10th lap of practice. Looks like he's not up to speed.
Yeah, they've only run 9 laps with that 88 car.
Yeah, so far, Mart Truex Jr., he leads everybody with 18 laps during this practice session. Sam Hornish, I take that back, has now got 22 laps on his number 77 car.
Ryan Newman up to 4th. Check that. Jimmy Johnson just bumped him to 5th. Craig Biffle 6th. So, again, timing and scoring changing quickly here.
See what Jeff Burton's doing? He's not abusing the tires, making the full trip around this racetrack. He's taking it very easy. And when he gets down through these S's toward turn 10 and 11, you'll see him really start getting it up to speed. Here he goes. You can hear him start to grab gears here because this is the real world of qualifying. If you run around this whole track, almost 2 miles, hard, you're not getting an apple-to-apple comparison of what qualifying is going to be like. His fast lap right now is 1:16.79. There you see Richard Childress, the owner of this 31 car, as well as the 29 and the 33 watching from the garage area.
Started his mock qualifying run in that 31 car. Up turn 1. There's turn 2.
The closing moments of this 90-minute practice coming up. Stay with us here on Speed. We're at the Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California.
If you build it, they will come. New Hampshire Motor Speedway, celebrating 20 years of motorsports magic. It's not just a ticket, it's an event, a license for adrenaline. It's the biggest sporting and entertainment experience in all of New England. NASCAR returns to New Hampshire Motor Speedway with the Lennox Industrial Tools 301 and the Sylvania 300. Tickets start at only $39. Call now and get an interest-free payment plan. Celebrate the magic. Live free and race at New Hampshire Motor Speedway.
First is the beginning. First kicks open the door and possibilities follow. First resets everything. First moves us forward, fast. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Where do I get my daily NASCAR fix? Log on to NASCAR.com. NASCAR.com.
They have everything.
They have highlights,
Interviews, preview shows,
me shows. You say me shows? My show, Pound's Corner. Tons of videos.
I like the articles myself.
Articles?
Yeah, the articles, Track Smack, Splash and Go.
Hey, look, whatever you need, I promise you, NASCAR.com has it.
NASCAR.com. 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 Check it out.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Coming up later, it's NASCAR Live. Then we'll have Sprint Cup qualifying, 3:30 local, 6:30 Eastern, and then trackside Marcus Ambrose, Robbie Gordon, and former San Francisco 49er running back Roger Craig will join us at 8:30 Eastern.
You know, when we went to break, we saw Jeff Burton in that 31 car starting another mock qualifying run. This would have to make those guys feel good. He picked up 3/100ths of a second, which pretty much is just running the same time both of those mock qualifying runs. He's still third quickest.
Marty, what's the news for Junior Nation?
Well, he has not been very fast, as you mentioned, and Lance McGrew is talking to him on the talking to him on the radio right now. Junior said on that last run, it felt like the rear axle was broken. Lance McGrew and about 7 crew members were down here looking at the rear end, trying to figure out what was going on. And all Lance said on the radio, I'll have to explain it to you when you get out of the car, but something was broken in the rear end of the race car, guys.
Good news is they have found it, because right now this practice is about 2 or 3 minutes from being over, and he is 44th out of the 46 cars it's practiced.
Richard Childress Racing teammates Clint Boyer and Kevin Harvick have just jumped up into the top 5.
Yeah.
In fact, all 3 of them. Jeff Burton is 5th.
Yeah. Look who's number 10th right now, Max Pappas. A lot of guys making moves right now, putting new tires on, making qualifying runs.
Yeah, that makes Max by far the fastest go-home car. Paul Menard's up to 6th, Kyle Busch 7th, Truex Jr.'s 8th, and Jimmy Johnson 9th.
And Robbie Gordon has improved. He's 11th.
And here's Ambrose, whose fastest time is 1:16:43. Looks like he's going to make one last blast here before this practice ends.
What I like about this 47 car, watching him inside the car and watching the car itself, it looks like it's on the rail compared to a lot of cars here. He is not fighting this 47. He's making it work. Very smooth, very deliberate, and the car is really doing what I love to see. It's jumping. I mean, every time he gets back to the throttle, it's lunging forward. It's not making any DIDs with the front of the car. I mean, it looks solid, very fast.
He picked up about another half a tenth from 1:16:43 to 1:16:37.
Well, we've heard in the garage, Marty and Lindsey both talking about guys needing more forward bite. He's got it.
Yeah, his car definitely has it. And if you notice about Marcus, he's staying off the curves. He's not really attacking this racetrack where he's bouncing the car all over the place. We've seen a lot of guys even get up right here off 6, coming back down to shoot into 7. He's not really just jumping the car and getting up on 2 wheels like we've seen.
And he just posted his fastest lap.
Yep, just because a car necessarily looks fast, which means it's jumping the curves and everything else, that doesn't necessarily mean on the stopwatch that it is fast.
Tony Stewart just 32nd overall, and he's put 20 laps on the board.
Something tells me this may be his first mock qualifying run, and it's pretty much going to be his only mock qualifying run. We should see the red and the black flag here just directly. But, yeah, he's not going to end this practice very quick.
Kurt Busch, 19th overall. Let's see if he jumps up on this lap.
It certainly is. We're looking for the flag.
Had a pretty good run going a year ago when he got together with the 48 car late in the race while running in the top 5, and there you see it. Red and black is waving in a total incident-free 90-minute Sprint Cup Series practice at a road course.
It's just kind of blows my mind right here, especially these guys having not been on a road course since Watkins Glen last year. Have done really well.
You know who's really happy right now?
Yeah, the crew chiefs.
David Rudiman. We never mentioned his name once.
And it's almost like when we never mention Goodyear tires. It's a beautiful thing.
You take a look at the top 10, by the way. David Rudiman, 27th overall in this practice. Well, Marcus Ambrose is the quickest in that 47 car. We will step aside. We'll be back for qualifying, but straight ahead, John Roberts and NASCAR Live at the speed stage.
Steve, thanks a lot. The man from Down Under is on top of the speed chart after practice number 1 and the only practice of the day. We have qualifying to look forward to now here at Sonoma. Welcome everyone to NASCAR Live, part of our continuing coverage of this NASCAR weekend here in the Sonoma Valley. There were some names on top of the speed chart that you would expect to see there, and some names that you would not particularly expect to see as being fast on the road course, and also some new faces and new places here this weekend, all part of road course racing here at Infineon Raceway. Welcome back to the speed stage, everyone. I'm John Roberts. Want to welcome in once again our good friend Randy Pemberton. And Randy, our over-under estimate was wrong.
Got killed.
An incident-free 90-minute practice. Who would have imagined?
I'm absolutely amazed, especially when you're putting it all on the line, particularly going out to qualify and later in that practice session, everybody making that one-lap run, and they did a terrific job. Everybody stayed on the racetrack. I wonder if that'll happen during the race now.
No, it won't happen during the race. Everybody was minding their P's and Q's for sure out on the racetrack. But let's take a look at some of the top guys. Marcus Ambrose being the fastest guy, but of course there were some drivers up there whose names you don't necessarily expect to see on top of the speed chart. But Marcus has proven year after year he is a great road course racer and he can compete with the best.
He's a big, smooth guy on the road courses, that's for sure. And I went out there and kind of hammered TRD a little bit on the horsepower numbers that this guy's having to do it under. And of course, On the road course, you can make up just a little bit here, but Marcus Ambrose and Jeff Gordon will tell you, jumped in his car, he is the best he's ever seen. How about Paul Menard? He is a little sideways there.
8th fastest in practice, and Randy, he's one of those guys who's going to make an epic journey this weekend doing double duty.
Yeah, they're running, I think, 5,800 miles in an airplane. Him, Carl Edwards, Brad Kozlowski, all those guys making the trip back and forth to Road America. But good job here for Paul Menard.
This is perhaps the biggest test of the year for the double-duty drivers who have the longest distance in between the two races. But there's ways to get around that, fast jets, and also having guys stand by for you and maybe even parking a car or two.
Yeah, they're talking about Carl Edwards' car maybe not even running in happy hour tomorrow. And, of course, Paul Menard's car will be driven by none other than Bill Elliott, pretty good road racer in his own right. So these guys have to make different things happen so they can get back and forth to the two road course races. So it'll be pretty interesting to see how this plays out. Of course, qualifying coming up here later on today. That's what's on everybody's mind right now.
It is time now for our Geico Pit Report, and for that, let's go to Bob Dillner. Bob?
Well, J.R. Martin Truex Jr. pretty good in that first practice session, 10th quick, and I know you set that time pretty quick early on. You're working on drive up off. Did you ever get the car better, Martin?
No, not really. We, we had to switch to qualifying trim there with about 15 minutes to go, and really this first practice is about getting reacclimated to the track and kind of finding your marks, getting to where you can be consistent, and then you go to qualifying trim and try to lay down a fast one. So we didn't seem to pick up as much as most guys, which is kind of disappointing on one hand, but on the other, it's really good for race trim. So the car felt real good off the trailer, and just need to work on, like you said, just a little too loose. It gets loose as I run and get some forward drive. But the Napa Toyota is pretty good, and hopefully we'll have a good lap this afternoon, a good starter spot. We can work hard on that forward drive tomorrow.
Now, your teammate at MWR and JTG is Marcus Ambrose. Obviously, he's quick as can be, and we saw you guys talking a lot during that practice session. What were you exchanging there?
Well, he's as good as they get, on road racing. So I just, trying to compare what I feel in my car to what he feels in his and see how similar they are. And, if he can help me do things to help my car not get so loose in such a short run. So I tend to be a little aggressive as far as, pitching the car and spinning the tires. And I think part of my car getting loose is me just trying too damn hard all day long, And so I just need to back it down a little bit and wait for it to come to me. And we'll work on that some more tomorrow, like I said. But for qualifying, it's all about, going out there and getting a good lap. So you can get after it and not have to worry about burning the tires off it too quick.
And what was the one thing that you actually reminded me when you came up to do this interview that you did what, when?
I've actually won on a road course before, so, don't be too surprised if we're pretty decent this weekend.
All right. He won at Mexico a few years ago in the Nationwide Series. Hermie Sadler?
Yeah, you're going to get a word with Carl Edwards. Carl, just getting out of your car, talking to your crew chief. How was it, and what are you going to make it? How are you going to make it better for qualifying?
I think it's pretty good. I only have one lap, and our car that was on its cool down lap got in our way, and so we're not sure exactly how fast it is, but it seems pretty good. And just go out there and lay one down. It's really about how well you go in there, and you get every corner just perfect, the exit every corner, and I get to watch a few guys go before I go, so hopefully that'll help with our Aflac Fusion.
This is a pretty pressure-packed qualifying lap for a driver. A lot of areas to make up speed, but also a lot of areas to make a mistake.
Yeah,
not saying you're going to make one. I
appreciate you bringing that up, but as we're watching a car go around here, I had one time we came here, I don't know, it was 2 years ago, I think, and I felt like I had a pretty good lap going, but I thought, man, I'm going to get it on this last corner coming to the carousel, and I messed it all up. And I thought, oh, well, and I went in there and looked at it. I was on the pole until I got to that second to last corner, and I screwed it up. So as a driver, you got to, even if your lap's going well, you can't get greedy. It kind of makes it fun.
And last thing before we let you go, pretty challenging weekend travel-wise between the two. How do you expect to handle your schedule between here and the Nationwide car?
Our fast and all fusion's real fast up there, so that makes it a little more fun. We left there, Paul and I were 1 and 2, and I'm just riding on Paul's plane, so I'm just going to get a sandwich, go get in the plane, and enjoy the flight.
And a lot of frequent flyer miles. That's Carl Edwards, guys.
All kinds of frequent flyer miles this weekend for the double-duty drivers. But, Randy, the question always comes up among people that are observing this. When you need to get something done in the Sprint Cup Series, is it the wisest thing to do to go off and run the Nationwide Series car? But then again, though, they're obligated to those sponsors to get that thing done, however it can get done.
Yeah, and I think if you're going to do it and have a successful weekend, I think having two road courses on the same weekend really helps a lot. It certainly helps with the Nationwide program, and it probably doesn't hurt as much here. It's different than going to OR AARP or something like that. So I think if you're going to have a road course race for the Nationwide Series and the Cup Series, and you're going to do double duty, this is the best case scenario.
So we got a couple of guys logging some serious road course miles and some serious airplane miles this weekend doing the double duty. Let's take a look at the menu, see what's still to come today. It's NASCAR Live at 6 Eastern. Sprint Cup Series qualifying, 46 cars going for 43 spots in perhaps one of the more important qualifying sessions of the year. And then trackside, Robbie Gordon and Marcus Ambrose. Marcus, one of the fastest guys in the joint, so you want to tune in.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage. And by Lumber Liquidators, hardwood flooring for less.
What do you look for in a great mower? Start by looking for a Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are known for having backbone, muscle, lasting power. So look for the Kawasaki name. You know what lawn care pros say. Inside every great mower is a great Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are the critical component. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines and select Dixon mowers at the Home Depot and your local lawn and garden dealer.
So, I've arranged for a rental car to be dropped off at your house. You sure you got everything out of your car?
I think so.
Let's get you home.
Why do drivers 50 and over switch to the Hartford? The only auto insurance program endorsed by AARP? More than savings and benefits. We handle the problems you'd expect. And the ones you never knew you had.
You don't know how much this means to me. I'm serious. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
The AARP Auto Insurance Program from the Hartford.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
Colin Brown's on the pole.
Colin Brown drives the number 16. 2 poles and only 7 starts. Was a surprisingly low water bill.
Is that his mail?
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
On this day before my daughter's wedding, I'd like to propose a toast to Steve Wallace, a rising star who has 16 top 10 finishes in the NASCAR Nationwide Series.
Sit down, Dad.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
Tonight, the ultimate Friday night house party heads west to wine country as NASCAR prepares for its first road course event of the season. And we're there as Marcus Ambrose and Robbie Gordon stop by NASCAR trackside tonight at 8:30 Eastern, only on Speed. As we mentioned at the top of NASCAR Live, the man from down under is on top of the speed chart, and he's joined up there by some of the better road course racers in the business. And of course, there are some surprises in the top 10 so far in practice, but that's why we come to the road course, because we expect to see surprises along the way. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the practice session, see who was fast. That is your points leader, Kevin Harvick. He has won on a road course before, Randy, and he is fast today, 5th fastest.
Yeah, we're going to see some more Childress cars up there, but don't forget Kevin Harvick. He does have 2 top 10s in his 9 starts here, not to mention 2 top 5 finishes. So with the increased performance in the engine department, as well as great cars, great chassis, this could be Kevin Harvick's best shot to win a race out here at Infineon.
And we see when guys master the road course, they either make their way up into the chase like Casey Kane did last year after the win. Here propelled him into the chase. He's 4th fastest on the practice chart, but also we've seen some guys parlay wins on the road course into championships.
Oh, without question. There's no question that the guys that win championships, generally speaking, are really, really good road course racers. Of course, that's not going to happen for Casey Kane this year, too far back in the points, but he'd love to grab another win for George Gillette and Richard Petty Motorsports.
You got to say it fast because Ryan Newman was fast. Hello, Newman. Here Newman comes in the 39, third fastest in the practice. His teammate Tony Stewart is known as a great road course racer, but he also can hold his own here as well.
I'm impressed with what Ryan Newman did. Third quickest. That is just amazing. Tony Stewart back there in 30th. And how about Clint Boyer? You wouldn't think of Clint Boyer really as a road course racer. I had to look at his numbers to believe it. 4 starts here, 2 top 5s, 3 top 10s, with a best finish of 4th back in 2008. So Clint Boyer getting it done as well here in practice. Maybe he could be a sleeper. Also pick a win up here in Infineon. Those Childress cars look great.
Ever since Marcus Ambrose has come to NASCAR, no matter what he has raced on the road course, he has been at or near the front.
Wow, he is just absolutely amazing. And once again, we talked earlier on NASCAR Live how Jeff Gordon as well as Marcos Ambrose switched cars at a recent test. Gordon wondered why he was so fast, got out of the car and said that guy is flat out as good as there is. So Marcos Ambrose, look for him. Certainly be a threat for the pole. Maybe the win here, Johnny.
He was all fizzed up over his tin tops, I guess. Clint Boyer up there as well, as we said a moment ago. The third member of the Richard Childress Racing Triumvirate is Jeff Burton. He's in the 6th spot on the practice chart. Then it's Gordon, Paul Menard, Kyle Busch, and Martin Truex Jr., your top 10 fastest cars. And we also saw a mix of guys switching over earlier or later, as it is, to their qualifying setup in the race car. And that might determine who is fast, but you know what? When it comes to qualifying up front, the road course is one of the most important places to do it. And you'll see qualifying later on.
Without a doubt. Absolutely imperative to qualify up front here. Track position, you hear it all the time on ovals, but it is absolutely critical here to get your car qualified up front. I'm extremely impressed with Martin Truex Jr. up there in 10th. Now, don't forget, his teammate, Marcos Ambrose, helping him a lot, coaching him when they went on a recent test, so he's gained a lot of ground there as well. And I believe he's also won a Nationwide Series road course race, Martin Truex, so maybe he'll get it done here this weekend.
There was a time when Jeff Gordon, the number 24 car driver, was the undisputed king of the road, and Bob, he wants to get back to that throne.
He definitely does, but there's a lot of talk right now inside the 24 camp. In fact, just moments ago, Jeff Gordon, Steve Letarte, and people from Hendrick Engines were actually here talking about a report that ethanol was found in the fuel mixture on the 24 car during that practice. Now, I did speak to some folks from Hendrick Engines, and they told me the reason why they thought something was different is that when they were filling the car in the vent tube, they found that the fuel was maybe a little different color, but there is no confirmation actually that ethanol was actually found in the fuel of the 24 during that practice session. Now, they took fuel samples from the 88 as well, Dale Earnhardt Jr., and the 24 car. And basically what they did is they were trying to figure out exactly what, if anything, was wrong with the fuel in that 24 car. And they cautioned me to say, hey, nothing may be wrong at all, but since we did see a little difference in color, we wanted to check it out. Now, NASCAR is currently investigating this situation, and they told me they will get back to me as soon as possible to find out if there was anything of issue with the fuel during that practice session with the 24, Randy.
Hey, Bob, if we find out that ethanol is in some of the cars or just a couple of cars, tell us from a performance enhancement, would that affect that 24 car positively or negatively?
Actually, basically what I was told from the folks at Hendrick Engines was there's really no performance gain, but obviously it wears different in the engine, and it might be a little bit more abrasive and cause some more engine wear. But again, we want to caution everybody, we don't know if that was ethanol in here from the IndyCar series or if it was even in the tank of Jeff Gordon during this practice session. As I said, NASCAR is investigating it right now, but it would be a durability issue, Randy, if it were in the 24.
Very, very interesting.
Bob, thanks a lot. We appreciate that, and we will keep an eye on that, keep you updated throughout the day. But right now, we want to give you a program reminder about this Sunday. It is Father's Day, and it's a big day here at Infineon Raceway. Sunday, NASCAR Race Day. Uncork some Father's Day fun in the wine country of Sonoma as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live, and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for 5. NASCAR Race Day live from Infineon.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
We're for better living through power tools. For powering through our to-do list in record time. We're for higher RPMs at lower prices. We're for lights and lasers and one battery powering 40 tools. We're for the kind of tools that turn more saving into more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get an incredible price on a Ryobi 18-volt starter kit with drill and circular saw, just $89.
Through the years, many things pass from father to son, like Aqua Velva Aftershave. Smells great, cools, firms, and tones. Cool. Aqua Velva, men get it.
They itch, sweat, burn, smell. You could have foot dermatitis. It's what Gold Bond medicated foot powder was made for. Medicated to tackle the itch. Keeps feet dry. Look for the healing seal. Gold Bond foot powder. Works as hard as your feet.
We are the face of Comcast.
When you call in, that's me.
If you ever have a problem,
we'll fix it immediately.
If we don't resolve a problem the first time,
we'll extend a courtesy service to our customers. The customer's not happy, Comcast is not happy.
If we miss an appointment,
we'll credit you right on your bill.
Because we know your time is valuable and very important to you.
You're a customer, you deserve it. It's guaranteed.
We're only as good as our word, and our word is good.
At Comcast, we don't just believe in customer service, we guarantee it. See for yourself. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
Discover the soul of NASCAR at over 50 NASCAR home tracks across North America. Visit NASCARHometracks.com to find a track near you.
Welcome back, everyone, to NASCAR Live, presented by Geico at Infineon Raceway. This is a track where Mark Martin has won before, and he's put together a very impressive resume on the road course races over the years. Let's hear what Mark had to say earlier in the media center about how he became a good road course racer.
It just came natural. I grew up in the rural areas of Arkansas, drove a lot of dirt country roads that were curvy and hilly, and I drove fast. It's the same thing. It's no different. Remember me saying staying out of the ditch? I started road racing when I was very young on the dirt roads in Arkansas. Went as fast as I could and stayed out of the ditch, and that's all this is to me. It came very natural. I did, however, have Jack Roush in my corner, and Jack was pretty smart. He figured out telling me what to do might not be the best approach, so he asked a lot of the right questions. And so, you know, I didn't realize he was teaching me, but he asked a lot of the right questions. His background, he had some background in road racing, and so he asked a lot of the right questions of me about the car, the braking, the this, the that, and so subtly that helped as well. So I never really gave him the credit that he was probably due for that, because he was pretty wise he was wise enough that I didn't notice so much, what he was doing.
And that's why Mark Martin is a championship caliber driver, because he runs well on the road courses. 4 victories, 1 here, and 3 at Watkins Glen. And Randy, there was a time there when he was the king of that road course.
There's no doubt about it. Really, every time Mark Martin showed up at a road course, for a while there, he was the guy to beat. And when you talk about coming out here, he's getting ready to make his 20th start at this racetrack. Of course, he has one, but what's most impressive from him, only one time has he had a DNF out here, and that is really hard to get done. So not only that, he takes care of his equipment, he's fast, he's understood a lot of things over the time, and he said that Jack Roush certainly helped precipitate him becoming a great road racer. Of course, Jack winning a lot of 24 Hours of Daytona, IMSA races, and so that's carried over to Mark Martin. Mark said he was back there in Arkansas. It was kind of like him being a modern-day moonshiner without the moonshine,
Exactly. Hey, however you get it done, it's a matter of learning the technique on the road course here, and it certainly is not easy. If it was easy, everybody'd win here, right? We'll be back to NASCAR Live in just a moment with much more from Infineon Raceway.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live, and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot, live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern. Only on Speed.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
Hi, can I borrow some milk?
Yeah, just a second.
Just for Men. In 5 easy minutes, targets only the gray.
Anything else?
Just for Men. Live forward. And now, Just for Men 2-in-1 shampoo. Keeps color looking fresh.
Visit the Danville Fine Arts Fair on June 19th and 20th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. on beautiful Harts Avenue, featuring 200 talented artisans, Italian street painting, continuous entertainment, and great food and beverages throughout. Hosted by the Danville Area Chamber of Commerce and the Town of Danville. Admission is free. For more information, call 925-837-4400 or visit mlaproductions.com.
It is an absolutely beautiful afternoon out here in wine country at the Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California, one of the most picturesque racetracks that the Sprint Cup Series stops at. And things are looking pretty good for Paul Menard and his number 98 team as he finds himself up in the top 10 on speed. Let's go to Hermie Sadler.
Yeah, that's right, Gerald. Let's ask him. Top 10 in practice, and I talked to crew chief Slugger Lab. He said a brand new car, first time on the racetrack, had to make you feel good that you guys can prepare a car like that.
Yeah, you know, we tested a couple weeks ago with a car just to get some laps in, you know, get ready for road racing. It's a brand new car, and it's got good speed in it. It's easy to drive, turns good, so pretty happy with it. We're talking about what we want to do for changes, and it's tough because I won't be here tomorrow, so kind of sets us back as far as, you know, trying a few things to see what might help us. We kind of just got to fly by the seat of our pants and make a decision either way.
11 corners on this racetrack. Where do you think you're making up a lot of speed? And if there's an area for you to work on before qualifying, where might that be on this racetrack?
Right now, I'm not. You know, it's a lot easier to lose speed than it is to make up speed. You start pushing hard. Very easy to make a mistake, and then it screws up your whole lap. So right now, just trying to think what the little things, very very small things where you can roll, carry a little bit more speed rolling and stuff like that. But basically, if you go out and have a mistake-free lap, you'll be okay. There'll be a lot of guys that don't have mistake-free laps, and they'll be back.
Well, Paul Menard, another one doing double duty this weekend. A lot of traveling, but it's a good thing for him. A top 10 car right off the truck this morning, Bob.
Hermie Sadler, let's follow up on that fuel situation here in the garage area with the 24 team. Ramsey Poston is with NASCAR, and we want to know what the situation is with the 24 car, and is it widespread in the garage area?
Right now, we're just getting the facts. We don't know, but we're taking a look into it. We're going to run some tests. It appears that it is isolated to one team right now. So, but we're going to keep looking at it. We'll run some tests, and we'll know more soon.
Did you know if it was ethanol or not?
We don't know. We don't know what it is, so we don't want to jump to conclusions. We ask that everyone else doesn't jump to conclusions, but it does seem to be isolated. We don't think it'll be an issue. It doesn't look like the issue, like the 24 had an issue on the track, so we should be okay on this.
All right, Ramsey, thank you so much. And I think, Johnny, the big thing to remember here is that all teams get their fuel from Sunoco at the same Sunoco pumps. And the reason why this is being investigated is because while they were fueling the car, they actually saw what they deemed was a different color going into the fuel tank. Now, they did drain that and so forth, and I was told that ethanol really doesn't affect the thing as far as performance goes, but in case Jeff Gordon qualified up the top of the charts there in qualifying, that fuel, if it was ethanol, may not pass the fuel test.
Yeah, you know, Bob, we saw it a couple of years ago with that team. One of the worst penalties you could get at a road course is to be sent to the back of the pack, having your qualifying time disallowed. That's what happened to them before, and they certainly don't want it to happen again. Be the biggest racing fan you can be with Verizon Championship Racing at the track and on your phone. From nationwide IndyCar driver meet and greets to exclusive looks inside the Penske garage right on your VCAS phone. We're your hard card to racing nirvana, only for the network with the most 3G coverage.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1, the choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
What do you look for in a great mower? Start by looking for a Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are known for having backbone. muscle, lasting power. So look for the Kawasaki name. You know what lawn care pros say. Inside every great mower is a great Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are the critical component. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines and select mowers at the Home Depot and your local lawn and garden dealer.
I was left for dead, but something brought me back.
Jonah Hex.
Now I can do things I can't explain.
What's it like to go through life with a face like that?
Let me show you.
Jonah Hex. Rated PG-13. Now playing.
I know you love this car. A lot of memories. I'm glad you're all right.
At the Hartford, we hear from our AARP auto insurance customers all the time. But not just about savings and benefits for drivers 50 and over. Usually, they just want to thank us for making a difficult time a little less difficult.
It's perfect. Where'd you find it?
I was just driving up here. There's
The AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Tornadoes. Bold is how we roll. And by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here.
Qualifying on the road courses, no day at the amusement park. There you see the number 48 car that will be piloted by Jimmy Johnson in just a little while. And Randy, some of the guys who are go or go home simply cannot risk going all out on the road course, or they're going to end up in the ditch.
Yeah, I mean, you could have some capable drivers back there that could potentially sit a car on the pole that are go or go homers, but there's no way that they can risk that because you have to put it all on the line. You have to run a perfect lap, and then if you step over the edge like you did last year, Scott Speed, he basically went home, had to jump into another car to get in the race. So that's not a good idea, Johnny.
We've seen it over the years from the driver of this car, Tony Stewart, and Jeff Gordon as well. Sometimes great road course drivers get out front, and there's no catching them. Back with NASCAR Live at 6 Eastern. Stay with us right here on Speed.
500 laps. We're going to make them all today. Nobody better around here than you, man. Green, green, green.
Some guys will hit it, some guys will miss it.
And it's fun. Need a leader? Yes, sir. That's the leader. Well, there he goes. They can put the hammer down. Woo! No one's as good as us.
Pennsylvania's Pocono Raceway can confound NASCAR teams. But the Keystone State Track is one of the cornerstones of Team 11 and Denny Hamlin.
San Francisco, so you're looking at pretty much...
Another is Heath Cherry, who is both a marketing manager at Joe Gibbs Racing and the FedEx team rear tire carrier.
I've carried tires for 11 years. I worked on the marketing side for about 10 years. So I've always been that sponsor liaison, I guess, so to speak.
Where's the big one at?
I gave it to you.
When?
It's probably 2 months ago.
Huh?
2 months ago, a picture just like that. It was personalized to you from the artist.
No kidding.
Yeah, your mom had one too. I was a linebacker in college at 5'8", 220 plus pounds. And I think as far as the execution of a pit stop, I would say a well-choreographed football play is probably the best thing that you can look at and compare it to.
The best teams operate with mechanical precision. In the 2010 Pit Crew Challenge, Team 11 performed flawlessly.
And we need to name all these guys. Brandon Peeper, Mike Hicks, Nate Folling, Heath Cherry, John Sherman, Scott Wood, and John Eicher. Here it is.
After Carly's halfway down.
The 31 team might be dethroned.
They will be.
Oh, yes. And the the defending champions are dethroned.
And guys, they just keep getting better and better.
What did Denny Hamlin say when he took the checkered flag at Darlington?
All we do is win.
The FedEx team was born in 2005, but it was not an easy delivery for Joe Gibbs Racing.
When I started here in 2005, it was pretty much I came on board to manage the FedEx account on a day-to-day basis.
Am I going to have fun? Yeah. Or yeah.
Right? I got to store my earplugs fixed. Coming in and out.
Every day is just like practice.
2005 became a practice in futility for both driver and crew.
Another mistake, Darryl, right there by the pit crew. This is a brand new pit crew for Jason Leffler.
The 11 had hit a wall. The machine was broken. In 2006, underdog Denny Hamlin got the team in gear.
Denny being a rookie, I didn't really know what to expect. He'd never even been to Pocono. He had seen it. And I remember him talking about just running it on his computer game. He had raced it, and I thought, my word, that's his testing. And the first one was pretty amazing, the first points win, because we ended up cutting a tire leading the race.
Oh, heck, the leader's in trouble. Hamlin crashing.
I actually kept it off the wall and everything. We came in, repaired it, and went from dead last to first, and that was just incredible.
Hamlin, the rookie, starts on the pole, falls to 40th, then wins the Pocono 500.
Great job, Denny. Great job.
In 2010, 3 wins at the All-Star break has crew, car, and driver performing with peak precision.
It's just been an awesome ride to be a part of that team, to know where we were at back in 2005, 2006, to just, 5 years later, here we are, what I feel like is a championship caliber team. We've just added pieces to the puzzle every year, and I think both personnel, our cars, got a great sponsor, great driver. I think we're just positioned nicely with all the things and the elements that we need to go and compete for a championship.
Sounds of NASCAR is presented by Sprint, the Now Network. Brought to you in part by Cheerios, 100% natural whole grain oats and 1 single gram of sugar. And by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on speed.
X-ray technology lets you see everything. From the GMC Sierra's high-strength steel frame that boosts payload and increases durability, to our Eaton automatic locking rear differential that improves rear-wheel traction. Advanced engineering from GMC Sierra. When you don't compromise, you have nothing to hide. At the GMC Summer Event, get the best of the remaining 2010s and get 0% APR for 72 months, or choose $5,000 cash back on most Sierras.
Isn't it a little late to be selling lemonade?
Well, we're out here in case anybody forgets to bring some Mike's Hard Lemonade in there.
There should be more to a party than just beer. Why? For one, Mike's is a great way to switch things up from beer, and 2, Cheryl over there doesn't even drink beer. Really? Yeah. Thanks.
Who's Cheryl?
I have no idea. She just looks like a Cheryl. Yo, Cheryl!
Don't forget the Mike's. Lemonade for grown-ups.
You boys got no 2 sensor? And the socket to change it? And you boys have the best prices on all this. Can you hand me a wrench?
Right now at Pep Boys, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, now just $16.99.
When the light comes on, just come in. Pep Boys does everything for less.
Leaving it all on the field is not the same as leaving it all on the wall.
Cherry begins his workday walking the line between the racetrack and the rat race, between his team and his team's sponsors.
The network will give FedEx in-car cameras. Either they purchase them through the network, or the network actually give them one that they can use for a race weekend. So basically what we're doing is we're just working on getting branding in the car so that when it goes to the track and it's there during practice and qualifying, if there's any in-car camera shots, they actually get branding during that time. We'll come back during race day and we'll just recheck those decals, and there'll maybe some added or maybe they'll be adjusted for whatever the camera angle gives us so that FedEx is properly branded in that area.
Race day is never far away, and Heath's time is spent preparing both team and sponsors for the next trip to the track. As the sport has grown, so too has his role at Joe Gibbs Racing.
I started here in 2005. It was pretty much I came on board to manage the FedEx account on a day-to-day basis. Since getting here, my role has grown. I now sort of do the same thing for GameStop and Sport Clips, but both of those were accounts that I sort of went out from a new business perspective and brought into the company. This week we got Denny actually had opportunity, came to John Mason and FedEx from Fox and Friends. So Denny's scheduled for Thursday morning to be on Fox and Friends to talk about that race time promotion.
Really?
So
that's great.
That's a big deal. We've got a team here that I work with directly, and our responsibility is to go out and find new business for the company.
Whether he's going over the wall on pit stops or working deals behind his desk, two factors remain critical: timing and precision.
How's things going? I know we've been trying to catch up here for the last couple days, but what's going on in your end? Probably 50% of my work week is targeted towards managing those accounts. The other 50% is out, working with agencies, going out and getting new business, working leads that I get either develop at the racetrack or that are cold calls.
In every life, there's a victory lane. For Heath Cherry, it's home, where NASCAR Thunder surrenders to quiet moments with his wife Jody and their year-old son Stone.
I love it, every day it's just like, man, what's he going to discover today, what's it going to be, and it's just fun to watch him grow. Having him, I hope that I'm able to stay healthy enough to be able to do this so that he can appreciate, that I get to participate in a professional sport and seeing what I do on Sunday carrying tires. Hopefully he'll be able to enjoy that one day. And see that up close, but it's amazing. It's amazing how they change your life, and it's amazing that it's an incredible blessing.
Tonight, heaven is taco night. But in the Cherry household, the process can become as carefully orchestrated as any four-tire pit stop.
How do I like my taco?
No, you put the ground beef in there, and you put lettuce. I'll make you one.
No, I like things a certain way, though, layered a certain way.
I know. You put the lettuce like a crazy person. You put the lettuce on top of the beef. You don't do it. You don't do it. You're supposed to put the cheese.
Who said that?
Because the cheese is melted by the hot ground beef. You put the lettuce, which is cold.
The cheese melted.
Who doesn't like melted cheese on their taco? That's
not
how
funny.
you do it.
Who eats that like that?
You do.
I'm not eating that. That's your plate.
I'll eat it. That's pretty good. I might keep you around a little bit.
I might stay.
Saturday, the Rolex Sports Car Series slams into Mid-Ohio, where the GT points battle,
The fierce fight in GT,
is as close as it gets, and the DP field is determined to take the fight for the championship to Pruitt and Rojas.
And when things are unfair, things tend to get dirty.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it!
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series, live from Mid-Ohio, Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
There's more to yard care than mowing. The Dixon GT Garden Tractor does it all. Cutting, bagging, towing, plowing, and more. This tractor's loaded with features like power deck lift, rugged sleeve hitch, premium controls, and a muscular Kawasaki FR engine, a critical component in getting things done. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines in select Dixon tractors at the Home Depot and authorized Dixon dealers.
You all want to run your businesses more efficiently, so we brought in a team of experts to help.
One suggestion is to make your shipping more efficient with priority mail flat rate boxes from the Postal Service.
Shipping's a hassle, weighing every box.
Actually, with flat rate boxes, you don't need to weigh anything under 70 pounds. If it fits, it ships for a low flat rate.
Call or go online for a free flat rate box shipping kit that includes free boxes and our helpful shipping guide. Do it today and we'll ship it all right to your door for free.
Okay, but I ship all over the country.
You can ship anywhere in the country for a low flat rate. Ship international, too.
And remember, flat rate boxes come in 4 sizes, and shipping starts at just $4.95. Call or go online for a free shipping kit with a full supply of free boxes plus the shipping guide. Act now and you'll get them all delivered right to your business free of charge.
Priority mail flat rate boxes. Only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship. Call or go online now to get started.
Around your computer when you enter your official NASCAR hologram code at nascar.com/hologram. Everybody who plays is an automatic winner.
At Joe Gibbs Racing, one crew works on the auto body, while Heath Cherry and the number 11 pit crew work on theirs.
My job is, up until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, working in the front office, and then at 3 o'clock I become pretty much a pit crew member. Where it's become important is because all of our cars are so close now, so really the human element plays a big part into it. The guys that you got prepping the car, guys you got driving the race cars, and then obviously the guys that you got pitting the race cars play a vital role in the outcome of the race.
As NASCAR has changed in recent years, workouts have evolved. Effort and intensity have picked up.
Get up there. Eric, any day of the week, baby. Any day of the week. It's evolved a lot over the last few years. When I first started, we would just get together a couple times a week. There was really not any structure to it. Now, for the most part, we're a 4-day type regimen. Usually there's cardio at least built into all 4 days. You only have to have so much strength to do this job, but for me it's more like injury prevention so that I can almost lengthen my career because these young guys are coming in every day, and I'm not getting any younger. And so I want to decide when I leave the sport. I don't want to be forced out because I didn't prepare myself physically.
Ain't fun to be proud of you.
That's right. Her and Jack LaLanne.
Following conditioning drills, workouts are put into practice, pit practice.
What do we got, pit stops? Let's put this thing on the floor and fire it up and do some stops.
Because of 4 tires, gentlemen.
Pit practice is where the human machine becomes as finely tuned as the cars themselves.
Over the last few years, we have added the pieces that I think were necessary, both from a talent perspective, but also from a personality perspective. That's the 3rd time I bumped you on that right side. Everybody has to know where everybody else is and know the strengths and weaknesses of that individual. That's why we practice them 4 days a week. We're working on executing that stop, not just only in a fast manner, but in an efficient manner, because it's one thing to do a 12-second stop, but if you got 2 lug nuts loose, it doesn't do you any good.
Hey, we don't miss a lug nut here. Give me 5s all the way through. We'll stop and we'll do the last one.
Sounds like a deal.
Don't miss the lug nut. We'll stop right here.
You do keep digging like you didn't.
Yeah, I know.
That was perfect. You just embrace the fact that you're going to get the chance to compete against hopefully what are the best teams and crews in the sport. And I feel confident in our team's ability to be able to come out and win those matchups.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
The longer you keep your high-mileage car, the more it pays you back. Get Castrol GTX High Mileage. It helps engines last longer by fighting the main causes of engine failure. Don't change your car, change your oil to Castrol GTX High Mileage. It's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
A day in the life of Aaron's spokesman, Michael Waltrip.
Good morning, Mr. Waltrip.
Morning. Could you move my 2 to 2:30 and hold all calls from DW?
Sure thing.
What is sports saying about me? Morning, Dave.
Morning.
What's happening at shopaarons.com?
Aaron's has name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers at the guaranteed low price. Flexible payment plans and no credit checks. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Autographs should have style like this. Oh, good, Lucky. Whoa, Dave.
Why are you in my yard?
Helping you save your weekend. Here, I packed your toiletries. You go cliff diving, dog sledding, alligator wrestling. So many super destinations, such low rates.
The race weekend has started. Denny Hamlin is off the pace, but both car and track feel comfortable.
Denny Hamlin won twice here in 2006, and then last summer.
That's the same car you're looking at right there that he's won 2 of his 3 races this year. He won at Martinsville and Darlington in this 11 car.
Or 87. You're second faster to most of them.
Heath Cherry is at the track too, back in North Carolina, to test his dirt track driving skills with fellow pit crew member Mike Hicks.
Hey guys, this is Tim Allen. He's going to be your instructor today.
Hey Tim,
Hey guys,
good to see you. Good.
Mike, how you doing, man?
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I know the tool man well.
Seen him
Watched
race?
run many times. Yeah, all around down there at Carolina Speedway where I grew up. Look,
Yeah.
Carolina looks a lot wider than this.
Yeah, it is there, especially when you get to late models out there. It gets real tight.
Yeah.
It gets real tight. That's what makes it fun.
We'll take you over to the classroom, go through a few things for you guys, and then after that we'll have Tim take you out on the racetrack for a track walk.
Sounds good.
All right, cool.
Let's do it.
Follow me.
We're a close-knit group with the 11, and we'll do a lot of different things together throughout the week, you know, whether it's just hanging out, going out to dinner, doing things like this. It is just a fun break, you know. You get into the grind of the season, and you got to have these breaks not only with your buddies, but also with your family.
It's about 400 horsepower. It has a 3-speed manual transmission in it, and this car you have a lot more tire to work with. You have a 14-inch tire, and it's quite a bit softer than the Legends car. So do you have any questions for me before you hit the track with Tim for the track walk?
Nope.
Okay.
You scared?
Try to keep it off the bottom, Aaron.
Yeah.
Okay, somewhere
Yeah,
here, right around in the middle. You get some of this banking. The banking helps.
Help hold you down a little bit.
It'll help the car turn.
Yeah.
And if you get too far sideways, it'll help straighten it up.
I actually grew up at a racetrack where Tim races currently, so I knew who he was. That's the first time today I'd actually met him, but I've watched him race many times. I know he's good at his trade.
Okay. When you get ready to roll off the track, it's a little narrow coming off the track here. Just knock it neutral and coast.
Okay.
Have fun.
Thanks, brother. I love dirt racing. I mean, I grew up watching dirt racing, and it's definitely a lot different. I had driven a sprint car before, and these late models just drive completely different than the sprint car. I probably was carrying a lot more speed than what I should have been at the time, being as I had only turned maybe 3 laps around here, as evidenced by my first run at it. But it was a lot of fun.
You know, go down there nice and slow a couple times and hit the brake, and then when you hit the brake, stab it. When you're, kind of like I was doing at the beginning of my session, kind of getting a feel for the car.
Gotcha. That was fun to get that instruction, just those little tidbits, you know, and in between my first run and my second run, I think you could tell a big difference just in some of those little trade secrets he was sharing, and I was actually applying them.
You tried.
I think at the end I got the hang of it. I just take a totally different approach. I go as hard as I can early, find the limit, and then bring it back in. So my early runs are pretty rough looking. You feel that banking holds you a little bit. Yeah. You feel it when you get back, it just points at you.
Yep. You're getting it.
No, that's awesome.
Seat time. Most valuable tool there is, seat time.
Yes, sir.
For Denny Hamlin, seat time translates into qualifying time.
Well, Denny Hamlin said if he could get a top 10 qualifying run, he'd feel like they'd have a pretty good day. Looks like he's going to be about 5th quickest at a 53.29. We still got a good 13 cars to go, but I'd say that may end up staying in the top 10.
Denny Hamlin will start Pocono from 5th position.
A fascination that transcends generations has led to the ultimate selection of collector cars auctioned off on television. Now, for the first time, Barrett Jackson comes to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live from the birthplace of American car culture.
So, $1 million, ladies and gentlemen.
Barrett Jackson, Orange County, live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern, only on Speed.
I want a home run. He wants an out. Only one of us will win. So I do everything I can to make sure it's me.
Winning takes intense preparation. Start with Wheaties Fuel, a bold honey cinnamon crunch cereal with complex carbs and B vitamins.
Wheaties Fuel, prepared to win.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Come on into Lowe's, your Father's Day headquarters. Right now, choose from dozens of gift ideas for under $5, $10, and $20. Like a Cobalt 5-piece pliers set made with super tough drop-forged chrome nickel steel for under $10. Or how about a Porter cable combo kit? An 18-volt drill, circular saw, NiCad battery, and 1-hour fast charger was $109, now all for an unbelievable $89. And enjoy free delivery on tool storage, truck boxes, and safes over $250. Happy Father's Day to dads everywhere. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
Sounds of NASCAR is presented by Sprint, the Now Network. Brought to you in part by True Value, Start Right, Start Here. And by Lumber Liquidators, hardwood flooring for less.
Race day has arrived. In the pre-dawn hours, the 11 crew assembles in Charlotte and prepares for the flight to Pocono.
Morning. How are we?
The second half of NASCAR's regular season gets underway today. Long Pond, Pennsylvania, the scene for race 14.
Well before the green flag, Heath Cherry is racing.
You guys doing all right? Good. Yeah, make sure that thing's smooth, baby. I need all the help I can get.
It'll come to fruition at the end of this race. You better have good strategy and good pit stops, because very well this race could be won and lost right there on that quarter mile of asphalt called pit road.
You know what we come for today? Let's go get the trophy today. We'll stop one to the end. Let's be focused, be on our game right from the get-go. Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3, dominate!
The green flag is out. We are racing at Pocono Raceway. 3 wide into turn 1.
29's got the 33. You're still 4 wide. Yeah, we'll do 4 wide here.
Oh! 5 wide to the top. Who wants some of this? Now Harvick shot out of a cannon.
Hamlin and Harvick almost make contact. Hamlin slides through. He'll grab the lead. Oh, there's trouble. Jamie McMurray gets hammered by David Reagan. Hard into the outside, retaining wall. Don't need nothing real big. Something small for right now until we can kind of get a feel for where this track is going. 10-4, just taking a couple tenths out. 4 tires of fuel. Get that track bar up and quarter around.
The 11 pulls into the pit. The crew goes over the wall. The line between men and machine blurs.
Busch wins the battle. Denny Hamlin up a spot to second.
Hey, you know the value of that number one stall? You know the value of that stall? We play our game, baby. We play our game. We don't need no faster than that.
New race leader is Sam Hornish Jr. Haven't talked much about Sam Hornish. Suddenly now he is the race leader. Here comes Denny Hamlin. He's been the dominant race car here today. Denny takes it all the way to the low side of the track. He picks up the lead.
Tires and fuel, 3/4 down, right rear. All clear. Clear.
There's no doubt. Across the long pond straightaway.
Tell you what, Logano hung right in there. Oh, he got into him!
Logano around.
Believe it. He let off the gas. I heard him let off the gas. Punch that motherfucker right in the nose.
We are getting word there will be a green-white checker.
What do you think, inside or outside? I think inside. What do you think? I do have Kyle behind me. He could stick me 3 wide. Kyle had gotten the fence. You were about a half second faster than he was right there. You got a better view. I'll go to the bottom.
NASCAR's version of overtime underway. We are green.
Great start by Hamlin. Here we go. Hold your breath.
Jason Kane gets checked around.
Caution. Caution's out. Caution's out. Checkered, Holmes. Come get the checkered. Good job, my man. It's where everybody earns their money. That 10-4 is too easy for too long today.
Career win number 12 for Hamlin comes in his 4th at Pocono. He wins.
Right, guys. Hell yeah.
Oh, and look at Logano. Pulls right up to Harvick.
He should be mad. Yeah.
And what an impressive day for Denny Hamlin, who at points in this race said, I'm just cruising, I'm out here riding, and he showed it late in the race, going from 16th to the win.
For Heath Cherry, 2 worlds come together in the winner's circle.
Laps. We're going to make them all today. Nobody been around here than you, man. Green, green, green.
Some guys will hit it. Some guys will miss it.
Hey, this is fun. Need a leader? Yes, sir. That's the leader. Well, there he goes. Second, put the hammer down. Woo! No one's as good as us.
The American auto industry was born in Michigan. NASCAR was born of the American automobile. The sport and the state are inexorably intertwined with the working class legacy of the Big Three. While economic downturn dominates national headlines, hard times are old news in Michigan. It's a state where struggle shapes the soul, making every race a must-win. It's the spirit that drives Brad Keselowski.
I think in general, success, whether you're talking about racing or in life in general, is defined by people who can make the most out of what they're given. I think those are the people I've always looked up to in my life. Those who can do the most with little.
Brad was born in suburban Detroit and grew up racing. Being the youngest on the track meant growing up fast.
I was 16 years old. This guy ran me off the racetrack. Probably 45 years old, 280, 6'2", the epitome of the guy you don't want coming after you. My dad gave me my best piece of advice right then and there, and that was in the race car, you're all the same size. You know, don't take any from anyone.
Bob Keselowski still had dreams, but gave up his Truck Series seat so his son could chase his.
Brad, are you old enough to race? Where are you starting?
I think one spot behind me.
That's what I thought. If you was in front of me, I was really going to be mad.
As Brad's NASCAR career began, the only luck he had was bad. Then another's aggression led to his big break. When Ted Musgrave was suspended, Brad was offered a one-race contract to prove himself. A dominating day was ended early by another aggressive act.
He's spinning on the racetrack, and around goes the 9 of Brad Keselowski.
He has lost a number of spots. He's going to come across, gosh, all the way back in the 11th position.
And that night was a defining moment for me. I took away from that, the aggressive nature of take no prisoners.
Brad's jailbreak style caught the eye of Dale Earnhardt Jr., who harnessed his wreckers or checkers mentality.
He considered on cruise control. Brad Keselowski started 37th in the U.S. Navy Chevrolet, but he sails to his first victory here at the Bristol Motor Speedway.
Winning races for JR Motorsports led to opportunities at the Cup level.
Here come Carl Edwards and Brad Keselowski.
Keep it up, Brad. Keep it right against him.
A lot of people blame him as being a dirty driver or overly aggressive. I think he puts himself in position to win races, and sometimes people confuse that because they don't like the fact that they didn't think of it first, I think.
You just watch him in your mirror. He's all over you. You're just you and him.
To have timed that perfectly like we did, that was pretty solid.
That's it. Don't go below the yellow.
Contact here at the trioval. Edwards goes up in the air, and Brad Keselowski scores the victory. A wild crash as they come down to the start-finish line.
I've never really remember him taking somebody out intentionally.
Ooh, Carl got clipped by Brad Keselowski.
I've seen him put himself in positions where he's wrecked somebody, but it wasn't a going into the corner and turning right into somebody,
The 99 has turned over Brad Keselowski. You know what? I think this was Carl Edwards' payback for what happened earlier in this race.
Did I just fly?
Yeah, you just flew, buddy.
There's some days where he's trying to find that edge of what line to cross and what not to cross.
Got a new player in the top 10. You see that 12 car, Brad Keselowski, sitting up there in the 8th spot.
Race the racetrack here. Be patient, be smooth, and we'll see what we got for him.
I like watching him race. He races hard and he races smart. But, when there's a few laps left, I definitely want him in my corner.
I don't know, I hear and read about it. Brad's made all these drivers mad. But I think it's funny that none of them ever come up and say anything to me. But you have to send a message that when it counts, I'm not going to allow myself to be pushed around.
Sounds of NASCAR is presented by Sprint, the Now Network. Brought to you in part by Motorsports Technician Career Training at the Motorcycle Technology Center. Visit mtc.yti.edu. And by Comfort Inn. After a long day of vacation, relax with Comfort Inn.
It balances you. It fills you with energy. And it gives you what you're looking for to live a more natural life in a convenient 2-bar pack. This is Nature Valley. Delicious granola bars made with 100% natural ingredients. Nature Valley, 100% natural, 100% delicious.
Introducing the Wall Lithium-Ion Groomer. With up to 3 times the runtime, up to twice the power, and a 1-minute quick charge. The Wall Lithium-Ion Groomer. It's positively better.
Do you remember when everybody's favorite show was Dad trying to assemble the family tent? Then keep the tradition going with great Father's Day gifts from Bass Pro Shops. Plus, don't miss Family Summer Camp with lots of kids' activities, s'mores around the campfire, and more. All for free.
So can you boys help me with all my car needs? Be trustworthy and greet me with a smile. I want to say, I got a car guy. You boys are just what I've been looking for. You got this, right?
Right now at Pep Boys, buy 1 tire for as low as $29.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
My truck has enough torque to pull 70,000 people out of their seats.
My truck's got a serious mean streak. I don't know what got that.
My truck's a 750 horsepower ego crusher.
My truck does forget to mind its manners a little bit. I apologize for that.
My truck doesn't mind getting scraped, but it loves getting drenched.
The NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. Tough trucks, tough racing.
Back in Detroit for the Michigan race, Brad Keselowski feels right at home.
You want to ask him how fast you going?
We'll be going about 205 on Saturday and Sunday.
And Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
Heading home to Rochester Hills, there are telltale signs that this is the Motor City.
I went on 696 to get here, and I was going 90, and I got passed by 6 cars.
They left?
Yeah, they left us late. 6 cars passed me while going 90.
Really?
It was I hate being passed in a car, and that was the best feeling ever to be passed. That was like, I'm home. When you get passed on the freeway going 9 miles an hour, you are in Michigan.
Bob Keselowski's race shop is Brad's second home. It's where his father taught him how to race and how to be a racer.
First time I ever drove anything was in this field, and it was special to me because I got my first go-kart when I was like 8 years old. I ran for like 5 summers in a row just through this field in a go-kart, just dreaming of actually racing. I had this perfect circle cut in it. Got my brother on the go-kart and wanted to show him how I did it, and he got on it and it changed the weight distribution. And I was in the process of spinning out down this wall right here, or through here on the gravel, and I only spun halfway out and drove straight into this wall, head on. And my dad came running out, yelling and screaming, thought we were dead. My dad, before he would load up his car for the racetrack, would always fire it up and drive it out the garage. And when he would do that, he always let us ride in the car. And that was a pretty cool feeling. That was first ride in a race car, and he'd drive it through here and pulled in the trailer, which used to be on the other side, and that was the coolest feeling ever, to get to ride in my dad's race car and right through the grass. And you felt like you were somebody. My uncle is the reason why I got along with Pop so well, because he is just like my uncle, like the left here.
Brad's NASCAR career helps keep his family back home in racing. Back in the early 70s, his Uncle Ron ran 68 Cup-level races.
This is what he started in.
Yeah, this is my old late model. It was one of the first things I did when I got a little bit of money from driving Dale's car, was buy this car back. Because I didn't want to see it get tore up without at least being one of my people that tore it up.
You're the one that tore it up.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to see it get finished off, without me being a part of it somehow, having some responsibility. Yeah. You said you put the True Track in it. Did you have to put a new ring and pinion in it? This car still got the original times on the tie rods. Brakes feel good. What are you using for pads? Well, what's this in here? You let them run a hose, Ron? When did that become okay? You have softened up a bunch. I would have never have gotten that hose.
If you want, well, you know why you would never got it? Because you'd be too late to put it in. And me and Jeff always used to say, we sure want to be alive today. Brad got to go get a real job, because his work habits were like about 0. I mean, this dog did more work than you did. If we're waiting for that day, I guess we got showed up. So.
I was too lazy to work, too honest to steal.
That's right. Timmy Jones give you that. You're too lazy to work and too honest to steal.
A perfect recipe for a race car driver.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on speed.
Just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
You all can cook. Only one can shine.
The next Food Network star, Sunday nights at 9.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Check out buyatoyota.com for unprecedented deals. Toyota, yes.
Welcome to the fastest internet speeds, delivering you more of what you love instantly. Welcome to more video, more downloads, and more speed than ever before. Welcome to Xfinity, only from Comcast.
Xfinity Internet. Get started today for just $24.99 a month for 6 months. Call 1-800-XFINITY.
Your Irish number is another lucky number. It's your official NASCAR hologram code, and it earns you a cool e-gift when you enter it at nascar.com/hologram.
While Brad Keselowski is at home in Michigan, Penske Racing is at home in North Carolina, preparing their cars. For 3 programs who work as one, it's the #2 team who has set the standard in 2010.
Kurt Busch is going to win it for Roger Penske. The Blue Deuce goes to victory lane again in Atlanta.
The Deuce is back!
Kurt Busch wins the Sprint All-Star race. Roger Penske prevails. Kurt Busch wins the Coca-Cola 600.
We just made a clean sweep of their checkbook, boys, 2 weeks in a row. That away, Kurt Busch!
When the 2 wins, everybody wins. You know, I mean, this is a company effort. I mean, everything that we do, we're 3 cars with 1 team is how we view this. We're constantly learning from each other between the 2, the 77 and the 12. We're swapping Brad between us and the Nationwide car, and then Sam's going to be doing restart testing for us while Brad's over the Nationwide car. We're not going to do any of the driveline testing until we put Sam in the car, which will be mid-lunchtime on Thursday. For Brad and myself, we set out the season to be consistent. You know, and that's how you build success. I mean, you don't do it flash in the pan overnight. You know, you have to work at it.
All right, right sides, we'll do 2 of them, and then we'll do 1 run around, going to stops.
We don't beat the knees off our guys. I mean, this is a 38 race season. I need guys that, you know, they can be as healthy at Daytona as they are at Homestead. So we try to get the best out of what we do. And that way, when we go to the track after 3 days of practice, the guys still feel like they're fresh. When I go out and look at guys to bring into the team, I go out and look at athletes, you know, and I try to get guys that have been in situations where you screwed up athletically and you have to come back and rebound. And I feel if I don't have guys to do that, then I haven't done my job in getting the right guys in position.
We've made a lot of gains this year in a lot of areas everywhere from, you know, shop performance all the way to racetrack performance, and that includes the pit crew. They know when Brad comes into the pits, he's stopping, he's hitting his sign, and the car's going to be in that spot. And that makes up a lot of time for the pit crew guys. I mean, they can get it after the car because they know where it's going to be. They're going through, you know, different scenarios of different changes, you know, if they're adding a spring rubber or changing the wedge or track bar height on top of, you know, changing 4 tires and adding fuel in 12 seconds.
Stop.
The number 12 car is set up, polished up, and loaded up for its 700-mile trek to Brad Keselowski's home state.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
I have fallen in love with making birdhouses.
What is that?
That's a horrible crow. Here's some things that I'll make as little portals for my bird friends. Honestly, I'd love to do this for the rest of my life. So I have to take care of myself.
To keep doing what you love, keep your heart healthy. Cheerios can help. The whole grain oats can help lower cholesterol.
Makes you feel ageless.
It's simple. Love your heart so you can do what you love. What do you love? See how Cheerios can help you do it.
NASCAR on TNT is back this summer. 6 explosive races fueled by intense competition. The Summer Series on.
NASCAR on TNT is brought to you locally by the new Panasonic Viera Full HD 3D TV. With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV?
Introducing Xfinity Voice, only from Comcast. It's home phone service reinvented. With unlimited nationwide calling for just $19.99 a month for 12 months. Chat with friends and family all day, every day. Get voicemail you can check online. And 12 popular calling features, including caller ID and call waiting. Plus crystal clear call clarity that's rated #1, all for just $19.99 a month for 12 months. Get Xfinity Voice now for this special introductory offer. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Michigan may be home, but unwelcome skies and Cup Series inexperience make Brad Keselowski feel like the new kid.
I think rain is going to be flirting with us all weekend long. So I think what you'll see, especially with our top 35 guys, you'll see them making race runs for about an hour, then they'll kick in the qualifying trim for that last 30 minutes.
Just a little free center off. Starts at the center.
Fourth, 39.50.
Damn, is it a rocket down the straightaway, though?
We have speed every week. It's just a matter of getting Brad comfortable.
Just throwing it, Jay. I like that.
39.53. Good lap.
A lot of people think he's a seasoned veteran, and if you look at it, he is in racing, but he's not really with the COT car.
You know, Brad driving this car, he started driving it this year. To be at Pocono for the first time, I thought Brad had a great race at Pocono. This is one of those guys, one of those teams that over the next couple of years is going to step up and be a lot more competitive.
I feel like we can win a race anywhere from Martinsville to Daytona and run well and run competitive. And really looking forward to going back to these tracks the second time where we have a notebook put together.
The first practice is nothing to write home about.
Oh, something's wrong here. My whole cockpit just filled with smoke.
All right, 10-4. Go on to the garage area here. Don't worry about a tire sheet.
I don't know if you can see it or not, Jay, but it looked like it trailed a pretty fair amount of smoke most of the way down the back strips there. Yeah, 10-4. I just killed it here, Jay. Didn't feel anything go wrong, but I just shut it right down.
We'll get in here, guys. Get it up on all four. Check everything gear and transmission-wise. Carol, start looking over the engine compartment there.
Hey, Carol. We got some rubber or something laying up on top of the tailpipes here. Yeah, I seen that smoking when we jacked it up. There's something sitting on top of it.
When we were parking last night, there was a seal truck sealing out in the track.
You said you saw smoke, right? Explain what you saw there.
Yeah, it wasn't like a big plume or anything, just a light trail.
After cleaning the track sealant off of the tailpipe, the 12 returns to practice.
Brad, if this feels pretty good to you, rub me more than that. Just in case we don't get practice tomorrow, okay?
Moving that groove up a little bit, especially in 3 and 4.
Anybody higher than that 3 and 4 lane? 56 is about probably maybe a half a car width higher than you are.
I gotta believe one thing has not changed about this racetrack is no matter how you are in practice, when you go to qualify your car at Michigan, she's gonna gain about 10 degrees of looseness.
Those are pretty decent lap times. I just like to be able to run the bottom just a little bit longer. Guys, we're going to make one more race adjustment here.
We have rain on the racetrack, and thus the red flag stopping practice with just over 20 minutes left in this scheduled session. Guys, it's almost dark out there.
think we're done, Jay. Damn, where'd that come from?
The sky.
Good eye. I looked down there a second ago, it was nice and dry, and all of a sudden, whoo.
The forecast for tomorrow is a little iffy as well.
Yeah, chance of showers all weekend.
And let me tell you, these guys who drew in early numbers, they're all looking up, praying for a little more sun.
Using the same data, the number 2 turns in a noteworthy qualifying run, while the 12 adds to their notebook.
It's always hard to combine data. I don't really have like the playbook from Hendrick or anything like that, but there's a philosophy of, hey, as a group we need to aspire to work together in this way and motivate each other in this way.
Oh, Kurt Busch, he's making a run for the pole guys off the turn 4.
He's got a shot at it.
Yes, sir. He does.
We rely on Kurt and Sam and stay in the same ballpark with them on setups.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Just so we can learn, so the next time we go back we have a better baseline and hopefully be more competitive.
But sometimes setups don't equate to on-track success.
Whoa, baby. Get ready to make a lot of noise. Big boom noise.
Yeah.
Cargo boom.
We all said the same thing.
He made a nice recovery right now, though, Gerald. Bad as that car got loose.
Gave it all I had.
Yeah, I'll say you did.
Yes, he did.
While teammate Kurt Busch wins the pole, Keselowski starts 33rd.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
A day in the life of Aaron's spokesman, Michael Waltrip.
Good morning, Mr. Waltrip.
Morning. Could you move my 2 to 2:30 and hold all calls from DW?
Sure thing.
What is sports saying about me?
Morning, Dave.
Morning.
What's happening at shopaarons.com?
Aaron's has name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers at the guaranteed low price. Flexible payment plans and no credit checks. Nobody beats Aaron's.
Autographs should have style like this. Oh, good, Lucky. Whoa, Dave.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Isn't it a little late to be selling lemonade?
Well, we're out here in case anybody forgets to bring some Mike's Hard Lemonade in there.
There should be more to a party than just beer.
Why?
For one, Mike's is a great way to switch things up from beer, and 2, Cheryl over there doesn't even drink beer.
Really?
Yeah. Thanks.
Who's Cheryl?
I have no idea. She just looks like a Cheryl. Yo, Cheryl!
Don't forget the mics. Lemonade for grown-ups.
Sounds of NASCAR is presented by Sprint, the Now Network. Brought to you in part by Lumber Liquidators, hardwood flooring for less. And by Nature Valley Granola Bars, the taste nature intended.
"90 miles from Detroit, race day turns the Michigan International Speedway into NASCAR's Motor City. With Red Wings defenseman Nick Lidstrom and Lions first-round draft pick Ndamukong Suh, the number 12 car is a who's who of Detroit sports stars.
Have you seen our cars before? Dude, you gotta check this out, man. It's all carbon seats. These are the safest seats, period, man. We've advanced the seat technology so much that I took a hit this year in Atlanta. I got upside down and flipped, hit like 60 G's, and got out. I was able to walk away.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, this is molded perfectly to my body. So I actually have to sit in the mold for like a half hour. and then they come back in and cut the flashing out, so it's a perfect fit for me. So if I gain weight or anything, they got to redo the mold.
All right, guys, let's have a good one here. Middle of the summer starting to come. Important months, man. Just got to keep stepping it up here every week. Work our way to the front. Sorry, we couldn't get a little better qualifying effort, but give you all I got all race long.
Yeah, 10-4. We'll get away at it all day. Just be there at the end. We'll get us a good solid finish. Head for the win here. You guys in the pits, just give me your A game.
Green. We are green in Michigan. The first few laps of the race at Michigan is trying to get in your place where you want to run. The 11 car really is working pretty nice on the bottom. He dives in this corner. You see him go down the press pitch here. And as they get to the first corner, the 39 and the 24 are up. He goes down.
Gosh, the 11th is flying.
Hey, he's got everybody covered right now. Hang in there.
Hey, I don't know why I don't roll the center as good as everybody else does. Big arc, no arc, middle lane, top lane, bottom lane, no matter.
And the 11, Denny Hamlin, he's away. That cycle of green flag stops began at lap 88.
No
problem for Hamlin.
Still running, it may have picked up air in the pit.
Ooh, that's going to cost him the lead.
All right, don't make that up. All right, buddy, you're the man. Go after him here.
Casey Kane into that low groove. He's going to put the nose out in front. Casey Kane gets it done at the exit of turn number 2.
The 83 of Casey Mears into his teammate, the 82 of Scott Speed.
I mean, really, we're running like in the very back of the pack like crap, and we're going to wreck each other? Really? Yeah, I tried not using any brakes, Jay, to get it off the splitter like Kurt told me, but it's just not enough.
Okay, 10-4. 10-4. We'll work on it all day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wheel straight, hold the brake. Rev it up. Be ready. Outside. Go. Clear. Outside. Go.
Great job. Getting on, getting off, pit stop, everything, man. Take advantage of it.
Denny Hamlin lost the ground exiting pit road, but Hamlin back up running strong and gaining those spots back. New race leader in this afternoon's 400-mile event at Michigan, Denny Hamlin.
You're still pulling away. 6 seconds over P2.
Can you say red hot? That describes Denny Hamlin and the FedEx Toyota team as they score their 5th win of the year today.
All we do is win, baby.
Good job, guys. Way to hang in there, Kurt. We just missed it a little bit there. Sorry about that, bud.
Denny Hamlin scored his 5th win of the season in dominating fashion. Michigan is not the homecoming Brad Keselowski had hoped for. The 12 must settle for 27th.
Race number 16 of the season brings us to within 10 races to the Chase cutoff and also to our first road course race of the year here at the Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California. It has been a beautiful day so far, and we still have a matter of Sprint Cup Series qualifying coming your way, and perhaps one of the more significant qualifying sessions of the year, because qualifying well could spell a win for somebody, and a good run here on the road course could propel a driver into the chase for the 2010 Sprint Cup. Welcome back, everyone, to the speed stage here. I'm John Roberts alongside of Randy Pemberton and some great West Coast race fans out here with us, guys. Having a good time today here and enjoying wine country as always. And something new, right turns on the left coast, Randy.
Yeah, we're looking forward to qualifying coming up here in just a little while from now. And there's a mixed bag of teams out here that have brought brand new race cars. Some teams have brought chassis from last year. The difference when you go to a road course, of course, is you only run that car perhaps twice a year, and some even use a different car when they go to Watkins Glen as opposed to out here at Infineon. But kind of a mixed bag, and we saw the top 10 speeds, and we'll take a look at those in just a moment as well. But the guy on top of the board, Marcos Ambrose. Everybody talks about him being one of the best road course races there is in the land, and he proved that here earlier today by leading practice. So qualifying coming up in here in just a little bit is going to be interesting.
And a qualifying session you want to watch because there is so much to lose in qualifying. You go off this course, it's not like you get right back on and get your qualifying position back again. It could be disastrous. But for more on the news of the day, let's go down to Bob Dillner with our Geico Pit Report. Bob?
Well, Johnny, a lot of people talking about what happened with Jeff Gordon's car and the fuel in it during the first practice session. And right now we have a lot of unanswered questions. Let's go through the day for Jeff Gordon. On the racetrack, he was 7th quick out here through the twists and turns of this 11-turn road course. But then the crew noticed something while placing fuel in the car. They actually saw a discolorization in the vent tube for the filler, and that's when they notified NASCAR. You see John Drager right there, the NASCAR official, taking a look at things here in the garage area. Now, another team was also called upon to actually give some fuel, and that's the 88, but Steve Letarte and Jeff Gordon very concerned about this. There was some rumor, you can see that right there. They're taking the fuel from the 88 team, and just moments ago, Robin Pemberton, the vice president of competition for NASCAR, and Steve Letarte talking in the garage area. There was a report that it was ethanol, but we cannot confirm that. Nobody knows exactly what the substance was that made the discolorization in the fuel. But a heads up by Hendrick and their organization for notifying NASCAR. Now, I just spoke to Robin Pemberton. He's behind me talking to the Richard Petty Motorsports officials, and everybody in the garage area here is wondering what is going on. Is this an isolated incident? Right now, NASCAR believes it is, but they have taken the fuel from the 24 and the 88 in that first practice session to test it. And that's what we know right now. We know all these teams get their fuel from the Sunoco pumps, which are located down towards turn number 10 here at Sunoco. So they actually know exactly where the fuel came from, but they don't know how it got discolored. Hermie Sadler?
Yeah, and Bob, every time we come to Infineon, we see some faces we don't see every week. One of those is Brian Semo back behind the wheel for Tommy Baldwin Racing, and you said you guys made a lot of progress in that first practice to get where you're at. Now you've got to repeat that for qualifying. Can you get it done?
Well, we're hoping so. I mean, we made some big progress, and we certainly would like to have started off where we left off. But no, we got one lap to figure it out here, and my definition of success is having these guys here tomorrow morning.
Hey, and you talked about this racetrack qualifying on a driver. On an oval, you go in turn 1, out turn 2, 3, and 4. Here, you got 11 turns to either make it up or make one mistake. So how do you approach this qualifying lap? Conservative, or do you got to lay it on the line?
Well, with the drivers that are in the backside of this field, the ones trying to get in, you got to drive this race car. Now, our situation here is we're going to be second to last, so we get to see if anybody makes some mistakes. That may ease some pressure for us. It's hard to say, but with this field, you got to drive hard the whole time, and you got to hope you don't make any mistakes.
And I heard Tommy Baldwin say earlier this week, you helped him, bring some sponsors to the table last year, and you guys had the race made coming to get the checkered flag, had some engine problems, and he came back to you this year and said, hey, come on back and drive this race car. Let's give it another shot. Good move by Tommy Baldwin.
Well, Tommy, you got to give it to this team. They really work hard to be here, and they don't have the wherewithal to do a lot of the things a lot of other teams do. So you got to commend them, and it's really fun to work with a guy like Tommy. It's just a great guy, and I hope the best for this team, and hopefully they get some sponsor dollars and keep their program moving forward.
And this is the cool thing when you see a deal like Tommy Baldwin, Brian Semo, the good stories that may come out of qualifying today, and these guys are hoping to be one of those guys that get in the show today, Johnny.
Hermie, thanks a lot. Best of luck to Brian as he makes his effort to make his way into a Sprint Cup Series race. But back to the fuel situation, Randy. First of all, it tells you one thing, how keen the eyes are of those guys to notice the discoloration and how quickly they went to NASCAR to make sure they remedied the situation, because you do not want your qualifying effort to be disallowed.
Right. If you're not a Hendrick Motorsports fan or you're not a Jeff Gordon fan, you might be thinking, oh, man, maybe it was something performance enhancing. The one thing that they have going for them is they noticed it themselves, brought it to the attention of NASCAR. Whether or not it was performance enhancing or not, we'll find out as this fuel goes through testing to see if it indeed was an isolated incident. My speculation is that more than likely it was an isolated incident. How did it happen? Perhaps some remnants of some other fuel could have been left over in a dump can that you used to fill the race car. And if that was the case, hopefully there'll be no fine and no situation at all. But very interesting and perplexing, to say the least, Johnny.
Yeah, well, history tells us, Randy, that at this racetrack, starting up front is a very good thing. Juan Pablo Montoya won it from starting position number 32. But again, that was a question of fuel, not what was in the fuel, but how much fuel was in the car, as Juan was able to parlay that into a victory.
Qualifying is so nerve-wracking here because you can have a great lap going for you and just go off the course with a turn or two to go and blow your entire lap. First of all, the guys that are outside the top 35, they have to be somewhat conservative. So don't expect one of those guys to qualify inside the top 5, even if they were capable. But beyond that, you want to qualify up front here at Infineon. It just makes the day go so much easier. You're not forcing the crew chief to try to pit on pit road a little bit early to make sure you don't get caught when a caution comes out. So there are so many benefits to qualifying up front, and we did see some different guys running up front there in practice, and particularly the Richard Childress guys. All of those guys fast, all in the top 10. Jeff Gordon was in there, but once again, Marcos Ambrose, Casey Kane was in there. So it's going to be interesting to see who sits on the pole here this afternoon, Johnny.
Well, it may be getting a little late on the East Coast, but here on the West Coast, we are just getting fired up. There is still a lot to come today, live on speed here from the Infineon Raceway, and you got Sprint Cup Series qualifying. There are 46 cars for the 43 positions, and that's at 6:30 Eastern time. Then trackside features Marcus Ambrose and Robbie Gordon, and also legendary running back Roger Craig from the San Francisco 49ers. That's at 8:30 Eastern time. And there you see some of the best in the business exchanging ideas, or maybe they're just talking about maybe doing some sipping later on today. Yeah. We don't know, but we'll be back in just a moment.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage. And by Lumber Liquidators, hardwood flooring for less.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on speed.
If you've dreamed of going camping, now's the time to head to Camping World RV. Coleman, America's leader in outdoor products, introduces a brand new line of affordable travel trailers now available at Camping World. Starting at less than $14,000, Coleman RVs include amenities typically charged as an upgrade. Visit Camping World RV Sales and check out all the spacious floor plans. And for a limited time, ask for the Race Fan Special and receive a Coleman gift pack with any new Coleman RV purchase. Call 1-866-RV-DEALER for a location near you or log on to campingworldrv.com.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
So can you boys help me with all my car needs? Be trustworthy, greet me with a smile. I want to say, I got a car guy. You boys are just what I've been looking for. You got this, right?
Right now at Pep Boys, buy one tire for as low as $29.99. Buy any 2 tires, get a free oil change. Buy any 3 tires and get the 4th tire free.
Pep Boys does everything for less.
Boston Lager is my favorite. I wanted to design a glass that would enhance the flavor of Boston Lager.
We did a laser etch on the bottom. Releases the hop aromas. This bulb is for collecting aromas.
It sounds crazy, but it really works.
To the show. Fiberglass Boomtown, Mecca for the V8 faithful. Pilgrims, diehards, gearheads, zealots, a multitude of fans bound together by a ribbon of asphalt, celebrating as one the triumph of speed and the escape from everything routine. If you've never been, check your expectations at the gate. Everything else is just a game.
Welcome back to Wine Country, everyone. A lot of people bouncing around here, getting ready to watch qualifying here coming up in, just a matter of about 20 minutes. And starting up front at this racetrack is a good place to be. There have been 21 Sprint Cup races since this track joined the series in 1989. And year after year, the guys who start up front tend to run better. But Juan Pablo Montoya won it from the 32nd starting position just a couple of years ago. So don't write off your favorite driver just yet. Let's take a look at the practice speeds. And Randy, Randy Pemberton, there is your points leader, Kevin Harvick, and a guy who has won on a road course before, but not this one.
Yeah, he has got to be pleased with what his car did here this afternoon. 5th quickest in practice. RCR's got it going on. They've got the nice light cars. They've got great engine packages. The chassis are working good. And Kevin Harvick sitting on top of the points battle right now. On top of that, he'd love to leave here with a top 10. That would certainly bode well for sticking up there on top of the point standings, JR.
All 3 of the Richard Childress racing cars were in the top 10 in that practice session, but here is a most recent winner at this racetrack. Casey Kane was 4th fastest in practice, and Randy, like a lot of other drivers have done, winning this race sometimes can propel a guy into the chase.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, where has Casey Kane all of a sudden come from to make himself a road racer? He must have thought about this, worked hard on this, because all of a sudden Casey Kane, not only does he get it done here at Infineon last year to win, he's right up there in practice again, so he's looking pretty stout with that new Ford engine under the hood.
Another fast car, Ryan Newman from Stewart Haas Racing. He was 3rd fastest in the practice, better than 93 miles per hour. And then how about Clint Boyer, which we found out earlier that statistically Clint Boyer has done well on the road courses in his career.
He sure has. He's only been in 4 here at this particular racetrack, but he's got 3 top 10 finishes, and anybody that can accumulate that really is turned into a good road racer. So he's underrated without a doubt.
Not too shabby at all for the number 33. Let's go up now to the fastest car. The man from down under, Marcus Ambrose, was fastest in the practice session. And ever since he has come to NASCAR, no matter what series he's run on, Randy, he's done well on the road course.
Yeah, and of course, if you looked into the news over the past week or so, you'll remember that Jeff Gordon and he swapped cars during a test, and Gordon was absolutely amazed by this man's prowess on a road course. Not to mention, he realized how much horsepower the Hendrick Motorsports team has, but thought Marcos Ambrose was simply amazing by outrunning him at a test session.
Marcus becomes an awful popular guy in the road course garage area because people like to come over and ask him, how the heck do you do it? Jeff Burton in the 6th spot, Jeff Gordon in the 7th spot. He is your Sprint Cup Series leader with road course victories with 9. Paul Menard, Kyle Busch. Kyle was a guy who swept these races one year, a couple years back, both of the road course races, and Martin Truex Jr. is also in the top 10. And I'm not too sure what this is right now, but I'm sure it will be explained to us shortly by Bob Dillner.
Well, JR, you've seen the Toyota Sponsifier commercials all year long where fans could create their own color scheme for a car. Well, this is the uniform that Michael Waltrip is actually wearing this weekend. He's got the car painted up very similarly. It's very difficult to say, but Michael, a very special weekend actually being able to wear this uniform and run that race car.
Yeah, this is truly art coming to life. You know, Carson's grandma, Praying for Carson is our car. His grandma designed this race car, and there's so many people that went online and voted. Over 1 million voted it on Toyota.com for the Sponsifier ad, and this car won. It was the most popular voted car, so I'm really proud for Carson. He came to Charlotte, got to meet him, and as you can see, the car is beautiful. It's got flowers and bugs, and who doesn't love kitties and rabbits and little baby seals?
Who doesn't love love, right?
I love love, and you know who else loves love? Bob Dillner. Look what he did.
Oh boy, let's not even go there. Let's talk about you talk about the back of something. You know, you were a little bit slow there in practice. You got some stepping up to do here in qualifying. How about it?
I know. I've always done what really, pretty well on these road races, but my car's just been so loose, and I've talked to Marcus Ambrose about everything he's doing, and I'm trying my best to. Had some brake problems at first. The front brakes didn't work right, and then they got those squared away, and the rears didn't work right, and my car, it hops off the ground a lot. And I know you're probably going to say, Bob, well, don't hit those curbs, and it won't do that. But it even hops off the ground when I'm not on the curb. So I had to get up to speed. I love that Napa sign right over my shoulder. I had to get up to speed and learn the track. I didn't race here last year, and the car's just not handling like I want it to. We ran 119 flat our last run. We need to run an 18 flat. I know I can do that if we can just get it tightened up a little bit. So hopefully things will go well for our team, because I want to be here on Sunday for Carson's sake. Draw a lot of attention to his disorder. He's got knee high. It's a breathing disorder, and his grandma and his family were at Charlotte, and they were so excited about this car, and I'm very happy about being in it. I just hope I can. A lot of pressure. I want to go do the job, though. I like pressure.
And the cool thing is, not only is Michael winning wearing the winning colors from the first Toyota Sponsifier contest. Well, contest number 2 starts this Sunday. You can go back and actually design a car yourself. That contest, of course, is going to be just as exciting as the first. But how excited are you about it? And what commercials are we going to see this time? Who's going to love what?
I get to be in one where I'm the ruler of France, Napoleon. So I look forward to you seeing that. And they're just so cool. The way that Toyota comes into our sport and just makes it fun for the fans, I really appreciate that. Certainly been through a little bit of rough times lately with my friends at Toyota, but they've stepped up and are building the safest cars in the world, and I'm just really proud to be a part of their family. And the fact that they involve the fans like they do and let them go online and create cars that can really be on the racetrack. I don't think we've ever seen a promotion where a commercial turned into an actual real race car, and that's really special for me and my team. We wouldn't have this team if it weren't for Toyota, and I certainly am very supportive of them, and I love their respect of our sport. They just tiptoed in and said, we want to race if y'all don't care. We're not going to beat our chest and say we're going to kill everybody. We're just going to come in and race, and I'm really happy to be associated with a group like that.
Well, the cool thing is the winner of Toyota Sponsor Fire Contest number 2 gets a trip to Phoenix, and that should be pretty cool. But, Johnny, can you imagine him being Napoleon?
That will be the tallest Napoleon in the history of France, I believe. All right, thanks, Mikey and Bob, and good job on that car. It seems like a great cause for that young man, Carson. Let's tell you what's coming up here tonight on Speed. Tonight, the Ultimate Friday Night House Party heads west to Wine Country as NASCAR prepares for its first road course event of the season. And we're there as Marcus Ambrose. Robbie Gordon stopped by NASCAR Trackside tonight at 8:30 Eastern, only on Speed.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot. Live from Infiniti Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed. Come on into Lowe's, your Father's Day headquarters. Right now, choose from dozens of gift ideas for under $5, $10, and $20. Like a Cobalt 5-piece pliers set made with super tough drop-forged chrome nickel steel for under $10. Or how about a Porter cable combo kit? An 18-volt drill, circular saw, NiCad battery, and 1-hour fast charger was $109, now all for an unbelievable $89. And enjoy free delivery on tool storage, truck boxes, and safes over $250. Happy Father's Day to dads everywhere. Experience Lowe's. Let's build something together.
This week, it's the site of 4 unbelievable finishes.
Golf Channel is live from majestic Pebble Beach.
U.S. Open Week, all this week on Golf Channel.
Sponsored in part by Heavenly Greens Artificial Turf Systems. So soft, so natural, so green. It's hard to tell it's not real. For best quality home or commercial lawns and putting greens, call Heavenly Greens or visit their website at heavenlygreens.com.
Summer sale is on right now at Antioch Toyota. All Toyotas come with the Antioch Promise, our commitment to the highest level of customer service. And we have 0% APR available on 10 new vehicles. Grab the brand new 2010 Prius for just $179 a month. Or get 0% APR for up to 36 months with approved credit. Only at the Superstore. Antioch Toyota. Or pick up a new 2010 Camry for just $17,738. Or get 0% APR up to 36 months on approved credit. Make the smart choice and head to Antioch Auto Center. Serving Contra Costa for 21 years. So big they named an exit after them. Auto Center Drive off Highway 4.
Discover the soul of NASCAR at over 50 NASCAR home tracks across North America. Visit NASCARHometracks.com to find a track near you.
Well, Tony Stewart is second on the all-time win list, Randy Pemberton. Second behind Jeff Gordon on road course victories. Jeff has 9. Tony has 7. But let's take a look at his last few races where he has catapulted himself up into the top 12 in points.
Yeah, other than Darlington had a tough night there, but 18th in points when he leaves Darlington. Then Dover 9th, Charlotte 15th, pretty solid there. Pocono 3rd, Michigan 5th, all the way up to 11th. And, you know, for a long time now, people have said, well, Smoke, you know, he generally catches fire during the summer months. Well, here's an indication of it right now, as soon he'll be getting ready to go out and qualify here at Infineon. But would not be surprised at all to see him continue that trend here at Infineon by picking up perhaps a top 5, maybe even a win.
That's why Dale Earnhardt used to always say, hey, those top 5s, be happy with them because they'll win you a championship. And Tony Stewart's the only driver to win a championship in both formats, the Chase and the old Winston Cup format. We'll be back.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infiniti, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live Speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
600 pounds of salmon breath. You in? 5th generation 4Runner. Sucker punched by a big fish. You in? 5th generation 4Runner.
At eHarmony, we use our in-depth personality profile to match millions of people every day.
By the time we met each other, it felt like we had known each other for years. It was the best date I ever had, the first date with him, because I was.
Start with your free profile at eHarmony.com.
Do you remember when taking a bath and going for a swim became the same thing for a few days? Then keep the tradition going at Bass Pro Shop's Family Summer Camp with free activities and crafts. This weekend, kids can paint a free lure for Father's Day.
Sunday, NASCAR race day. Uncorked some Father's Day fun in the wine country of Sonoma, California as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live, and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for 5. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot live from Infineon. Sunday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed. Darrell Waltrip and Hermie Sadler will join us on the stage for that edition of NASCAR race day. And with that in mind, let's now go down and join Mr. Hermie Sadler.
Well, JR, I'm with one of the guys I know, one of your favorite people in all of Sonoma. That's Kevin Buckler, owner of the 71 car. And we say wine country, a home game for you guys this weekend, and a lot of cool stuff going on when you bring all your family and friends to this event.
It is really cool. You know, this is our home track, and you know, being here in the wine country, and you know, having all of our TRG Motorsports partners to thank for getting us here to this race this weekend, and a little bit of help from Adobe Road Winery. We had a great party last night at the shop, and it's just always fun. I get to sleep in my own bed, and I know the track so well, so you know, I can help a little bit here. And you know, for me, of course, I love the road courses. That's my background, but it's just a great event for everybody. I know everyone has a smile on their face when they're here.
And you've got some laps on this racetrack, and you're going to be on top of the pit box for Bobby Labonte this weekend. A little bit more pressure this weekend for you?
Yeah, I hope I don't screw anything up. No, the strategy is my game on the road course side with the Grand Am and the Rolex stuff, so hopefully I can add a little bit here. But, you know, Bobby's a great road racer. He's with us this year at Daytona, and, you know, I'm working with our new crew chief here this weekend, and we're expecting some good stuff. You know, this is a good event for us. A little bit of a game changer, kind of levels the playing field a little bit, like we say in the road racing world, racing in the rain. So.
Well, these guys have a big weekend starting last night and hoping to finish it off with a solid run this weekend at their home track here at Sonoma. Johnny?
Hermie, thanks a lot. Always good to come home, especially if your home is wine country, which we all enjoy being out here in the sun in Sonoma, having a great time so far this weekend and looking forward to a great race as well. And be the biggest race fan you can be with Verizon Championship Racing at the track and on your phone. From nationwide and IndyCar driver meet and greets to exclusive looks inside the Penske garage right on your VCast phone. We're your hard card to racing nirvana. 3G coverage on Verizon.
The Camping World Destination Recreation Sweepstakes is back and better than ever. More prizes and chances to win this year's grand prize. A 4-Winds Hurricane Motorhome. Second prize, a new Coleman travel trailer.
Plus, great Camping World RV and outdoor accessories.
Over $100,000 in prizes will be given away during the Camping World Destination Recreation Sweepstakes in 2010.
Log on to campingworld.com or visit any Camping World retail location to enter and for prize details.
Watch Camping World's Destination Recreation product features on Speed during the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series race.
Jonah Hex. Always do like when you show up.
What happened to your face? Cut myself shaving. What happened to yours?
Jonah Hex. Rated PG-13.
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. New Schick Hydro, with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while 5 blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. It's the best shave for your skin. The new Schick Hydro. Free your skin.
When my dad wasn't racing cars, he was rebuilding them. And the same went for me. That's why when I want to look for a classic to rebuild, I go to Copart.com. Copart.com has over 50,000 vehicles online to choose from every day. Everything from classics, cars, trucks, motorcycles, rebuilders, you name it. That's what makes Copart.com the virtual auction for people who are passionate about cars, like me, Carl Edwards. Copart.com, where car guys get cars.
This is Matt Kenseth, and you're watching Speed.
The most anticipated car collector auctions on television. Come to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live. Barrett Jackson, Orange County. Live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern. Only on Speed.
Rescue Me premieres Tuesday, June 29th at 10, only on FX.
NASCAR Live is presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Call Geico at 1-800-947-AUTO or visit geico.com. Brought to you in part by Tornadoes. Bold is how we roll. And by Bass Pro Shops. Your adventure starts here.
One of the truly great things about a trip to wine country and a road course race is the fact that we get to see some faces we don't normally see throughout the year on the Sprint Cup Series. Let's go down to Bob Dillner, who is standing by with one of those guys who are dependable temporary labor.
That's right, Johnny, and it's nice to meet Matthias Ekstrom this week, driving the 83 car for Red Bull Racing. But I want to know, coming from the rally circuit, big difference in these cars. Have you gotten used to this big old heavy stock car, and are you ready to qualify here at Sonoma?
Yeah, I mean, I feel I've done the test at VIR, and we have some practice sessions here. I did a K&N practice and qualifying as well, so I had a taste of it. But sure, I mean, I pay a lot of respect to the NASCAR drivers which do this, because they know their car is very good and they're very special to drive, so you need to be very skillful to make them go really quick.
I'll tell you what, we'll be watching this guy all weekend long. And for more on the interesting story of the 83, here's Hermie Sadler with the driver in that car last week.
Yeah, we got Casey Mears standing by. Casey, obviously everybody knows by now you stepped out of the 83 car for the rest of the year, but good news, you'll be back in Tommy Baldwin's car. What can we expect to see from you for the rest of the year?
I'm excited about it. And Tommy's a good guy, and he really knows what he's doing with the race cars. We had a good run at Richmond, and I think that kind of sparked some things there. I think Tommy and I saw that if we get things right, we can go out and really run well. So right now we're talking about running Loudon, looking at Indianapolis and Chicago. Obviously, whatever he can run, we're going to run, and just keep working at it, have some fun, hopefully.
And coming to the racetrack when you're not actually in a car, I've done that myself. That's not too much fun. You deserve some credit for doing that.
It is not fun. Every time I come to the racetrack this year and I know I'm not going to be in the car, I think, I can go do that, no problem. And you get here and you're just dying. You watch these guys go around the track and it's not what you want to be doing. So I'm glad I'm here. Obviously it's good to be here. I've been hanging out with Tommy and those guys at the 36 a little bit. And, I'm looking forward to next week and getting back in the car.
And if I get the opportunity to trip somebody up in the pits here to get you in, I want a little cut of this. But, hey, it's tough. Casey Mears at the racetrack, that's a good sign. But he'll be back behind the wheel for Tommy Baldwin at Loudon next week. Johnny?
Hermie, thanks a lot. Look forward to seeing Casey Mears back behind the wheel of that race car. Good driver, just needs to find a home right now. And he'll have to sit out and watch this weekend like some other drivers who have the substitutes in for him as the road course ringers come. But it's just Randy Pemberton, part of racing on the road course.
Yeah, absolutely. You always want to try to stick the best driver in there that you possibly can for your organization. This is a team sport, and sometimes the driver has to step aside as well. So good luck to Casey Mears. I'm sure he's going to do a great job for Tommy Baldwin. Back to Matthias Ekstrom. The one thing about this guy here, and now he's coming here with a lot of road racing experience. He's going to have to get used to these stock cars. He's going to have to get used to them while racing under competition. But when you look at a guy like this, here's a guy that could get better and better and better as the race goes on. So if he can keep this car underneath him, they can give him a decent enough chassis so when he gets ready to go out there and he starts running a little bit harder, he possibly could pull a big finish out. Some of these guys that are not necessarily experts on road course races, they don't necessarily get any better throughout the day, but I expect a guy like him to get better from green flag to checkered flag.
And also watch out for him in the K&N race this weekend as well. He'll be logging a lot of laps on this racetrack. And also, let's not forget about our double duty drivers who will be logging a ton of laps this weekend as they go across country. Juan Pablo Montoya has won here before. He is looking to whip off a good qualifying run, as are the rest of the drivers in the field. Let's now send it up top to Steve Burns, who has Sprint Cup Series qualifying for you.
It's time to set the field for Sunday's race here at the Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California. It's a beautiful day weather-wise. 46 teams and drivers here for 43 positions. It's the first road course event of 2010. 72 degrees, 0% chance of rain here in wine country, the Sonoma Valley. And hi, everybody. Steve Burns, Larry McReynolds, and DW Darrell Waltrip. And now, Darrell, you can win from deep in the field. Juan Pablo Montoya did it from 32nd, but just like any other track, you want to be up front.
Yeah, and Steve, the tough part about a road course is, particularly when you get ready to qualify, is you cannot make a mistake. I mean, you can miss a turn, but you don't want to run off the racetrack. You run off the racetrack, your lap is over with. You don't take two here, and so you got a big problem. Got to stay on the black part. That was something that took a while for me to learn. I didn't know these things were paved for years.
Black is good. Brown is bad.
But, you know, honestly, to his point, for the top 35 in owner points, that's pretty critical because certainly those guys are trying to win a pole. But just think about those 11 drivers that are go or go home. As Darrell mentioned, you don't get 2 laps here. You get 1 lap, 11 turns, 10 to 11 shifts, heavy braking 4 or 5 times. If those guys just put one wheel off this racetrack, it's over 2,000 miles back to Charlotte, North Carolina. They will not make the show.
Jeff Burton will be the first driver to qualify, the quickest, the Aussie Marcus Ambrose. When we come back, we'll see Jeff Burton, Sam Hornish Jr., Marcus Ambrose, and Jamie McMurray. Stay with us here on Speed.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live Speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
First is the beginning. First kicks open the door and possibilities follow. First resets everything. First moves us forward, fast. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now network.
Why are you in my yard?
Helping you save your weekend. Here, I packed your toiletries. You go cliff diving, dog sledding, alligator wrestling. So many super destinations, such low rates.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next generation Pennzoil Motor Oil cleans out up to 40% of sludge. So turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine and feel the clean.
The Coastal Town.
Well, hello. It's your TV. I unplugged your cable so I can show you something genius. DirecTV. With DirecTV, now you only need one DVR for the whole house. Record a movie in the living room. Watch it in the bedroom, pause it, and pick it up in the bathroom because you can. I know what you're thinking. Dreams really do come true, and cable can't do that. So give them a call and hook me up. DirecTV. It'll change your life.
NASCAR Home Tracks, where every lap of every race tells a story.
Speed's presentation of NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying from Infineon Raceway is presented by Subway Restaurants. So many $5 foot-long subs to choose from. Enjoy amazing value at Subway all day, every day. And brought to you in part by Dish Network. Why would you ever pay more for TV? Getting set for the start of qualifying here on the Infineon Raceway. Let's go to Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, I'm down here on the grid with Jeff Gordon. And Jeff, you pretty much have ruled this place. And a second ago, I seen you over talking to Matthias Elkstrom, the driver of the Red Bull car. Were you giving some instructions or just telling him to stay on the course?
No, I just wanted to see how he's liking all that power and very little grip. So he said that he was having a lot of fun, and they're very challenging. But it's great to have him here, and he's a tremendous talent. You know, I've raced with him over at the Race of Champions over in Europe, so very cool to have him here. And our DuPont Chevy's pretty good. I'm hoping we can get it a little bit better and put I don't know how many corners there are here. I always lose track because for some reason we go from 4 to 7. So I want to say there's 11, but I know there's not. But I'm excited to see what we got. It's hard to get grip and heating the tires here early on. So I think you're going to see a lot of people slipping and sliding around today, which should be exciting.
All right, thank you very much, Jeff Hammond and Jeff Burton. The first driver out in his Caterpillar Chevrolet.
Jeff Hammond, Jeff Gordon, and Jeff Burton all at one time.
Now, this is one of the things we talked about in the practice show. In fact, Jeff Burton was one of the cars we followed. Is they basically come onto the racetrack about halfway down through the S's. You do not run a full lap prior to taking the green flag. So if you did that in practice, you could get deceived because of just heating the tires.
But Steve, you already just coming off turn 11 down there, you already saw Burton. I mean, that back end kicked out coming down here to get the green. I think that's what Jeff Gordon is talking about. Can't get enough heat in your tires coming to get the green.
Daryl, is there a place or places on this racetrack where you can be more aggressive?
Well, you know what I always thought about this place is from the start-finish line all the way up to turn 7. Those are areas where you really can't make a lot of time. Where you make time is from turn 7, flying down through these S's around turn 9 into 11. That's where you make time.
Yeah, when they get down here to the end of the S's, going into what I actually call turn 10, you are absolutely carrying the mail, and it never fails. We see someone get off the track right there.
His 16th starts here at the Infineon Raceway. Jeff Burton has led just 3 laps.
Steve, you can see all that camber in that left front tire, too. That thing is really cambered in. I guess that's probably about 8 degrees if I was just guessing.
Which is the most that you can run in one of the front tires, but that really helps the front end bite. There were a lot of guys adding camber to their front tires in practice.
You know, a little trick we used to do for qualifying only. Take a lot of the camber out, stand the wheels straight up because the car would brake straighter, not pull one way or another.
Jeff Burton lost almost a second from what he ran in practice earlier.
Up next, Sam Hornish Jr., Marcus Ambrose, who was the quickest, and Jamie McMurray.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed. Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot. Live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1, the choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
There's that one that says free HD switch. Let's start there. Can't do it. Let me ask you this. Do you have any tools?
NASCAR on TNT is back this summer. 6 explosive races fueled by intense competition. The Summer Series on.
NASCAR on TNT is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Low rates, supercharged service, and protection from the unexpected. You get it all with Mercury. Get a fast free quote at mercuryinsurance.com.
You don't have to take this, Wendy.
Really?
You're a Comcast digital cable customer, so you can stop your on-demand movie and finish it in another room.
I didn't know that.
Now you know. May I suggest a room downstairs?
Any Room on Demand lets you start watching in one room, finish in another. Learn more at comcast.com/anyroom.
Sam Hornish in the midst of his qualifying attempt here at the Infineon Raceway in Sonoma, California. Jeff Burton put the first lap on the board at a 77.623.
Man, smoke. Whoa, hang on to her, Sam.
That's exactly where we were talking about a while ago. Yeah. You're carrying so much speed into that right-hander, what we call turn 10.
There's 2 ways to run that corner. One, you can downshift. You come down through the S's in high gear. You get to turn 9 or 10, whichever one you want to call it back. You can either shift to third and slow the car down, or you can run through there in high gear.
And he was well on pole till he got over in that area of the racetrack.
Let's take a look at Sam's run. He's the second driver. He's slower than Jeff Burton.
That's turn 10. He just gets in here so hot. He's got the car's not going to turn when you got the wheels locked up, so he had to get off the brake, and then the thing just takes off here with him.
Just way too much speed.
This is when you say, I don't care what my lap time is. I just don't want to wreck.
Right. Yeah.
Well, here we go, boys. Marcus Ambrose was fastest in practice.
Should be the man right here.
Larry mentioned during practice DW, Marcus Ambrose, 27 wins in 2 years back in Australia in the V8 Supercar Series, exclusively road courses.
He's had some great runs already in the Cup car, you know, on the road courses. Should have won by now, but I look for him to have a great, strong run here and a good weekend.
Now his time in practice was 1:16.375. He actually made a couple of practice qualifying runs, and they almost mirrored each other near the end of that practice.
2 wins in the NASCAR Nationwide Series at Watkins Glen.
Just that one, just the way he got into turn 7 right there. You hear the engine rev, matching the RPM. He does that heel and toe thing where you got the heel on the brake, the toe on the gas. Really does help you get into a corner without upsetting the car. Now right down through here, this is where a really good road racer can get through here, and he's making time, see?
You can see right there, he is almost right at a second quicker than Jeff Burton to this point.
Well, now, that didn't help things much. A little overdrive in that corner, but he got through turn 10 so fast, probably got it into turn 11 or just a little too hot.
Still going to be a great lap for Marcus.
76.809, 93.270 miles per hour.
He was going to back up his practice lap had that not have happened down in turn 11.
Yeah.
Also joining us today, Phil Parsons.
Thanks, Steve. I'm standing here with Jeff Burton, who had the misfortune of being the first car out. But, Jeff, you were telling me just a minute ago, just had no front grip the first half of the lap.
Yeah, I just had trouble getting going, and then that kind of hurt my confidence later. I think my car was a little better than I was the second half of the lap. The first half of the lap, I don't know if being the first car out was bad or not. I just don't know, but I just had trouble getting going.
All 3 RCR cars in the top 6 in practice, though. You guys look like you have a good package.
Yeah, I felt really good going into Q there, and we just either I screwed up or we just we didn't adjust like we needed to. The car was really good in Q practice, and we didn't change anything, and that's what I wanted them to do. So I may not have just gotten what I needed to get. I just had trouble getting on my line, and I don't know. It's I'm the only one driving it, so.
All right, thanks, Jeff. Up to you, Steve.
Thank you, Phil. Jamie McMurray, the 2007 pole sitter here at the Infineon Raceway.
This car it's sliding around. It's like the nose is sliding, getting in the corner, the back is sliding off the corner.
Larry, he said during practice that he felt like the track was really slick.
Yeah, and we actually just had the NASCAR K&M Pro Series that were out there qualifying, and they use a little bit different tire, and sometimes it can take 4, 5, 6 cars into this qualifying session to kind of get this rubber that we've got on the Sprint Cup Series cars down.
You really don't have any trouble getting heat in the right side tires. Or the left side tires. It's the right sides that give you trouble. That's why you can't get hooked up too good, because there's no opportunity to really scuff those right side tires in. Got out of there pretty good.
He did get out of there pretty good, even though he lost a little time on the tracker.
Second quick for Jamie McMurray.
Hey, Daryl, he and his wife Christy, expecting a baby in December.
Man, babies everywhere. It's cool, though. I like it.
Coming up, A.J. Allmendinger and Joey Logano.
I'm Casey Kane, and you're watching Speed.
Go beyond the ride and inside the lives of the biggest names in action sports. Watch an all-new season of First Hand. Premieres Sunday, June 27th, only on Fuel TV.
I'm really proud to be a part of it. Love, it's pretty amazing.
Her name is Amanda Brookman, and she is my destiny, although she may not know that, per se. So you can go online and make any kind of car you want. I made a love car.
Do I think they stand a chance? I mean, who doesn't love love?
I love love.
Sponsor Fire Round 2, coming soon at ToyotaRacing.com.
Who?
So, heading to the doctor? Yeah. You gonna ask him this time? About what? Our erectile dysfunction. Shh, no, I don't want to talk about it. Look, you're not alone. Millions of men with ED have talked to their doctors. I don't know. We can do this. Okay.
Talking to your doctor about ED may be the last thing you want to do, but it's definitely a conversation worth having. 20 million men have had their Viagra talk. When you're ready for yours, you'll find helpful tips on talking to your doctor at Viagra.com. Ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for sex. Don't take Viagra if you take nitrates for chest pain, as it may cause an unsafe drop in blood pressure. Side effects may include headache, flushing, upset stomach, and abnormal vision. To avoid long-term injury, seek immediate medical help for an erection lasting more than 4 hours. Stop taking Viagra and call your doctor right away if you experience a sudden decrease or loss in vision or hearing. Talk to your doctor today and ask if Viagra is right for you.
Where do I get my daily NASCAR fix? Log on to NASCAR.com. NASCAR.com.
They have everything.
They have highlights,
Interviews, preview shows,
me shows. You say me shows? My show, Kyle's Corner. Tons of videos. I like the articles myself. Articles?
Yeah, the articles, track smack, splash and go.
Hey, look, whatever you need, I promise you, NASCAR.com has it.
NASCAR.com. 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 Check it out.
A.J. Allmendinger finished 7th here 1 year ago. He is the 5th driver to qualify.
He was 19th quickest in that hour-and-a-half practice that we had.
I don't think we've really seen, of course, we've only had 5 cars go out so far, but nobody's made what I call a flawless lap yet. Everybody's pretty much had an error here or there around the course.
Darrell, I would imagine this would be a tough place to have a flawless lap.
It really is. Because of the tires, trying to get them to come in for you the way you want them to, and then just the pressure. Well, you hear him wheel hop just a little bit. That means he got in that corner a little too hard on the brakes.
Well, you're going from 3rd to 2nd to 1st, plus hard on the brakes.
All that trying to match up those RPM and not get the back end jumping up and down. Pretty hard to do.
Allmendinger 2nd quick, and we go to Phil Parsons with the guy who is quickest.
Marcus Ambrose, looked like you had a heck of a lap going too. You got to center of turn 11.
Yeah, I did. I just made a mistake and carried too much speed. Actually, got my right foot caught between the brake and the throttle. Just carried a lot of momentum in, couldn't make a turn, but I'm kicking myself. You know, I don't like making mistakes, and we had a great car. We're not going to get the pole with that lap, but at least we're in the front half of the field, and we'll be ready to rock and roll for Sunday.
All right, thank you, Marcus. Looking to turn this season around here at Infineon. Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Phil. Appreciate that. Joey Logano up next. One start here. He finished 19th.
One thing that helped Joey a lot here is the car he's driving. Because those guys, Zippy and those guys, you know, they put together a winning car here for Tony Stewart.
Twice.
And so I think he's got a big advantage here in just those guys knowing what kind of car to give him.
You know, it's hard to believe that what he accomplished at Kentucky last weekend has never happened in the Nationwide Series. A driver's first 3 starts at a particular track, all 3 poles, all 3 wins, first time it's ever happened in the Nationwide Series.
I read Joey said, I never envisioned winning there once, much less 3 times in a row.
Yeah, he sat on the pole by close to a half a second last weekend, I think, in qualifying.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. He blew him out of the water. Hear the old tires crying. They just don't have enough heat on it to get them to hook up like you'd like for them to.
You know, I know we watched Jamie McMurray qualify a while ago in the 1 car, and we were talking to Jamie earlier today, Darrell, and he said, honestly, he said he knows it's the same for everybody. But going out on the racetrack halfway through the S's, he said, you're really not in a rhythm by the time you get to the start-finish line to take the green flag.
Logano across the start-finish line, 3rd of 6 drivers.
Whoa, baby, whoa.
Get her whoa down. Coming up, Matthias Ekstrom, Jeff Gordon, and Juan Pablo Montoya.
A fascination that transcends generations.
has led to the ultimate selection of collector cars auctioned off on television. Now, for the first time, Barrett-Jackson comes to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live from the birthplace of American car culture.
So, $1 million, ladies and gentlemen.
Barrett-Jackson, Orange County, live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern, only on Speed.
So word's getting out that Geico can help people save in even more ways. On motorcycle insurance, RV, camper, boat insurance. Nice work, everyone.
Well, it's easy for him. He's a cute little lizard. Gecko, actually. With all due respect, if I was tiny and green and had a British accent, I'd have more folks paying attention to me, too. I mean, well, save money. Pip, pip, cheerio.
British? I thought you were Australian.
Well, it's funny you should ask, because actually, I'm from...
Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'd like to think I'm a smart guy and can handle any situation. But when a drunk driver totaled my motorcycle, my friend insisted that I call attorney Neil Cavara first before I called my insurance company. Because even your own insurance company can and will use what you tell them against you. Neil Cavara's 35 plus years of experience paid off. I didn't know him a cent till he settled my case, and he got me a lot more money than the insurance company offered. Calling attorney Neil Cavara was definitely the smart choice.
Hi, I'm Gio Gonzalez of the Oakland A's.
And I'm Amaury P. Gonzalez, Spanish voice of the Oakland A's.
Your kids can join the A's Amigos, where Hispanic children interact with bilingual Spanish-speaking players at pregame chats. Get a ticket, 2 games, and an A's cap. Baseball changed my life.
And maybe it can have a positive influence on your kids, too. A's Amigos is proudly sponsored by Kelly Moore Paints and Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Back at the Infineon Raceway, Sprint Cup qualifying continues. Matthias Ekstrom, the first Scandinavian to compete in a NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race in the number 83 car. Casey Mears was released from that ride this week. Reed Sorensen will be in it next week. Let's go to Jeff Hammond.
Down here, Martin Truex Jr. Martin, you were at the top of the list. You wound up about 10th quick, and you've been talking to your teammate. I call him your teammate, Marcus Ambrose. Did he give you some pointers, and what does it look like for you today?
Well, not so many pointers, really. We were just kind of comparing our cars, and, you know, I was fighting a specific problem, and I was just trying to figure out if he was too, you know, and try to see how he kind of went about dealing with the problem that we were having. So he's really, really good here. He's probably one of the best guys there is, and so it's good to have him to lean on as a teammate and help with the car setup and all that good stuff.
All right, good luck today, guys.
Boy, this guy, he's got his hands full. I'm telling you, he is sliding all over the place.
But you know what, Daryl, and till he got to the end of the chute in turn 7, which starts the run through the S's, he actually had a pretty solid lap going. But once you get off up there, you never get on rhythm through the S's.
No, because, Larry, it's a setup. You got to be in the right position as you clip the corner, those apexes of those corners coming through the S's. You get on the wrong side of that thing, it messes up your whole lap.
Well, tonight, the ultimate Friday night house party heads west here in wine country as NASCAR prepares for its first road course event of the season. And we're here as Marcus Ambrose and Robbie Gordon stop by trackside tonight, 8:30 Eastern, and it's only on Speed.
I think we got one of those ex-49ers.
Roger Craig. He's got 3 Super Bowl rings. I think he's the Grand Marshal on Sunday.
Well, I would say that the benchmark got set for Grand Marshals last week in Michigan with those Adam Sandler and Kevin James.
It took 2 of them to do it, but they did take it to another level.
Yes, they did.
You know, whether you liked it or not, it was kind of fun to watch.
It was entertaining, yes, sir.
And they didn't just walk up there and decide they were going to do that right at the last minute either. They've been working on that little deal.
Well, Jeff Gordon, a 5-time winner here, also a 5-time pole sitter. He's led 427 laps.
I got to believe this could be one of those hey, watch this laps. Didn't look good there, though. Hey, watch this. He locked up that left front getting in there. Locked up the right there. Ooh, that wasn't pretty, but it was effective.
Didn't seem to hurt him too bad at all.
Well, he cut half the corner off. Down through here is this just makes all the difference in the world. Can you get down through here and get into this turn 10 back here?
He's normally pretty good through turn 11. That could be a huge difference for him.
Right now, he's looking pretty darn good. See what he does here. If he can get in here. Out a little wide. That's a good road course entry there, driver entry. Putting the power down.
He made sure he didn't overdrive the entrance, and I think that's going to be the difference right there.
All right, good slow down here. Good slow down.
That does it. 76.690.
Daryl, he made sure he eased that thing in 11 and let that thing roll before he tried to pick that throttle up.
I think one of the things, if you can do what he did up there at turn 7, let's watch him. He gets it.
Nice job, guys. Nice job.
Got the right front locked up, but watch. He got up on that curve, but Larry, it didn't throw him out of line. It really helped him get through there a lot better. He used the curve to turn the car.
Yeah, he was still in the right position to start the run through the S's.
Mentioned that Juan Pablo Montoya won here in 2007 from the 32nd starting position.
I know they were never very happy with this car in practice, though. In fact, his first run, he said, guys, it's total junk.
A piece of junk, I believe, was his quote.
Yeah, he ended up 14th quickest when it was all said and done.
I bet they fixed it. They got enough buddies down there, and with Juan's experience on the road course and Brian Patty's aggressiveness, they probably make this car pretty good for him qualifying.
You know, Darryl, when you watch just qualifying, when you're focusing on one car, you can really see how they sling that car around.
Oh, yeah, it's a lot of a dirt track feel on a road course. You've got that back end hung out all the time when you're coming out through the S's particularly and swinging that thing around some of these corners. And you use the gas, really, to get the car to stay under control, to stay with you. You've got to lay off the brakes.
He didn't really start the S's that great. He had a pretty good lap going until he got to the chute in turn 7, and he just lost a little bit up there at the top side of the S's.
He's down in here hard and fast, though. See if it pays off. He really picked up some time getting in that corner. If he can get up off of there, he did gain a little bit, I think.
Looks like he's probably going to be about 3rd quickest when it's all said and done here, and that's what he will be, 3rd quickest at 1:16.913.
He's very aggressive getting into turn 11. I mean, he drove it in there probably about as hard as anybody's had so far. But again, the S's look like it might have been his Achilles heel.
But we're definitely starting to see guys pick up from what they ran in practice.
This is cool air right here. I mean, that's just good thing they didn't put that wall any further out there than it is. Everybody here had hit it.
Scott Speed last year failed to qualify. Right, was it the last corner, wasn't it, Larry? And he was safely in and overdrove.
That turn 10, just where we saw, I think it was Jeff Burton or Sam Hornish get in trouble earlier. Yeah.
Like, I think Rick Hendrick told me one time I had a really fast car here, and I messed up the last turn. He said, it was really getting good to you until that corner there, wasn't it, DW?
Larry, you know who has the most poles in road course racing all time?
I do not. Would it be Darrell Waltrip?
The guy next to you.
Okay.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, I tell you, this is the most fun you can have as a driver, is on a road course.
Well, Darryl, we talked about that in the practice show, how it's a mindset. Some guys love it. They think it's fun. Other guys don't care for it at all.
I think I always compared it to short track racing. I mean, you know, the way you approach the corners, easy sometime, and, you know, you got to get it turned through the center. And that's how I always kind of approach a road course. It's a short track where you shifted gears.
But, Steve, just the amount of effort that teams and drivers, just look at what Jimmy Johnson has done this year. He ran the Rolex 24-hour race at Daytona. 2 weeks ago, he flew to Watkins Glen for that 6-hour Rolex race over there. So drivers and teams are working hard to improve their road racing.
Well, the cars have come so far. I mean, these cars today, they have a lot of road race stuff built into them that we never had. The gearboxes are almost bulletproof now. The brakes are huge. Things that we had to baby, these guys can just try to tear up if they want to.
Scott Speed, the sixth overall of 10 drivers who have qualified. Up next, we're going to see Dale Earnhardt Jr., David Rudiman, and Tony Stewart.
Now, I'll be really anxious to see what kind of lap he can lay down, which I'm sure Dale Earnhardt Jr. and Lance McGrew will be as well. He was 45th out of the 46 cars, but they found something near the end of practice that was a miss in the rear end housing.
You know, Larry, we always talk about every racetrack we go to coming to get the green, how important that is. And it's no more important anywhere else than it is right here. Getting around turn 11 and getting a good run down here to take the green flag helps your lap a whole lot.
Carries that speed all the way up to the top of the hill.
And I think that's back to what you said, like Jeff Gordon or somebody, maybe Jamie McMurray. You can't really get in a rhythm in that little short period of time coming to get the green.
You know, one thing I also learned, Darrell, is that these guys with the gear ratios that are available, because there's really no rule with the transmission ratios with the exception fourth gear has to be 1-to-1, and with 3 options with the rear end gear, the guys are shifting a lot less. Right now, when you get to the top of the hill at turn 2, a lot of them are staying in second gear all the way over to the S's.
Well, you know, Earnhardt had a gearbox that he raced here, and a lot of guys went to it later on. He ran almost the whole course in third gear. Hardly ever shifted. And that was a huge advantage because most of us guys that are round track racers, we're not real smooth on shifting. That's where the road racers, the ringers, have always had a huge advantage. They could use the gearbox to help them. We used it to hurt us most of the time.
It's going to be an okay lap for Dale Earnhardt Jr. Be anxious to see what it felt like to him. 7th quickest.
7th of 11. Coming up, David Rudiman, Tony Stewart, and Clint Boyer. Boyer was very quick in practice.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
My kind of track. Chicagoland Speedway's NASCAR weekend packages are on sale now. So call 888-629-RACE or visit chicagolandspeedway.com and get in on the sports experience that won't let you down. Chicagoland Speedway, my kind of track.
Oh, Daddy.
No, Macy, I can't let you drive the old Aaron's Dream machine. It's too dangerous.
Please?
Honey, your feet won't even reach the pedals.
Oh, Daddy, I love you.
Whoa, Focus. You're only 11. You don't have a license.
But I have my own suit.
Boy, you sound an awful lot like ODW.
Your dad let you drive.
Name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers are all here at Aaron's. You don't need credit to buy or lease at Aaron's guaranteed low price. Nobody beats Aaron's.
We're still going for ice cream, right, honey?
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. New Schick Hydro, with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while 5 blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. It's the best shave for your skin. The new Schick Hydro, free your skin.
First is the beginning. First kicks open the door, and possibilities follow. First resets everything. First moves us forward, fast. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
David Rudiman on track, the 12th driver to qualify. Everybody's gunning for Jeff Gordon. Let's go to Phil Parsons.
Standing by with Jeff Gordon and Juan Pablo Montoya, 1st and 3rd. Jeff, you said your car was pretty good.
Well, it was better than I thought it was going to be. You know, in practice, really struggled getting heat into the tires. And the first corner, it stuck pretty good. And I said, oh, well, you know, we made some improvements here. So, you know, it's a solid lap. I mean, there's definitely always areas on a road course you feel like you could have done better. And as we got further and further around the lap, I got looser and looser. But when I heard the time, I was extremely happy.
When you and Juan were talking, Juan, you said your car in the S's was just, the back end was going every which way.
Yeah, we made some changes and we improved this part, you know, the slow part, but just at high speed, we're just way too loose. I'm actually surprised that when they gave me a lap time, I'm like, is it 16 or 17? I'm not, you know what I mean, am I good or am I a second off?
Thank you, guys. Good luck tomorrow. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Phil. This team has put in a lot of effort in their road course program. David Rudiman with Michael Waltrip Racing.
Yeah, David is just, he's struggled on the road course. Here again, the tires are squealing as he goes around turn 10 there. He's struggled on the road courses. He knows that. This is his Achilles heel. He's really put a lot of effort into trying to get better, but it's hard for him to do.
Yeah, I mean, they went up to VIR, he and Ambrose, and used a lot of practice time in a two-seater, and then David actually came out here a couple of weeks ago and ran a late model around this place for 2 days.
David Rudiman 10th overall of 12 drivers who have clocked in.
It's so foreign when you try to drive a road course. It's like being a right-handed batter and you decide you're going to try to bat left-handed. It just really throws you off.
Well, tomorrow the Rolex Sports Car Series slams into Mid-Ohio, where the GT points battle is tight. Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series live from Mid-Ohio tomorrow at 5 Eastern, only on Speed.
All kinds of road racing going on this weekend.
Yeah, man.
See Tony Stewart's numbers. Second only to Jeff Gordon in all-time wins on road courses.
But one thing I noticed, like coming into 11 here, coming to get to green, Tony really worked his car a lot. I mean, it looked ugly. It was loose and sliding around. But I think he's just trying to get some heat in those tires and get that new buffed off of them.
You know, Darrell, we were talking up at the TV compound after practice. He even made a mock qualifying run, it appeared, and still only 32nd quickest. But that was all said and done, so this is looking like a pretty sporty lap for Tony.
Yeah, you know what, Larry? You know, you've been here enough to know that you can be terrible in practice, but when you put 4 tires on, tape these things up and tell the driver go have at it, try to tear it up. That's what they always told me. You can pick up a lot of time here. I picked up a second and didn't know how I did it.
You can see right there, he's all about 2.5 tenths faster. Whoa. Now that's going to maybe, didn't really, yeah, now from there on, that's where you start losing time. It didn't lose time right at that area, but it's from there on.
It's loose right here. See, he's loose here too. Got away with it, but a little bit loose.
Those tires are screaming, aren't they?
They are.
Now, he definitely eased it down into turn 11, but let's see what he can do off the corner.
I think he may have been a little too ginger there.
Yep, he's not going to make it back up.
I think the car really started getting loose through the S's. Then it got real loose here coming into turn 10, and I think that's what happened to him. He got loose at the end of his run.
Let's take another look at Tony Stewart, 3rd overall in his Chevrolet, Office Depot Chevrolet.
This was about halfway down through the S's.
You can see how loose he is here, and this really started his trouble. See how out of line you are to make the S's when you get on the wrong side of the racetrack. You can't clip the corners the way you need to. You can't straighten the S's out.
Let's go to Jeff Hammond as Clinton Boyer fires it up.
Steve, I'm down here with Jimmy Johnson. And Jimmy, when it comes to road racing, I know you want to get you a win, but you got to start maybe with a pole run first. How's this 48 car today?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. We've been consistent and smooth, and I think if I can go out and back up my time from practice, I'll be sitting in good shape for a good top 5 qualifying run. We'd love to get the pole, but we've been fast here before. The key for us this weekend is to be fast at the end of a fuel run. So that's what we're really going to focus on tomorrow, and hopefully we've got it right for the slows and Impala.
Clint Boyer, DW was top 6 in practice. All of the RCR cars were good.
Yeah, you know, if you said who's a good road racer, I don't know that I would point at Clinton Boyer, but obviously from his practice speed and pretty much his qualifying run, if he doesn't get messed up here through the S's like we've seen a bunch of them do, he's looking pretty sporty right now.
Top 5s in 2 of his last 3 races here.
Yeah, see, he's way out of line again coming through the S's, and it really hurts you on the entry right here.
He almost overdrove turn 10. He got by with it.
I think what these guys, it reminds me of, they've worked so hard on the tight part of the course, from start-finish line up to turn 7. Those are tight parts of the course where the car really has to turn.
And slow speed.
And it's slow. And what they're forgiving, what they're losing is the high-speed part down through the S's into turn 10.
Boyer's time good enough for 7th of 14 drivers. When we come back, Elliott Sadler, Martin Truex Jr., and Matt Kenseth.
Saturday, the Rolex Sports Car Series slams into Mid-Ohio, where the GT points battle,
The fierce fight in GT,
is as close as it gets, and the DP field is determined to take the fight for the championship to Pruitt and Rojas.
And when things are unfair, things tend to get dirty.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it!
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio, Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern. Only on Speed.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
The livest event on television is back.
Make some noise, BET!
The 2010 BET Awards.
BET!
It's unpredictable. It's unimaginable. It's unforgettable.
Nobody has influenced me more than this man right here.
With special appearances by Nicki Minaj, Drake, Diddy Dirty Money, Trey Songz, and more.
Let's have some fun, y'all.
The 2010 BET Awards hosted by Queen Latifah. Live Sunday, June 27th at 8 p.m. Only on BET.
If you bought a new car this year, thank you.
I had been putting off buying a new one because I wasn't sure about my job. Whenever I walked onto the showroom floor, I had my own personal escort. I'm absolutely positive the APR I got was better because of the economy. It all kind of fell into place. I'm Dan Evans. I bought a Mini Cooper S.
If you need a new car, it's still a buyer's market. Vehix.com, your online resource to find your ride.
The NASCAR experience live. Everything else is just a game.
Elliott Sadler has 11 starts here at Infineon. Pretty good record. Top 10 finishes in 5 of those races.
Got a bit of trouble right there. He looked again like through the slow part of the course, the car was pretty good. But when you get over here in the high-speed part, where you got to really be able to hook it up, lost a little bit there.
Elliott just signed a 10-race deal with JR Motorsports to run that 88 Nationwide Series car for Dale Earnhardt Jr. starting at Loudon next week.
He got through 10. About as good as anybody I've seen so far. He'll get up off of here. Sounds like he's getting the power down pretty good.
It's going to be a decent lap, I think, for Elliott.
7th overall of 15, Jeff Hammond.
Yeah, I've caught up with his teammate, Casey Kane. Your teammate, Elliott Sadler, just qualified 7th, but you're defending race champion here, Casey. How's it going so far this week?
So far, it was good today. I felt like race practice, a few runs, and then switched to qualifying, and we had a couple good ones. I probably gave a little bit up my second run. There's a couple mistakes here and there, so hopefully I can pick up in the Budweiser Ford and have a solid starting spot for Sunday. That's always seems to be a pretty big help here.
Well, good luck with your run. And Phil Parsons, I think somebody just completed theirs.
Yep, sure did, Jeff Hammond. Tony Stewart, you picked up a 2nd from practice. You were 32nd quickest in practice. Now, your teammate Ryan Newman was 3rd. Did you share some information?
Well, yeah, I mean, we were pretty close anyway. We just hadn't had time to switch over. We were still working in race trim, and we kind of ran out of time at the end of the practice session to switch over and do a qualifying run. So we kind of just did a cold turkey today.
You did pretty good, too.
I'll take it.
All right, thanks, Tony. Back up to you, Steve.
Phil Martin Truex Jr. in the 56 car. The Napa Toyota was pretty quick in practice.
So far, so good, too, on this run.
He was 10th overall, his quickest lap in practice.
From here on out, right here on now is where you really are going to see who can make up time and who can get the pole.
And he, too, has been working very closely with Marcus Ambrose up there at VIR, and Martin did qualify 6th here a year ago.
So far, this is the best-looking lap I've seen. It's clean all the way. Got a little kick out right there, but not enough to hurt anything. That's what you really want. He's in position, coming through the S's, using the aprons like you want to. Slips her through there pretty nicely. I like the way this is looking. If he can get down here now, don't overdrive his corner, get her woed up.
Tracker likes it too, DW.
Whoa, got the back end out right there. That may have been just enough to kill it.
Yeah, he couldn't get the power.
Too much brake. Probably just a little too much brake on riding it down in the corner there. He had it. That's such a shame.
4th overall. Looked like he had a pole run going.
It's just so hard to tie the whole lap together. It's tough.
He got through.
Yeah, I lost it in 11.
Yeah.
I got loose.
He just got through 10 so well. If he could have just backed that corner up a little bit. Watch, he gets through here good, man. The power's down. He's coming. And here it's just too much rear brake. Gets the back end of the car stepped out right there. See how the back end, you see the front wheels wiggling? And it was just maybe a little too much rear brake getting in there, and plus he was a little aggressive entering that corner. Right there, it just kind of steps around with him, and that's all it takes.
That difference right now in the pole and fourth.
Nice lap.
Matt Kenseth, not known for his road racing prowess, just one top 10 finish here in 10 starts.
You know, of the 22 tracks on our schedule, of course, Matt's been around since about 2000. This is the only track on the Cup schedule he's never led a lap at.
Remember the year he won the championship, they brought 2 cars out here to test. Didn't like either one of them. They built a brand new car.
But I think Matt's one of those guys that almost has that mindset that he just does not like road racing, especially at this particular one at Infineon.
Get Todd over and work on him a little bit. Maybe Todd needs to quit working on the car and work on the driver. What do you think?
Sometimes at a road course, that'll do wonders.
Yeah, Todd Parrott's not shy about that.
No, sir.
Yeah, he'll go over and grab by the car and say, let me explain something to you.
Yep, old school.
Daryl, he actually got a little bit loose on the braking in turn 11, and that took him from being maybe 12th or 13th all the way to one of the slowest of the session so far.
Matt 15th overall of 17 drivers who have clocked in. Coming up, we're going to have Ryan Newman, Kevin Conway, and Paul Menard.
Listen, when I talk about positioning in the S's, what you've got to do is you got to be able to clip these corners. You got to line up off of turn 7 up there, and you got to be able to almost try to make a straight line. You got to clip it here and clip it here, and then come down here. And when you come around, you want to be able to go back over this way, and so you can set up for the entrance into turn 10 down here. You've got to be in the right position to make time down through those S's. If you get off the wrong side of the racetrack, you just can't get it back.
You know, this may be a cat we watch pretty close because Ryan Newman in this 39 car was 3rd quickest in practice earlier.
46 Sprint Cup Series poles, but no front row starts in 16 road course races. But again, Larry, to your point, he's become a pretty fair road racer. Finished 2nd here in 2006.
Tell you what I like about this car. It actually looks like it's in the racetrack. It's got an attitude about it. It just looks sucked down really, really well.
He was a little off at the beginning of the S's, but it didn't look like it hurt him that bad. But now he's starting to lose a little ground down through here.
Again, Larry pushed off to the wrong side of the track there. It hurt him in that little short S there. And now he's coming down here. Let's see if he can get it back. I like the way it looks right here, back in the throttle and not using up a lot of racetrack.
He's flirting with it as long as he can get through the middle.
Back in. He's come around again. Same thing's happened the last couple of times.
Yeah, he lost a bunch from the middle off of turn 11.
That back end is just kicked out there, and you got to wait on it to bite before you can go, and it's killed his lap time.
Newman 5th overall. Coming up, Kevin Conway, Paul Menard, and Jimmy Johnson. Stay with us here on Speed.
Sunday, NASCAR race day uncorks good times in Sonoma, and we're there for some Father's Day fun. #1 Dad! As the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live, Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title, and we take a look back at some of NASCAR's famous father-son combos. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot, live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern. And join the celebration at 8 Eastern with NASCAR Victory Lane fueled by Sunoco. Only on Speed.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
When we get back, we're going to have a hero's welcome. Can we ride around town on donkeys? What? Donkeys? Yeah, I heard you. That's just so strange, I guess.
NASCAR on TNT is back this summer.
6 explosive races fueled by intense competition. The Summer Series on.
NASCAR on TNT is brought to you locally by the new Panasonic Viera Full HD 3D TV. With 3D this lifelike, can we still call it a TV?
Have you looked at your bill yet?
Your phone bill. Your internet bill.
We looked at our bill from the phone company. We were wasting money.
Throwing it away.
I hate wasting anything, especially money.
We wish we'd looked sooner. Wish we'd looked sooner.
Ridiculous. Shocking.
So we switched.
We switched. We looked at our bill and we switched to Comcast Business Class.
Great deal.
Fast internet.
Better phone, tools from Microsoft.
So, have you looked at your bill yet?
Find out how much your business can save. Call Comcast at 1-800-391-3000.
Paul Menard on the racetrack in his 98 Ford. Kevin Conway just finished his qualifying run. There you see him in the 34 car, the slowest of 19 drivers who have clocked in.
Now, as we're watching Paul Menard in that 98 car, remember he, Carl Edwards in the 99, as well as Brad Keselowski in the 12. This will be their last laps on this racetrack until they take the green flag on Sunday, because they will be leaving here as soon as qualifying's over, headed to Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for the Nationwide Series race. Those three drivers doing the double duty this weekend.
And Paul's got a great shot up there, you know, at Elkhart Lake, because he's won there actually in the late model race. I think it was the first win he ever had.
And he was fast in those 2 practice sessions yesterday. He and Carl Edwards both.
Oh, man. Kicking up some wheel spin there.
Now, we will see this car on the racetrack tomorrow doing some fuel mileage checks, transmission brakes. Bill Elliott will actually come out here and run this car a few laps, as well as Carl Edwards' 99 car.
Girl's digging pretty good, really. He's got good position down through the S's.
I'm still learning this place pretty well.
He was 8th quickest in practice.
See how he gets through here. Not bad.
You know, Darrell, we've been talking a lot about the merger that went on kind of between Yates Racing and Richard Petty Motorsports. This car here is a brand new car, untested. That's one of the Richard Petty Motorsports chassis.
And they are different. I mean, that's what I've been told anyway, that the cars that they were building over there are a little bit different in the design in the front end.
8th overall for Paul Menard. By the way, Jeff Gordon, if he can hang on to the pole position, it will be his 69th career pole, tying him with Cale Yarborough for all time.
And he's already dodged some pretty big bullets. I mean, there's certainly more to come, but he's dodged a bunch of them.
Jimmy Johnson finished 4th here. Last year, his best finish at Infineon since 2002 when he started.
Darrell, you can tell those tires had 0 heat in them when he went through turn 11. The front was sliding and the rear was sliding.
Walk kosher for today's run. Let's go up to...
Little dip right there. You really dive off onto that right front. Then here you come up over the top of that corner there, heading down the hill here. When you come around 3 there, you just can't even see the bottom of the hill. Whoa, he lost a bunch of time right there. Matter of fact, man, I thought he was going to lose a whole race car.
He slid that left front, almost overdrove it, and then the car just washed out with him.
Did that Jeff Gordon dive over that turn 7, though, up over the curb there. Used that to turn the car. Let's see if he can get down through here without making any mistakes.
He actually started losing a little bit right here halfway down through the S's, but picked it back up a little bit.
Got a good entry here. I like we got around the corner getting here to 10. Got into the power heavy there off of turn 10. No mistake here. If the back end stays under him, doesn't kick out. Looking pretty good here, Larry. I like this thing. It's coming to the line. It's getting good power down. It's got good forward bite.
Oh, he's in good shape.
He's got it.
Good shape. About 3/10 faster than his teammate Jeff Gordon.
76.368. So that does, in fact, make Jimmy Johnson the fastest, and Russell takes down his Jeff Gordon note.
Now, this was probably about the ugliest part of this qualifying lap, Darrell. You were talking about it right here coming down into the beginning of the chute.
Yeah, but, you know, there's a lot of runoff area right there, obviously. And I was just kidding about the wall. You know, obviously the wall is right where it's always been. But if they didn't have that runoff area right there, I don't know what these guys would do. Wreck, I guess.
He slid that right front just a little bit getting in there.
Looked good, though. Kind of exciting.
21 drivers have qualified. Jimmy Johnson is the quickest. Can Carl Edwards get him? We'll find out.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on Speed.
A fascination that transcends generations has led to the ultimate selection of collector cars auctioned off on television. Now, for the first time, Barrett-Jackson comes to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live from the birthplace of American car culture.
So, $1 million, ladies and gentlemen.
Barrett-Jackson, Orange County, live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern, only on Speed.
600 pounds of salmon breath. You in? 5th generation 4Runner. Sucker punched by a big fish. You in? 5th generation 4Runner.
Gotta measure twice.
Hey, what's up? It's your TV. I unplugged your cable to show you something that'll blow your mind. DirecTV. With DirecTV, you can watch all your games at once. Watch basketball, hockey, tennis, whatever, all at the same time. 8 screens on your TV. It's like being at a sports bar, but you're not. You're on the couch, at home, in your tighties. Nice. Give them a call and check out that deal. DirecTV. It'll change your life.
Hey, JD, you seen my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it. Trouble for David Reagan on his qualifying attempt.
Well, but I'm going to tell you what, guys, till that right he was on a pole run.
The car looked so good, but then, again, that was through the slow, tight part of the course. When he got into the high-speed S's, the car was just too loose with him. Watch, the back end gets out. Sure, he thought he was probably going to be able to save it, but not today. Pretty heavy impact into the tire barrier there. Those tires will tear a car all to pieces.
Just right there, you can see the back end start to come around with him. Yeah, Donnie Wingo and them, I'm sure they'll be unloading a backup car to get ready for tomorrow's practice.
See his hands back and forth.
But we were talking, he was pretty good in practice and had a great run going up to that point.
Now look how quickly that roof flap came up too. I like that.
Jeff Hammond standing by with one of his teammates.
I'm Steve. I'm standing by with Carl Edwards, who's signed an autograph for one of his young fans down here on pit road. And
how proud he is.
Yeah, he's really proud of his T-shirt and his autograph he just got right there from you. Busy weekend for you, big boy. A lot of work going on here, but also you got to get ready to jump on an airplane in a minute and go back. And it'll be the last time you're going to be in this number 99 and we drop the green flag on Sunday.
Yeah, we got some things we're going to try with our Afterlife Fusion tomorrow, but it's just going to have to be Bill Elliott. He's going to have to just go out there and run a little bit and work with Bob, and hopefully we can figure out a couple little things. But just it's fun to be able to run a couple road courses in one weekend. Pretty excited about that Fast and All Fusion tomorrow. It was really fast in practice. I mean, I've been watching the broadcast, and it just got to be a perfect lap to be good here. So I'm trying real hard to think about how smooth to be and not to mess up, and hopefully still get a fast lap.
You think any of that practice you had at Road America came here today would make it easier as far as getting going today?
Yeah, for sure. I think it helped a lot, and my guys been working pretty hard. We tested a little bit, and we've been working hard at this road course thing, so hopefully it pays off. But I did feel pretty good getting in the car. I felt like I was already up to speed, so in that way it's helped.
Good luck this weekend. Safe travels. Steve?
Jeff Hammond isn't sweating a bit.
No.
More interviews, Hammond. Come on.
I think he should still go in that Toyota Tundra.
Who's that carrying his pack anyway?
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on speed. In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next generation Pennzoil Motor Oil cleans out up to 40% of sludge. So turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine and feel the clean.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
My Subaru saved my life. I will never forget that.
Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
In today's cars, there's self-adjusting cylinders, self-deploying spoilers. Why not a self-cleaning engine? Next generation Pennzoil Motor Oil cleans out up to 40% of sludge. So turn your engine into a self-cleaning engine and feel the clean.
Welcome to the show. Fiberglass Boomtown, Mecca for the V8 faithful. Pilgrims, diehards, gearheads, zealots, a multitude of fans bound together by a ribbon of asphalt. Celebrating as one the triumph of speed and the escape from everything routine. If you've never been, check your expectations at the gate. Everything else is just a game.
Kurt Busch in a Miller Lite Dodge, Blue Deuce. Pretty good numbers here at Infineon. 9 starts, 3 top 5s. Not a bad road racer, DW.
No, sir. This car is going to be good, I guarantee. And got the old vortex. So what's making this car good is, and I don't know if the fans at home will realize it, it's that vortex. That theory is working, man.
That all started at the All-Star race at Charlotte.
It's just been going.
Larry, I thought the vortex theory had to do with rain.
Well, not on a road course. Not on a road course.
It's cranking it out, spinning it. The vortex theory is applicable to a lot of different situations.
You're full of it.
Really? I had no idea.
You tried to be so sincere.
I thought I had you fooled.
No, not at all.
Oh, man.
Tell you what, for a car that was 20th quickest in practice, pretty good lap by this 2 car.
I like that around
that loose 210.
Easy now, easy. A little too hot right there. Got the tires smoking, the wheels bouncing. He's trying, though. I give him credit.
He's still got that power down pretty good. It's going to be a good lap for this 2 car. He's going to be right between the 2 Hendrick cars, it looks like.
Ooh, yes, sir. Second.
Hello.
What? Phil Parsons standing by with Jimmy Johnson.
First of all, I was listening to you and Chad, and both of you sound surprised with your lap.
Yeah, we didn't expect that. I mean, we certainly hoped for it. I knew that I didn't have a clean lap in practice, and we made some small changes. So, definitely impressed with the lap that we had in the Lowe's Impala today. From inside the car, I wasn't sure it was going to be all that quick. It had great forward bite, but I just wasn't turning as well as I had hoped, and I guess it was good enough, and we got a great lap in.
You had to stand here and watch Kurt, though, before we got ready to do this interview to make sure he didn't beat you.
Yeah, I've watched enough TV to know when you go to commercial and you come back to the guy that's on pole, the next guy outbeats him. So I thought I was going to have that curse on me, and luckily Kurt went slower. So I'm going to get the heck out of here before the next guy finishes up and has a chance to knock me off.
All right, good luck Sunday.
Thanks.
Back to you, Steve.
Thank you, Phil. Regan Smith, his first road course effort in the last 3 years.
But you know, what Jimmy said really is what you want to try to do as a road racer. He said, I wasn't real good in, but I was pretty good off. You don't need to be real good in. You just need to, you don't need to the corner. Get out of it, let it roll up in there without a lot of brake, but accelerate hard forward, and that's how you make a great lap.
Boy, getting into that last corner, Regan Smith really slid that right front tire, a little bit like what we saw on Jimmy Johnson earlier. This has the makings of a pretty good lap for the young man, though.
I don't know, this car just looks like it's a little bit out of control. A little bit. Maybe it's even a lot out of control. It's just sliding around a lot, Larry.
I think it's another one of those cars, high-speed stuff, just way too loose. And I think Montoya told us that they got it pretty good in the slow-speed stuff, too loose for the high-speed.
What you don't realize is when you start from turn 7, you're going downhill. You're coming down the hill through those S's, and you're picking up a lot more speed than you realize you are. You're probably doing 130, 40 mile an hour down through those S's.
Regan Smith, 18th overall. Sunday, NASCAR race day on Corks. Some Father's Day fun in the wine country of Sonoma as Kyle Busch joins the team live and Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th championship. NASCAR race day built by the Home Depot, live from Infineon Sunday at 12 Eastern, only on Speed and with DW.
I'll be there, bud. Had a lot of fun last week and really enjoy the show. It's a great show.
This would be another little old bullet that 48 car is going to have to watch closely. Casey Kane won the race here a year ago, on the pole 2 years ago, and he was actually 4th quickest in that practice.
And I'm sorry, go ahead, Steve.
I got bad news for Jimmy Johnson. Russell just hung up a note, a qualifying poll note about Jimmy. It's not TV, it's Russell, our stat man.
He's been doing that a lot this year.
Puts up the notes. Trouble.
Oh my goodness.
He got by
that was the best one yet.
That was out of control. Loved it.
I'll tell you, he's getting it.
Yeah, he got through the entrance of this S is good. That just carries all the way down through here. You can see it just continuing to grow right there.
And Larry, you know, when I think about Casey, I never thought about him being a road racer.
He never had a top 10 until he won last year.
He wins last year. He holds off Tony Stewart. We know how good Tony is. And this is a great run right here, boys. This could set a mark that might be a little tough to beat.
See how he gets through turn 11 here.
Smooth in there. No, smooth. Catch those gears. He's got it.
Oh, he's going to be in good shape, it looks like.
Take your note
right
down,
about
Russell.
a 10th.
Oh, baby, I got it.
8/100ths of a second. He goes to the top of the chart. And there goes Jeff Gordon's sticky note.
Good job, buddy. You got him. You got him. 76-30.
Russell's going to go make a new sticky note on Casey Kane.
This was big here.
I think right here I'd have just closed my eyes. I said, I am done right here. Oh, my gosh. How's it turn with the wheels in the air?
That was fantastic.
I love that.
It just hit it just perfect.
Next up, Bobby Labonte. We will watch Bobby Labonte and check in with Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, Larry McReynolds has been giving me a hard time, Kevin. I haven't had enough interviews today, so I figured I'd come get you, and you can kind of set him and DW straight about qualifying here in Infineon, and the fact the temperature's going down, a good draw today.
Well, you saw how much grief that he got last week during all of his interviews on pit road, so I hadn't seen him on pit road today, so I would assume he got kicked off after last week, but Shell Pennzoil car's been, Chevrolet's been really good since we unloaded. This is all about hitting your marks and not making a mistake, so I got 1 ride out of 3 in practice, so hopefully we're 50% by the end of the day.
And guys, the thing is, the racetrack's cooling down. It's almost 8 degrees cooler when we started.
And I even bought one of his darn old T-shirts.
Oh, about the fire suit?
Yeah. He's still cracking on it.
I got to tell you, though, Larry, it doesn't look good on you.
It's a little small. A little small.
It just doesn't look good on you. I just want you to know.
Bobby has 17 starts here, best finish of 4th. He's done that twice.
I tell you, it's a good feeling when you get around turn 10 there with it in there and clean, the power down, catch 3rd, 2nd gear right here. Some guys maybe even all the way to 1st, and then really get it down, coming to the corner, coming to the line here. That's a good feeling when you know you made a pretty decent lap, and he has.
He did do that. 7th quickest for Bobby. You see the Adobe Road Winery on the hood of the car?
That's out here, right?
Yeah, Kevin Buckler,
yeah.
just down the road.
It's a home track for those boys.
Well, there's some nice scenery out here.
Yes, there is, but that's a great lap for Bobby Labonte.
7th overall of 26 drivers. The Biff is up next. Tell you what, Darrell, in practice, he was one of those guys that made a bonsai run late. He was top 5.
You know, Jack Roush cars traditionally are good road racing cars. I mean, you have to ask Mark Martin. Mark, you know, most of his success came driving for Roush. They've always had great road racing equipment.
Yeah, Greg actually has a couple road course wins in the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. He won at Portland back in 1999 and at Watkins Glen in 2000.
There was a time, you know, back there in the probably the late 80s and the 90s where you couldn't beat Jack Roush in 24 hours of Daytona.
Yeah, there was a period there you couldn't beat Mark Martin at Watkins Glen. He won 3 in a row.
Exactly. Oh, this is another one that's going to be close. Golly gee.
When you can pull that off, though, you definitely pick up some speed coming down that chute.
Oh, there's a lot of grip out there. I noticed. Looked like they may have even put some sealer or something down to give a little bit added grip. Thank goodness they need it.
Greg's on a pretty good run here as he works his way down through the S's.
Got through that little whoop-de-doo there pretty good. Let's see what he can do here in turn 10. Got in there nice. That's good. That's good and clean. That's good clean turn 10. Picking up a little speed. Back her down a little early. Don't overdrive it. Yeah, getting a lot of tires crying in the car. That means the car's sliding a good bit, but overall, pretty nice lap.
You can see it starting to gain a little speed, so that means he got the power down good off turn 11. Great run for him.
8th overall for Greg Biffle. Coming up, Travis Kvapil, Carl Edwards, and Brad Keselowski. Casey Kane is the man to beat.
I'm Juan Pablo Montoya, and you're watching Speed.
Manny returns to Fenway as the Dodgers take on the Red Sox. Fox Saturday Baseball, presented by Chevrolet. This week, 4 Eastern, 1 Pacific.
First is the beginning. First kicks open the door, and possibilities follow. First resets everything. First moves us forward, fast. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
Free HD on Dish in 5, 4. Unbelievable. You flipped the switch too soon. Free HD.
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
There's a good reason people are coming to Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood for pre-owned vehicles.
My dad said go to Bill Brandt Ford. You'll find the best deal on a pre-owned car there.
The reason I come is most of their pre-owned vehicles are still under warranty and have undergone Bill Brandt Ford's 169-point inspection.
The reason I buy from Bill Brandt Ford is everyone makes me feel great.
What's your reason? Bill Brandt Ford, still family owned and operated since 1972. Your hometown dealer in Brentwood.
Do you have an idea for an invention or new product? Bill Schaefer, co-inventor of the Splash Wash, did. He came up with the idea while watching his children play. InventHelp submitted his idea to Whammo, maker of toys like the Frisbee and Hula Hoop. To find out how InventHelp can help you try to submit your idea to companies, call for free information. Bill Schaefer made a financial gain with his invention. Bill's experience is not typical and most inventions are not successful.
For your free inventor's information, call 1-800-620-5138.
Just under 2 miles around this road course, the Infineon Raceway. Travis Kvapil in the 37. 26th overall of 28 drivers to take time here. Now Carl Edwards in the 99. Let's go back to Jeff Hammond. Excuse me, Phil Parsons. Phil?
Thank you, Steve. Casey Kane, you had a 76.30. Did you leave anything out there at all?
I think I did, but I was definitely as aggressive as I could be at the time. I felt like I used up most of the racetrack. Was sideways a bit on exit. Seemed like I had a little bit of looseness on exit, but our Budweiser Ford was really good. It was fast. It's been fast all day today, and it felt good. I didn't know if it could beat Jimmy, but it felt good, and I think that should end up being a top 5 or so for sure.
Can you make it 2 in a row?
I don't know about that. There's too much goes on Sunday to make any guesses there, but I definitely know we're gonna have a good car, and we're gonna try our hardest.
All right, Casey, good job. Back up to you, Steve.
He was very aggressive, Phil. I have to say that. I mean, that down there turn 4 was about as aggressive as I've seen for a while. Whoa, Carl, not good.
Yeah, what Casey said, I think I used up most of the racetrack. I was like, you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of asphalt left out there.
Carl Edwards, 14th overall. He's going to head now to Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for the Nationwide Series race. More qualifying coming up.
The NASCAR Sprint Cup Series comes to Infineon Raceway in Sonoma. The Toyota Save Mart 350. Father's Day weekend, June 18th through 20th. The Toyota Save Mart 350. Part of the Big O Tires racing season. Tickets at InfineonRaceway.com. Think outside the oval.
Turn your RV into cash today. We will consign, sell, or trade your RV now and take the hassle out of selling. We offer top dollar for your RV and will pay off your loan. Consignments will be professionally advertised and promoted. We offer the best financing options at the best rates in the industry. Can't bring it to us? We'll pick it up. Get cash today. Camping World takes the hassle out of selling your RV. Don't wait.
Call 877-5RV-CENTER or log on to campingworldrv.com.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet, a juicy steak.
Don't flip out. Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
So, I've arranged for a rental car to be dropped off at your house. You sure you got everything out of your car?
I think so.
Let's get you home.
Why do drivers 50 and over switch to the Hartford? The only auto insurance program endorsed by AARP? More than savings and benefits. We handle the problems you'd expect and the ones you never knew you had.
You don't know how much this means to me. I'm serious. Thank you.
It's my pleasure.
The AARP Auto Insurance Program from the Hartford.
0 to 300 in under 4 seconds. Can't beat that.
Well, actually, you can at Copart.com.
You're right. Copart.com has over 50,000 vehicles online to choose from every day. Everything from classic cars, trucks, motorcycles, you name it.
That's what makes Copart.com the virtual auction.
Copart.com.
That's where car guys get cars.
And nothing flat.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobile One. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobile One.
Discover the soul of NASCAR at over 50 NASCAR home tracks across North America. Visit NASCARHometracks.com to find a track near you.
Brad Keselowski in the 12 car, 25th overall in his Dodge. Casey Kane still the guy to beat. And Mark Martin up next, 19 Infineon Raceway starts for Mark.
Well, Mark was 17th quickest in practice earlier.
9 top 5 starts.
Yeah, this car just looks a little free coming to those S's. See right there. I mean, he gets back in the gas pretty good. You hear those tires crying. See how he gets into here. And he gets up the hill just a little bit there. Now he's spinning the tires. Just not a real great lap.
You know, guys, the way this 5's been going here lately, they're going to have to be on top of their game because they're 12th in the points now, just 43 points to the good inside that top 12.
Mark 10th overall, and we go back to Phil.
I'm standing by with a guy that's 4th in points right now, 225 points to the good. But hey, on a bit of a roll here. 3 top 6 finishes the last 3 races.
It's been great. The ovals, especially like Charlotte, the 1.5 miles, and Michigan turned out really well for us. You
just when you find something and it starts to roll, that's when everything's going good. And this stretch here, though, when we go to the road course, Loudon, back to Daytona for a super speedway race, up to Chicago for the 1.5 miles, this really tests, I think, the strengths of the teams on how versatile they can be. So for us, it was a great run today in qualifying. I was slipping and sliding on banana peels all through practice, and it's like an oval analogy here. If you had left side tires, they're always softer than the rights. It feels like they got us on right sides on all 4 right now.
All right, Kurt Busch tried to keep his roll going, Jeff Hammond.
I'm sure he did. Here's another guy who was trying to keep something going early today. Michael Waltrip, you look like a wild man out there on that racetrack early on.
Man, I had some brake problems. We had too much rear, and then we had too much front. We got sorted through that, just really loose. But having fun in the Toyota Sponsor Fire car, praying for Carson. What a great program this has been for Toyota. And Carson's car was the most popular car. And we are life imitating art. We brought the car to the racetrack so Carson could have something to smile about, and I'm real proud of Toyota for letting me be a part of it.
I know we're all excited. We're praying for Carson. Also, good luck today.
Tell you what, Kyle Busch, I know he was pretty quick in practice, but he's going to have his work cut out for him. This car will not do anything he wants it to do.
No, that dog on the side is kind of telling you something about this baby. It's just not getting the job done. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's all over the racetrack.
But while we're watching Kyle Busch's run here, just back to what Kurt Busch said, when you look at these 6 races that's on TNT, the summer stretch 6-pack, I mean, yeah, it's coast to coast, border to border, at 6 totally different types of racetrack. When that 6 races is over, you start to see more so who the pretenders and who the contenders are.
Kyle Busch just 22nd overall. He won here in 2008, won both road courses events in 2008.
22nd quick there. That's
yep.
I don't think that's going to make them very happy.
Yeah, he won every road course race I think he had entered that year. He even won one of the Nationwide Series road course races.
We talked about Kurt Busch being hot. Nobody's hotter than Denny Hamlin right now. 3 of the last 5 races?
I'm going to give that O'Neill a workout this weekend. Good thing good thing he had a few weeks to get ready for this road racing event, because it'll test it a little bit this weekend.
He was 16th quickest in practice earlier with this 11 car, and he actually won a Nationwide Series road course race at Mexico City back in 2006.
Cool air right there, DW.
Yeah, which is kind of an odd place to actually get in them. Here, you're going to get a lot of air.
Tail kicked out just a little bit with him there.
Kind of get that way wide entry there. Trying to stay off that curve where most of the guys have been fast. They've just gone right over the top of it. But I think it's what he's trying to do is set himself up for a nice line down through the S's here.
Down through the S's. He's hugging the left.
Right now, the fastest Joe Gibbs car is Joey Logano in the 20 car, who is 16th.
Hey, this car maybe looks like a car that was more geared for the fast part of the track, coming down through those S's, because he actually gained some time through the S's around turn 10 and then 11 here. So he gained a little bit of time there.
Denny, the 11 car, 11th overall, and Jeff Hammond can answer the question, what did Boris say?
Well, you know what Boris said. Hey, I'm a Doberman with a pin pulled out of a grenade right there in my mouth, right there ready to go. Boris, always good to see you here. A lot of guys and a lot of people wondering right now, what are you going to be able to kind of show us this afternoon? You got a late draw. It should, be really beneficial.
Yeah, I mean, the California Air National Guard car has been fast all day, the Ford Fusion. But, unfortunately, in our position, not being in the top 35, we can't really go for the pole. We just got to get a nice 80% lap in and try to put it in the show. As much as I want to go for it, I can't. We just want to get through qualifying. It's a mental nightmare every time. You got to be a go or go homer. And tomorrow we'll work real hard on our car for the race if we make it today.
That supports what we were talking about at the top of the show, that it's such a fine line between underdriving and overdriving here, and either one, if you're one of those go homers, will get you in trouble.
I'm just not sure about that explanation about Boris. So, something about pulling a pin and
a Doberman.
No, Boris said that at Watkins Glen years ago. We were doing nationwide qualifying. He said he's spectacular. He's like a Doberman with a grenade in his mouth.
Nothing about a pin.
Didn't have anything to do with it.
That's implied. You pull the pin on
Pull the pin.
Jeff just sort of embellished.
I got you.
Robbie Gordon in his 7 car had some brake issues in the beginning of the practice earlier today. Swept the road course races back in 2003, won here and Watkins Glen.
Qualified second here in 2007.
What Robbie needs here on Sunday, and he can do it, is just a good solid run, because right now he's just inside the top 35. A good top 15 run here would put you well up in there, and I think put you more than safe.
He's going to buy himself a little insurance.
Yeah, he needs to get a strategy for the race and stick to it, because it seems like that's what's bitten him mostly out here, is he'll change his strategy during the race and it ends up biting him.
For the first time, Barrett Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auctions on speed, comes to Orange County. Hundreds of restored and rare cars will be auctioned off to the highest bidders. Catch 3 days of live coverage with expert commentary. Barrett Jackson, Orange County kicks off next Friday at 5 Eastern exclusively on Speed.
DW, I think Gil Martin, this 29 team, they have maxed out the amount of camber you can put in those front tires.
I think that you can see that left front is, I mean, absolutely looks like something's broken. But really, Larry, we used to straighten the tires up for qualifying. That way you had more rubber on the track. The tires are brand new. And when you get to a corner and you apply the brakes, you're not riding on the edge of the tire. The whole tire would sit down, the car would stop much straighter, and it didn't seem to hurt the performance around the racetrack.
But then when you change the camber back for the race?
For the race, oh yeah. That way, you know, for the race you wanted it to cut, and your pace was different. A lot of things were different.
And then adjusting the camber to turn left will almost hurt you to the right. So you try to find that balance there. And as the car travels down, it gains a whole lot more negative camber. Tire really goes in at the top.
Sounds like NASCAR performance to me.
Yes, sir. 2 airings this week.
I'll record them both.
Saturday night and Sunday morning. It's going to be a good lap for Kevin if he can get through 10 and 11. He was 5th quickest in practice earlier.
God, those tires, man. He got it. He sailed around there, I can tell you. See what he can do right here and keep that back end up under him. I tell you, that's a nice
Went through
corner.
there pretty good.
It's a nice corner.
Not going to be a pole run, but he's going to be right near the front when this thing's said and done.
Pretty good job right there.
Wow,
Bruce.
fourth overall for Kevin Harvick.
Nice job. The Harv.
Yeah, he only has 2 top 10 finishes here in 9 starts. Richard Childers Racing.
Well, the top 35, the drivers who are locked in have all gone. David Reagan did not finish his lap, but of course he is locked in. And now, Darrell, the drivers who have that pressure, 46 drivers here for 43 spots, the number to the left where they were overall in practice.
Yeah, you know, and if you mess up, and if these guys here mess up, they just put the ramps down on the truck and drive it right on in the trailer.
That's a long way home, Larry Mack.
Yes, it is. I could not imagine. And this is a brand new car for Max Pappas. They actually tested it at VIR and they wrecked it, but they repaired it to bring it back out here. He had a good run here a year ago, actually finished 12th.
He did. Talking about drivers who have that pressure, Jeff Hammond standing by with Brandon Ash.
Yes, Steve. Brandon, we're talking about the pressures of having to qualify for this race. You're going to be going out dead last. You're going to know what you have to do, but in practice, you were quick enough to get in the field. Can you back it up?
Well, I sure think we can. You know, the car's been this is the best car I've ever had here. It is nerve-wracking. My stomach's in knots pretty much all day, or even last week, for that matter. So we're going to give her hell, and I think we got enough to get in the show.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff.
Larry, this lap started going south down to turn 4. When he got across there, he didn't get across the curbing very well, lost a lot of time there, and almost missed 7, went way wide. See if he can pick it back up a little bit here on this end of the speedway.
Darrell, we talked to Pocono about how if you don't get through turn 3, it kills your whole next lap. Is that like here at Infineon? Can you make up time that you've lost?
I really think to set up and get through the S's with any kind of speed, it's how you get around turn 7 down there.
And just a reminder, road course qualifying, 1 lap and 1 lap only. If you mess up, you don't get to try it again.
Oh, great. Even more pressure.
Thanks, crew chief.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. Max Pappas, 26th overall. Stay with us.
Sunday. Don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot, live from Infinity Sunday at 12 Eastern. Only on Speed.
We're for weekend projects that start out in your garage, but end up being seen by just about everybody. Yeah. We're for people who know their stuff and stick with it when things don't go as expected. We're for a toolbox that contains every tool imaginable and guys who can use them all. We're for Joey Logano and that number 20 team. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
Hi there. Welcome
David Glengarry. Now, this Mini has a 5-star safety rating and 6 airbags. Only got 4 people. Let's lose 2 airbags, 1 star, and take $2 grand off the price. You man enough for that deal?
Sir, we can't remove it.
Figured. What about this 3-year, 36,000 mile, no cost maintenance? Ditch that. Girls memorize the owner's manual. They do the upkeep. You drop $1 grand. Who's got a pen?
Dad.
Fine. At 37 MPG, we'll take one that only gets 27. I pay 19.5. Let's take this horse to market.
Deal. And I'll throw in 37 MPG.
Lease a Mini Cooper hardtop for $199 a month now through August 2nd. No haggling required.
Leaving it all on the field is not the same as leaving it all on the wall.
.36-year-old Jan Magnussen, a native of Denmark. A little slower than Max Pappas, 29th overall. But again, the number, he is slower than Pappas. That's the number to pay attention to. Sprint brings you the absolute up-to-date information on the Now Network, the HTC Evo 4G. I got a little demo run of those. That's a nice unit, that HTC Evo 4G.
That G stands for what?
Generation.
Oh.
Generation.
Thank you.
Glad you asked.
Looks like the 9 cars already went through post-qualifying inspection. They'll have to wait out for about another 8 cars. J.J. Yaley was just borderline in practice, 9th quickest in this 46 car. He has made every race he has attempted to qualify this car.
She was a little shaky getting off of the corner there.
And I think that time's going to be a little shaky. Minute 17.98, the slowest of the go home.
Yep, slowest of the 3. Well, coming up, we're going to see Joe Nemechek, Michael Waltrip, and Dave Blaney.
Joe has only missed 1 show this year. He was 5th quickest of the go homers in practice earlier.
They only missed 1 show, but he missed that corner.
Joe made this race last year, but we mentioned Scott Speed crashed in his qualifying attempt, and they worked out a deal where Scott drove this 87 car.
You know the thing about Joe, I don't think he's one of those kind of guys that goes out there and says, okay, I got to be careful. I think he goes out there just like he's done his whole career. I'm going to set this thing on the pole. And that's his mindset.
You know, Joe drove for Rick Hendrick, and it's nice to see HendrickCars.com on quarter panels and hood of this race car.
It's a great website if you're looking for a car. I tell you that. They got about 1,000 cars on there.
The little green slash now, that represents Max Pappas. If you can get to the left of that, you can lock yourself in. If you don't, that means Max Pappas will lock into this show.
Whoop, 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 whoop. Easy, Joe.
Headline news anchors.
He's not got a lot of front grip in this car, looks like. He wants to slide the front.
right back there where J.J. Yaley is in that 46 car. J.J. is 33rd. He actually got through there pretty good. I don't know if he's going to beat Pappas, but it's going to be a good enough lap probably eventually to get him in the show.
Got close. Yeah, he did. Beat him.
Did lock him in. Joe Nemechek is locked in. The way he got through the middle of 11 and off, it carried all the way down to the start-finish line.
Sure. And Larry Darrell, look at the time. Locks himself in by 1/100th.
Oh, my.
Wow.
77.563, 77.548. I want to talk about this paint scheme a little bit because Michael Waltrip was talking about that. Part of the Sponsify Your Ride contest that Toyota put up. Well, Faye Nape of Danbury, Texas was the grand prize winner. This artwork honors Nape's one-year-old grandson, Carson, who was born with neuroendocrine cell hyperplasia in infancy, which is a rare lung disease.
And what Faye did, this paint scheme, it features highlights of the outdoor where Faye hopes her grandson can play one day without having to wear that oxygen tank that has to be with him pretty much 24/7.
They came over to our shop there when we were in Charlotte.
The family did.
The family did. And the sweetest people in the world. And little Carson is he's just a real, whoa, Mikey.
Hang on, buddy.
Whoa, Mikey, whoa. That didn't work out so hot.
No, that's going to kill him all the way down through here. And now he's trying to make up the difference, and it won't work out.
Oh, he's all over the place now. He said he had a brake problem, and apparently they didn't get it fixed. And I'll tell you, he better be careful down here on this end of the racetrack.
And Larry, in practice, that was exactly where he had that problem.
Especially down through the chute, down into turn 7. But, you know, back to this paint scheme, in this Toyota Sponsify Your Ride contest, over 77,500 designs and over 1 million votes were cast.
Oh, it blew them away. They had no idea that this contest was going to be as popular as it has been.
What I'm afraid, though, we might not see this paint scheme on this car on Sunday because his lap is just terrible.
Yeah, the brakes are locking up, and that really just messed up his whole lap.
So Max Pappas now locked in. Michael, the slowest of the 5 go or go home drivers. Coming up, Dave Blaney, P.J. Jones, and Boris Said. And can Casey Kane hang on to the pole?
There's more to yard care than mowing. The Dixon GT garden tractor does it all. Cutting, bagging, towing, plowing, and more. This tractor's loaded with features like power deck lift, rugged sleeve hitch, premium controls, and a muscular Kawasaki FR engine, a critical component in getting things done. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines in select Dixon tractors at the Home Depot and authorized Dixon dealers.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. New Schick Hydro, with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while 5 blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. It's the best shave for your skin. The new Schick Hydro. Free your skin.
Get ready to take your own trip to Victory Lane because everyone's a winner at NASCAR.com/hologram. Enter your hologram code today and choose from dozens of NASCAR e-gifts.
Good news for Jan Magnussen. He is locked into the race. Dave Blaney, 78.24. He is 36th overall. and Blaney is 5th of the 6 go-or-go-home drivers.
Yeah, so right now, those two Prism Motorsports cars, they are the 2 slowest of the go-or-go-homers. You know, Blaney may have a shot at this thing. I'm just not sure about Michael in that 55 car.
Boy, PJ is, this is the Robbie Gordon car here, back a second Robbie Gordon car. PJ Jones does a great job on a road course. Gave her a pretty good, he gave her a ride down into turn 4 and was able to make it. Let's see how he gets up through the S's here. So far, so good.
And all he needs to do is stay to the left of that green stripe right there, because what that represents is J.J. Yaley in that 46 car.
PJ has 6 Infineon starts.
Really got through turn 10 good.
You really kind of dirt track it through there. You get the back end hung out just a little bit, wide open into power slide it through that corner. This is going to be all right.
Just going to be right there. Whoa. I don't know if it's going to do it just yet.
What happened there? Thought he had a good run off that corner.
Yeah, he's locked in.
He is
locked in. It's so tight right there. That's the reason that tracker jumps around so much.
Yeah, because there's a bunch of 8.8s in there. I see an 8.6, an 8.8, an 8.8. Got to watch the old tracker. Sometime it'll trick you. Trick me at Charlotte. I know that with Ryan Newman.
A lot depended on what line you were running.
Ooh. Here's our Doberman with a grenade in his mouth. And
nothing about a pin.
If you're Jeff Hammond, there's a pin in there.
That was an interesting approach to turn 11, come to take the green.
That was just a kind of a lazy little slide into that corner. Maybe he was just letting it do that to get some heat in the tire. We'll see.
But remember, Jeff Hammond did talk to him, and Boris said, you know I probably can run faster than I'll probably qualify, but I've got to get this car in the show.
Well, I don't think there's any question about the fact that we know Boris can get the job done. If he got a pretty decent automobile here, he should be able to get in the race all right.
David Strimmy will be back in this car next week at Loudon. Boris is running here as well as Watkins Glen in August.
So he also might run Daytona.
You know what? Those boys did mention that that was a possibility. He ran the first 4 races of the year with this group. Little off just at the top of the S's there. If he can just get through here, not overdrive 10 or 11, he's going to be in great shape.
Boris is another one of those road racers, understands how you straighten these S's out to make max time, and I think he's doing a pretty good job of that. Just don't lose her here, Boris. He's looking pretty good.
Sat on the pole here in 2003.
Pretty much catch it right there with the throttle. When it starts to step out, nail it.
You know what I remember about his pole run? Dick Berggren putting on a said head wig.
He did do that, didn't he? Boris is going to be in great shape. In fact, I think he'll by far be the fastest of the go-or-go homers in this 26 car.
Yep, nice job.
17th quickest. That will lock him in.
Our final drivers to qualify, David Gilliland, Brian Semo, and Brandon Ash. Casey Kane hanging on to the pole. Stay with us.
Tonight, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon, where everyone in wine country is revved up as Marcus Ambrose stops by the ultimate Friday night house party. Live speed coverage continues tonight at 8:30 Eastern with NASCAR Trackside.
Only on speed.
You know what 2:30 in the afternoon feels like, right? Sleepy? Groggy? Dying for a nap? What do? Run for the coffee? Grab a soda? But how long does that last before you're back for more? Try this instead. Take 1 5-hour energy, then see what the rest of your day feels like. Sure won't feel like 2:30 anymore. Or 3:30. Or 4:30. 5-hour energy. Hours of energy now, no 2:30 feeling later.
Why are you in my yard?
Helping you save your weekend. Here, I packed your toiletries. You go cliff diving, dog sledding, alligator wrestling. So many super destinations, such low rates.
Go, dude, go! Are you sure the parachute was packed right? Probably!
Sometimes probably doesn't cut it. That's why we guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. Go to Valvoline.com now and save up to $20.
Can cook. Only one can shine.
The next Food Network star, Sunday nights at 9.
Brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Check out buyatoyota.com for unprecedented deals. Toyota, yes.
Looked at your bill yet?
Your phone bill.
Your internet bill. We looked at our bill from the phone company. We were wasting money.
Throwing it away.
I hate wasting anything, especially money.
We wish we'd looked sooner. Wish we'd looked sooner.
Ridiculous. Shocking.
So we switched. We switched. We looked at our bill and we switched to Comcast Business Class.
Great deal.
Fast internet.
Better phone, tools from Microsoft.
So, have you looked at your bill yet?
Find out how much your business can save. Call Comcast at 1-800-391-3000.
NASCAR Sprint Cup qualifying from Infineon Raceway is presented by Subway Restaurants. So many $5 footlong subs to choose from. Enjoy amazing value at Subway all day, every day. And brought to you in part by Dish Network. Why would you ever pay more for TV? David Gilliland will be the 44th driver to take time. Boris said Joe Nemechek, Max Papis, Jan Magnussen, and P.J. Jones are all locked in.
Not a bad little road racer right here now. I think when it a year ago or 2 years ago he finished second.
You're right. Yeah, it's actually been a couple, 3 years ago.
Raced out here, his dad, Butch Gilliland.
Oh, yeah.
In the Winston, what was the old Winston West series?
Well, Riverside, California.
That's where he grew up.
Yeah, that was home for David and his family. David and Boris said both. They just came out qualifying for the NASCAR Pro K&N West Series, and both of them qualified well up in the top 10.
He lost a good bit of time there in 9, Larry. He had to get out of the gas. The thing did a little dive on him when it went down in there, but I think he might be able to salvage enough to get in the race here without a problem.
Yeah, he qualified 5th for that race tomorrow, but he's going to be in great shape in his 38 car.
Yeah.
Yep, good lap. 26th overall, second of the go-or-go-home drivers, and unfortunately that bumps Michael Waltrip out of the race.
Boris said qualified on the outside of the front row for that race tomorrow.
So Brian Semo, Brandon Ash, and that will be it.
Brian he was kind of right in the middle of the go-or-go-homers in practice earlier. He was going to qualify for this race a year ago driving his 36 car, and the engine blew up going into turn 10. But Brian really has not been doing a lot of racing lately. I talked to him earlier and driving the car here, possibly at Watkins Glen for Tommy Baldwin.
And Larry, again, I just want to point, I don't think you can really appreciate at home the elevation changes in this racetrack. As you come into the second turn there, that's an uphill climb. Right there where you just went down into 3 down there, that's downhill. Now you're really, really seriously downhill here, and that's why you have so much runoff room here, because you're carrying a ton of speed. Now you're pretty level here. Not much elevation change. Got to get across here. You really ought to get up on that curve. It seemed like that was a hot tip for cutting this corner short. And then now from here all the way down here to turn 9, you're going downhill again and picking up speed, a lot more speed than you really feel like you are because of that very fact. You're headed down. You can see him go down the hill right there.
Don't feel good about this lap so far. The little green stripe right now represents J.J. Yaley in that 46 car.
Going to have to pick up a bunch of time right off the exit here. It'll be pretty hard to do. Did get the power down nice. He's getting out of there good, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, Darryl, the lowest point is down here in turn 11. The highest point is up there about turn 3 and 4.
Yeah.
It's about 150 feet difference in elevation.
So Brian Semo will not start Sunday's race.
So it's all up to our little buddy here, Brendan Ash. They've been trying to make races with this car a lot. I think this is supposed to be like his best car he's had in a long time, with the best shot at maybe making this race.
Yeah, they were at Phoenix earlier in the year, did not qualify, but he did qualify for this race here 1 year ago. Talked to his dad, Ed Ash, down in the garage area earlier this morning.
Anxious moments for Dave Blaney.
Now Brandon ran a minute 18:30 in practice. He needs to run just a little over a half a tenth quicker than that, because Dave Blaney is a minute 18:24 with his lap. And that's what this right here represents. That right there is Dave Blaney.
So for it's a clean lap, he just needs to be a little more aggressive. I think he's not attacking the course right now for someone that's got to get in this race. Way late there in a late entry, but he cut that curve pretty good. Let's see if it helps him get down through here. He's picking up a little time.
Yeah, he may be actually guilty of underdriving some of the corners.
Yeah, that's kind of what I feel like, particularly the tight part of the course over there. Gave up a lot of speed. See if he can pick up any down here. I mean, you can gain a bunch right down through here. Get back in the gas hard. He's back in it. I don't think it's going to be enough, though.
He's going to really have to get off turn 11 good, and I just don't see it happening right here.
He's got too much to make up there. He's not going to make it. I think he could have been a little more aggressive in the tighter part of the course up to 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and over the 7.
Good news for Dave Blaney. He is in. Brandon Ash not fast enough. So Brandon Ash, Brian Semo, and Michael Waltrip, the 3 drivers who will not make this field.
Well, since Dave Blaney's in, that could be good news for our sponsor fire paint scheme.
I got a feeling on where that sponsor fire outfit's going to end up.
Second career pole for Casey Kane here at Infineon. His 17th career pole overall, and he's standing by with Jeff Hammond.
Well, Casey, you won here a year ago. You came away from this race. Everybody talking about how fast you were at the last part of the race, but you finished it up today by showing them, hey, this was not a fluke.
Yeah, we've had a pole here before. Now we have another one, and this whole Budweiser team did a really nice job today. Showed up with a great car. We made a few adjustments and felt really good. We hadn't had a pole in a long time, so these guys did a nice job, and our Ford engine ran great again, and we're doing some good things now, so it's good. I'm excited for Sunday. We just need to figure out how to be patient and aggressive at the same time and stay out of trouble, stay on course.
I was talking to Kenny Francis, your crew chief, a little earlier, and he said, we've really had a pretty good year. We just had to eliminate the stupid things. You've been doing that as of late. Second last week in Michigan, again, you won here a year ago, so it looks like you're on track.
Yeah, I think we are. The pit crew guys did a great job last week. I didn't make any mistakes. We had great adjustments, no part failures. I mean, it was a solid weekend, and that's the kind of stuff that we've done in the past, and we did again last week, and we need to keep doing the rest of this year, and hopefully Sunday we'll do the same thing.
Well, when you think about this racetrack, a lot of people are complaining about it. It's slick, it's got no grip. How do you find it, and what do you have to do to get your car where you can win again?
Well, it's definitely slick, and it'll be slick on Sunday. It'll be slick tomorrow in practice, and we just have to get a solid balance. Forward drive's a big part of this race, especially come Sunday on long runs. A lot of things happen, strategy and things on these types of courses. So hopefully we can figure out how to do it tomorrow and have a strong car for Sunday.
Maybe you guys can help them up in the booth come up with some strategy.
It's I'm telling you, that's the way you win this race. Stay on the racetrack and no mechanical failures, and just stick to your game plan as far as strategy. You can come out of here in good shape.
So Ash Semo and Michael Waltrip failed to qualify for the Toyota Save Mart 350 here at the Infineon Raceway. We'll take a break, come back, and look at the starting grid for Sunday's race.
I love my sponsor, Aaron's. After a tough day at the track, David and I race into an Aaron's store and just relax. You comfy, Rudy? He's had a long day.
Race into Aaron's for the guaranteed low price on name brand furniture, electronics, appliances, and computers. Flexible lease to own plans, and you don't need credit. Nobody beats Aaron's.
This for sale?
You thinking about buying or leasing?
No, not now.
Nothing's worse than a dead battery. And nothing's more reliable than a Duralast battery. Duralast, proven tough, only at AutoZone.
Charcoal went out already?
Forget it.
There's more barbecue time in every bag of Kingsford charcoal. Kingsford, slow down and grill.
I know you love this car. A lot of memories. I'm glad you're all right.
At the Hartford, we hear from our AARP auto insurance customers all the time. But not just about savings and benefits for drivers 50 and over. Usually, they just want to thank us for making a difficult time a little less difficult.
It's perfect. Where'd you find it? I was just driving up here.
The AARP auto insurance program from the Hartford.
Hey, JD. You seen my drink anywhere? I'll keep looking.
Where does Carl Edwards get his power? Subway low-fat $5 footlongs like the tempting oven-roasted chicken or Black Forest ham. They fuel him up for amazing performances. Subway, eat fresh.
Found it.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.
Casey Kane, the pole sitter here in the Sonoma Valley for the Toyota Save Mart 350. Boys, let's take a look at the starting lineup.
Those are alive, and they're going to come alive Sunday, I can guarantee you.
Got Kevin Harvick there on row 2, our points leader. Marcos Ambrose, the fastest from practice earlier in row 3. Good run for Bobby Labonte, row 4.
Got all of our road racers up there. Jeff Gordon, Marcos, Tony Stewart. That's a strong top 10.
Denny Hamlin, winner of 3 of the last 5 events coming into this race.
Now you're getting back into the area where you got to start thinking about how are we going to get track position. What are we going to do? Because on a road course, you really got to be careful monkeying around with track position.
Saw the fastest of the go-or-go-homers there, Boris Said, in the 17th position, and at 26 car, Kyle Busch all the way back on row 14.
Big surprise there, but Joe Nemechek, nice job on his part to get to qualify well. Matt Kenseth's way back.
Jan Magnussen makes his debut, as does Matthias Ekstrom, driving the 83 car for Brian Vickers. That car sat on the pole here a year ago.
Yeah, J.J. Yaley gets in there in that 46 car again, and Dave Blaney just squeaks in there at the end in that 66 car. David Reagan probably will be going to a backup car. The only really mishap we had, honestly, all day long.
Well, you know what? In about 45 seconds from now, we're going to be not on that Ferris wheel, but back down underneath that little speed hoop-de-doo.
For trackside, do we have the right shirts on for that?
I don't know.
Let's just wear these. What do you say?
All right, I'm with you.
We don't have a lot of time to change.
No time at all.
You said it earlier, Steve. It's beautiful scenery out here. This is just a beautiful part of California, out here in wine country. Great place for a race. Great place for a racetrack.
Never have to worry about the weather here. Just keep digging.
Well, coming up next on trackside, Robbie Gordon will join us, as well as Marcus Ambrose and former San Francisco 49er Roger Craig.
Let's go stomp some grapes.
I'm with you.
First is the beginning. First kicks open the door and possibilities follow. First resets everything. First moves us forward, fast. We all want first. First isn't later, it's now. What will you do first with Evo, the first 4G phone? Only from Sprint, the Now Network.
Who's serving up a big breakfast this weekend?
On an endless buffet with a juicy steak.
Don't flip out. Only Golden Corral would include steak for breakfast. It's on our endless weekend breakfast buffet, all for a great low price. Only at Golden Corral.
When we get back, we're going to have a hero's welcome. Can we ride around town and on donkeys? What? Donkeys? Yeah, I heard you. That's just so strange, I guess.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobile One. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobile One.
Some athletic uniforms are designed to wick away moisture. Other uniforms are made to wick away 500-degree flames.
The beautiful Sonoma Valley, home to the Infineon Raceway, the first of 2 road course races on the 2010 NASCAR Sprint Cup Series schedule. Trackside Live is in wine and cheese country. Day with beautiful people at a beautiful part of the country, Sonoma Valley. Jeff Hammond, Larry McReynolds, Steve Burns, DW in the house here for Trackside.
I'll tell you, these people, they can't hear you. Look at them. Look at all these signs. Are they loving it or what?
I think they're definitely enjoying the fact that we're here.
I believe they love us in Northern California, and this is not trick television. We just finished qualifying, and here we are.
I'm just wondering, is it because you're here or because NASCAR's here? Which is it?
Oh, no, it's because I'm here.
Oh, okay.
It's definitely because I'm here. See you. All right, folks. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, you know, in Sonoma, we use, or actually at other racetracks, we talk about the winner's trophy. But in Sonoma, it's a winner's goblet.
How about that? Is that not beautiful?
And since we're in Sonoma with a goblet, you got to have a little of this, right?
If memory serves me right, I saw the king, Richard Petty, drinking out of that goblet a year ago.
A year ago.
Whoop, whoop, whoop.
You know, Larry, don't get no ideas.
We got 58 minutes, and then we'll do some tasting.
Hey, we spent a lot of time in wine country.
Oh, you need to have
Hey,
some
we're in
cheese.
wine country.
Hey, speaking of whining, I got a question for you.
Yeah, brother. Ask me.
What does it take to win here from a driver's perspective?
You got to be good. You got to know what you did. Listen, think about it like this. Folks, work with me here, okay? If you were a left-handed golfer and somebody handed you a right-hand club and they said, here, go ahead and tee off, it'd be pretty difficult to do. Or if you're a left-handed batter and they said, here, switch around and hit from the other side. That's kind of what you're faced with when you come to a road course. Everything that you're accustomed to doing, all those muscles, all that working out you do to keep turning left, forget that. Now you got to turn right. And it's so unorthodox that it really, you spend a lot of your time just getting what we call your rhythm, getting used to. Instead of the right hand going over the top of the wheel, all of a sudden the left hand has to go over the top of the wheel. Instead of leaning left in the corner, now you got to start leaning right in the corner. Different muscles doing different things. So it takes a little time to get that all adjusted and get used to going the wrong way.
It's funny you say that. A lineman for the Carolina Panthers, they moved him from right tackle to left tackle, and he said, you ever try to comb your hair with your left hand?
No, it's a good point. Or brush your teeth with your left hand. You know, all those things. It's just very difficult.
Well, I know that part has not changed about Infineon Raceway, but I'm seeing one thing that has certainly started to change. It wasn't that many years ago when you go to any of the road courses, whether it was the old Riverside, whether it was here at Infineon or Watkins Glen, the teams, the drivers that could win the race, you could count on one hand and almost have fingers left over. But when you look at what's been going on of late, the last 9 races here, 7 different winners, 5 different winners in the last 5 races, but I will say this, Not that many years ago, we were not thinking about Casey Kane and the 9 team being road race specialists. Now those guys, including today, 2 of the last 3 poles here, and of course they are the defending champion. They drank out of the goblet a year ago.
The thing is, though, Larry, when you talk about Casey Kane, he is 20th in the points right now, 21st. To me, this race this weekend is huge for guys like him, Juan Pablo Montoya, guys even like David Rubin and Jamie McMurray, because they're so far down in the points trying to get back in the chase. This could be a racetrack for them that could cost them either more points or give them an opportunity to make up some points. Him starting on the pole, I think, is huge, because I think Casey and Kenny Francis, they're starting to show some strength that tells me they have a car capable of running in the chase, but they're so far out of it right now, 205 points. They got a lot of ground to make up, but Sunday could be a big, big help for them.
And they got a good dent in that a week ago, finishing second in Michigan. They took a big bite out of those points.
I believe you're right. I think you're onto something. I think the next few weeks is going to define who will be in the chase and who isn't, because think about, we're at a road course this weekend. Next week, we're at a 1-mile racetrack. The next week after that, you're at the 2.5-mile Daytona Superspeedway with restrictor plates. The week after that, you're on a 1.5-mile track in Chicago. So these next few weeks will show who's got what it takes to get in the chase.
A lot of different tracks, coast to coast and border to border.
Yep.
Well, with all that said, now it's time for our Valvoline guaranteeing the win part of the program. So I'll start with Mr. Hammond. After all that, then who do you think will be in victory lane on Sunday?
You know, right now, I think it's going to be kind of hard to bet against, believe it or not, Jeff Gordon. I think Jeff Gordon, even though Casey Kane sat on the pole here today, folks, I believe Jeff Gordon, his car looked really good in practice. The long run is what I was looking at, and I think the 24 and Steve Letarte are going to be pretty darn tough here.
Well, not because he's coming on our show, but I watched this team in practice. We know how they ran here, in fact, on both the road courses last year. If Frankie Kerr, the crew chief, with Marcus Ambrose, if they can dot their I's and cross their T's, stay on the racetrack, I think he's got the fastest car here this weekend. They just got to show they can close the deal on Sunday.
Well, I'm a firm believer in track position. And the guy that has the best track position to start this race is Casey Kane. And Casey, coming off of the win here last year, winning the pole today, I'm putting my money on Casey Kane for this weekend.
He knows his way to victory lane, that's for sure.
That's right.
Well, we can't guarantee who is going to win the race, but Valvoline can guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. Coming up next, we'll talk to Larry's pick. Marcus Ambrose joins us here on Trackside Live.
Trackside is presented by Valvoline. We can't guarantee who'll take the checkered flag, but Valvoline will guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. And brought to you in part by Verizon, the network with the most 3G coverage.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot. Live from Infiniti Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
Do you remember when everybody's favorite show was Dad trying to assemble the family tent? Then keep the tradition going with great Father's Day gifts from Bass Pro Shops. Plus, don't miss Family Summer Camp with lots of kids' activities, s'mores around the campfire, and more. All for free.
When I think of value, I think of Wrangler. Always have.
Wrangler Jeans Company. New looks, priced right.
You can pay more, but you won't get more.
Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
So you'll have my daughter home by 11?
Probably. Sometimes probably doesn't cut it. That's why we guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. Go to Valvoline.com now and save up to $20.
Colin Brown's on the pole.
Colin Brown drives the number 16. 2 poles and only 7 starts. Was a surprisingly low water bill.
Is that his mail?
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
On this day before my daughter's wedding, I'd like to propose a toast to Steve Wallace, a rising star who has 16 top 10 finishes in the NASCAR Nationwide Series.
Sit down, Dad.
The NASCAR Nationwide Series. Get into it.
Marcus Ambrose, a two-time Australian V8 Supercar Series champ, a two-time winner in the NASCAR Nationwide Series, and a threat to win his first NASCAR Sprint Cup Series race here on Sunday. Marcus Ambrose to Trackside Live.
Hey boys, how you doing?
We suckered you in one more time, didn't we?
Yeah, you did.
You didn't bring any funny hats or anything with you, did you?
Look, I'm over the props. It's all about me now.
Hey, he's starting to sound like a driver now.
Yeah.
Years there. He's been in NASCAR just about right now, just about right.
You used to always like to say, I'll show and no go. Right now, you're definitely going. Ain't worried about the show, right?
No, it's all about going right now. Go or go home, I think.
Well, you know what I always told him, Marcos? You can either be a part of the show or you can be the show.
I'll use that one if that's all right. Thank you.
You know, Marcus, last year, your first full season in Sprint Cup, you guys actually made a lot of noise from our perspective for essentially a single-car team. Your performances have been good, but the DNFs obviously are the Achilles heel. But I read about a month or so ago where you, Frankie Kerr, Tad Geschechter, you guys sat down and said, you know what? Maybe we're expecting too much. Maybe we're actually trying too hard. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it was the case today because I messed up in turn 11 there in the qualifying trend.
You were fizzed up. I mean,
I was fizzed up for my
really
tip top. I listened to that on speed. But it's really, we're a single car team, and I call it punching above our weight. We were like taking on, Goliath, and we're a pretty small entity. We're a one car team trying to make our way in the Sprint Cup Series, and we did an awesome season last year. 18th in points, 19th in points, just really excited about it. We came out of the guns this year thinking we want to do better, but we have to keep expectations in check. And I think we're all at fault for just making errors and trying too hard. And so we have to now just focus on what we can do, what we can deliver. And this weekend we can win. We expect to win. We want to win. We feel like we can. But at the same time, you've got to remember that we're a single car team, and it's only my second year in the Sprint Cup Series, and you just can't get carried away.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the qualifying turn 11 because, Marcus, what made me a little nervous, I see Jeff Hammond's got the press release. What I read, paragraph after paragraph, was Marcus Ambrose saying, we have to win this race. We've got to win this race. And I went, ooh, I don't know if that's the right thing to do.
Well, I don't write the press release. That's first up, because I'm saying the opposite. We just got to just cool down, settle down. We all want to do well, and I think it's hurt us. We've had a rough run. We've had a lot of bad luck. At the same time, you can't over-try. Yeah. And my deal today in turn 11, I actually got my foot caught on the brake pedal and the throttle. So it was really just an error. It wasn't anything that was pressurised. I just messed up.
I thought that's what you road racers did.
Well, I just out of practice, mate. I'm used to this whole turning left thing, keeping it wide open.
Marcus, I talked to Tad Geschechter in the airport yesterday, and one of the owners, along with Brad Doherty, and Tad said it's hard to take a step back and look at the season because the performance in many cases has been there. The finishes haven't. So is it, I guess to follow up on what Larry says, is it hard for you to keep that in perspective?
Yeah, it is. And we all look at ourselves, and I look at myself as a race driver. What am I doing wrong? The sacrifices that you made, are they worth it? All those things come into play. So, you've got to really take a step back and just say, you know what, I just got to turn up, I just got to stay relaxed, stay fresh, and just take what the race will give me. And I'm trying hard. And I guess my microphone's not working.
Oh, sounds good.
I think you're back with that stuff you ever said there. I mean, that was really...
That was some good stuff.
Yeah. The four of us heard you fine. Now, nobody else did, but...
I'm going to go along the same line as far as what they were saying there. But Frankie Kerr, I mean, a former driver, I mean, as far as, he comes out of the Sprint Car Series up north. He becomes your crew chief. And again, you almost like you're the odd couple. But how was that relationship, developed, and how was he as far as, he's always been a ball of fire as a driver. So how's he as far as calming you down?
Well, he's been great for me, and he really saved my career here in NASCAR. I was floundering, not really, I didn't have that momentum to get up in the Cup Series and really deliver, and he took me on. My very first Cup race with JTG was with Frank. We qualified for the Indy 400, the big race, the Brickyard, and we qualified in the middle of the field and had a good day, and that really got me going. And Frank, I owe Frank everything. He's a racer. He knows me. I'm a race car driver. I'm really just about the basics of I just gnaw on that steering wheel and just want to attack. And he keeps me relatively calm. I wouldn't say he's probably the best at keeping me calm, but we work well together.
So there is a reason why they call you the Tasmanian Devil.
Yeah, that's right. I am Taz all over. I'm just like, get that steering wheel. I just want to chew it.
Hey, more with Marcus Ambrose when we return here on Speed. And a little bit later on, Robbie Gordon will join us, and former NFL great Roger Craig. He's the Grand Marshal for this Sunday's race. Stay with us here on Speed.
What do you look for in a great mower? Start by looking for a Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are known for having backbone, muscle, lasting power. So look for the Kawasaki name. You know what lawn care pros say. Inside every great mower is a great Kawasaki engine. Kawasaki engines are the critical component. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines and select Dixon mowers at the Home Depot and your local lawn and garden dealer.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
This week, it's the site of 4 unbelievable finishes.
Golf Channel is live from majestic Pebble Beach.
U.S. Open Week, all this week on Golf Channel.
Sponsored in part by Heavenly Greens Artificial Turf Systems. So soft, so natural, so green. It's hard to tell it's not real. For best quality home or commercial lawns and putting greens, call Heavenly Greens or visit their website at heavenlygreens.com.
AT&T U-verse is the service that can't. Here's the latest can't. You can't watch local content on demand. They don't have it. The good news is, with Xfinity, you can watch the most local news, sports, and entertainment, all available on demand, whenever you want. Catch the highlights from your hometown team, or choose from one of almost 20,000 other on-demand titles. With Xfinity from Comcast, you can do so much more. Call 1-800-XFINITY today.
Trackside Live back at the Infineon Raceway. It's Sonoma, California, spending time with Marcus Ambrose. Coming up a little bit later, Robbie Gordon is here.
Marcus, when you look at this racetrack, is this a difficult road course? Is it with the elevation changes, sort of tight section, speed section, is this a difficult track to drive?
It's funny you say that. This track is the most unique track I think I've ever been to because it's so hard to get around this place. There's not a straightaway. You're turning the entire lap, you're changing gears the entire lap. These are heavy race cars, 3,500 pounds, way too much power, not enough tyre, not enough brakes. So it's a real challenge, even on brand new tyres and qualifying trim. That car's trying to get away from underneath you. So I find this track, with these cars, one of the hardest road races you'll ever do.
You know what? You're sounding just like the way Darrell used to sound. So you have officially made it as being a race car driver. You're complaining about the right things. But, you come out here and you feel, we talked about the pressure, but you've also got, I think, pressure probably internally. Clorox, as well as Kingsford. They're located right here in Oakland. I think you got like 100 guests coming out here this weekend. I mean, that's got to be something also that's got to be weighing on your mind.
Well, yeah, that's right. And it's great to have good friends want to come out to the racetrack that sponsor you. So, you know, we've got a lot of friends in the Clorox building. They're based out of Oakland. Over 100 of them coming out this weekend. We're excited to put on a good show for them. It was the same last year, so I'm used to that as a driver, to put up with that pressure. And you can't put more pressure on than you put on yourself. Anyway, I mean, I want to do better more than anyone else in this entire world. For me, I want to win that race. And it's just great to have support, to be honest with you. We've got a great little crew. We've got great sponsors. We're one of the first teams that have come in this sport, fully funded, great sponsors, Fortune 500 companies involved, and we're just pumped up, looking forward to it.
Marcus, the last lap at Pocono a couple of weeks ago, so much was said about the hit that Casey Kane, the 16, the 5 of Mark Martin, but I was talking to your crew chief, Frankie Kerr. It sounds like you took a heck of a ride and a heck of a hit. He said he has not seen a car out of their camp torn up that much in forever almost.
Yeah, look, I just got on the grass and then the car just took off straight and the wall comes out at a funny angle with an earth bank behind it, and I hit at 30 G within 0.1 of a second. And, we moved the steering wheel and we pushed the floor out, and I mean, it was the hardest hit I've ever taken. And it just shows you how far safety has come in our sport. Yeah. Where you take a lick like that, and I was at 6:30 in the morning babysitting because my wife went on a holiday to New York. So, here is a guy who went through an awful lick, big crash, and I didn't have any ill effects.
All those drivers, all you guys that were involved in that.
Marcus, I read also that recently you were participated in a tire test at Watkins Glen, and actually you and Jeff Gordon flip-flop cars. What was it like to drive the 24 car, and what did he say about your race car?
Well, first, to be asked, it's just such a privilege. I mean, I've watched Jeff Gordon win a lot of races at Watkins Glen, so for this little Tasmanian to be asked to jump in, a car like that, it was pretty special to be asked. And then once we made the phone calls to make sure that I wasn't going to get in trouble for doing it, I had trouble getting in the seat. So I'm like trying to squeeze in this seat, and I'm like, pounds of ice, seatbelt, just trying to make it all fit. And once I got in there, I was right. And I was amazed how similar I'm trying to set my car up compared to Jeff. I mean, I just jumped in his car and it almost felt like home. There are differences. Obviously, the power curve's different and the way he sets up the internals of the cockpit and so forth, but the actual characteristics of the handling were very similar. And I was impressed. I was impressed that I got to drive it, and I was also impressed about how they go about their racing. It was just a really good reference check for me because, drivers go down a path of saying, I like this because that's what I like. Doesn't necessarily mean it's the fastest. So it was good to get a good cross-check and see what they were doing.
Were you faster than him?
Well, I'm not. No. I only did 4 laps because I didn't want to crash it on him. So I'm just like, I tootled around and tried to get a feel and give them some constructive comments back. But, he jumped my car too, and we were pretty evenly paced between both runs.
You're such a gentleman.
We're talking about Jeff Gordon,
Word was you were half a second faster than he was.
That's what I heard.
I'm just saying.
I don't know. That's what I
heard. More with Marcus Ambrose when we return to the Infineon Raceway here on Speed.
The most anticipated car collector auctions on television. Come to Orange County. Hundreds of cars auctioned off live. Barrett Jackson, Orange County. Live starting next Friday, 5 Eastern. Only on Speed.
July 11th, the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series thunders into the Hawkeye State. For door-to-door, lightning-fast, full-contact excitement. Don't miss the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series live from Iowa. July 11th at 1:30 Eastern. Only on Speed.
We're for better living through power tools. For powering through our to-do list in record time. We're for higher RPMs at lower prices. We're for lights and lasers and one battery powering 40 tools. We're for the kind of tools that turn more saving into more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Right now, get an incredible price on a Ryobi 18-volt starter kit with drill and circular saw, just $89.
What I like about RVing is you can go just about anywhere you want, when you want. And it's more affordable than flying, eating out, and staying in hotels. You can take along what you need with no baggage fees. And never lose your luggage. Sit wherever you want, window or aisle, with no cramped seats and no hidden fees. And plenty of pillows. Snacks are bigger, the air is fresher, every meal is all you can eat. so I save a lot of money there. You always get a room with a view at no extra charge. And when you go RVing at the track, you get in-room wake-up calls with a hint of burned rubber. Visit GoRVing.com and compare the cost-saving difference between an RV vacation and other family vacations. Go affordably. Go RVing.
Discover the soul of NASCAR at over 50 NASCAR home tracks across North America. Visit NASCARHometracks.com to find a track near you.
Trackside Live back at the Infineon Raceway. Beautiful day here in the Sonoma Valley, spending time with Marcus Ambrose. And Marcus, I was on a plane, I think it was last week, reading an article, a travel magazine, and it said that Tasmania is one of the top 10 islands in the world to visit. And a lot of people don't realize this, but Tasmania is actually an island off the coast of Australia.
When I grew up at school, they told me that the world revolved around Tasmania. They said it was part of the axis. That's true south right there.
So why is it such a great destination?
Well, it's very natural. It's very wild. Australia's only been settled for about 230 years. So, there are parts of Tasmania that haven't even been walked through yet. And it's just pristine. It hasn't been damaged by too much forestry or mining or whatnot. But, we're pretty laid back too. We like a good time and a good... We're in a good frame of mind down there, I think. We just enjoy the good life.
I was going to say that our boss, David Hill, was Australian. I thought maybe Tasmania, but when he said something about being laid back, nah, not him.
Probably not. Marcos, when you're on an oval and you tear out the pits and you go up through the gears and you pull her back in high gear, you're pretty well locked. Mm-hmm. You're locked and loaded. Tell the folks at home what it's like coming down to a turn here. How do you approach a road course corner versus maybe how you do it on an oval?
Well, it's all, road racing is about compromise. You can't get the car perfect, whereas an oval, you set in one motion and that car's zinging around 180 mile an hour and the car's perfect. Feels perfect, feels great when you're having a good time. For me, road racing, I just back it down. I get off the brake early. I try not to put too much steering input in. I just try to stay nice and relaxed and just do everything in small movements.
What are your feet doing? I mean, everything is working.
Yeah, I'm a right foot braker, so I'll actually brake with the right foot and then do the traditional heel toe, whereas some guys, they get around just as good and they actually just use the brake with the left foot and then gas with the right. They don't even use the clutch. But for me, I get a lot of axle hop, so I'd like to control that with the clutch pedal. So I tend to right foot brake maybe 80% of the lap. There are some points where I'll bring that left foot across and dabble it, but for me, road racing is all about just not making mistakes. If you can just back it down just a little bit, be nice and easy, not like what I did today.
Yeah.
You normally make more speed by not making errors rather than trying to get that perfect lap.
The guys always told me that stock car drivers like myself and others, we have a tendency to want to stop the car with the gearbox. Like we see a corner coming and we start, we start really jerking the gears, when in fact, you need to use the brakes just like you do on a short track.
Absolutely, and I guess you guys probably used to running no brakes. I mean, today I complain about the brakes because they don't stop well enough. I can't imagine what it was like in the 70s and the 80s and the early 90s when the brake technology wasn't really here and you had to use a gearbox to slow it down. So I think it's only natural, and when my brakes fade, I'm one of the worst culprits. I mean, I'm crunching through that box trying to get the car to slow down, so I still do it too. It's a hard habit to break.
Marcos, when you look back on your career, there's a lot said about winning championships. There's a lot said about winning races. Well, what I see is in 2003, 2004, in the V8 Supercar Series, a road racing series in Australia, you won back-to-back championships and 27 races doing it, which is phenomenal numbers.
It seems like a good period right now. I've gone through a few races without getting a win, but I came to NASCAR to compete against the best. I knew it wasn't going to be as easy as Australia. I knew that I probably wasn't going to make it stick, but I wanted to get across here and just really see what I had, see if I could survive at this level. And it's the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. I mean, it puts my wedding day, like down here, and Sonoma's up here as far as, it's just intense. And every week it's like that. It just doesn't get any easier no matter how much experience you get, and I'm just thrilled to be part of NASCAR. I'm thrilled to still be here. And, I'm gunning to win races. I want to win races as bad as anyone else out there, but I also appreciate that life's not always about winning. It's about participating and being here and being included in it. And I've come a long way. I've committed a lot, sacrificed an awful lot to be here, and I'm going to make sure that I enjoy it when I'm here.
Well, speaking of participating and hopefully enjoying, this past week you were at Eldora. I think you and your crew chief, Frankie Kerr, were there, and then you follow that up with a little bit more dirt racing. I mean, is this something that all of a sudden you've got to go do now? I mean, here you are at Eldora, racing on the dirt. I mean, was that...
And they picked that. I mean, you picked that bit of footage when I'm spinning out.
Daryl does that. Daryl does it.
Right.
This is the next night, and you were in a wing sprint car.
And the next night we went out and did some sprint car running, and that was awesome because I got to run with Donnie Schatz. He was out there testing in Smoke's car and just really pumped up about
now,
it.
Did Frank Kerr drive one of these on Thursday night?
He did. We were doing 10-lap runs, but he'd only make 8, and then he had to back it down for a little bit and catch his breath. But he is a real man behind one of those sprint cars. He gets it done today, and he hasn't been in those cars for years. And I'm learning a lot. I'm learning a lot about driving those cars. I'm learning a lot about how Frank goes about it too.
Was that you in 3?
It was me, yeah.
Wow.
So back to a question from earlier. Who was faster, you or Frankie?
Oh, there was no stopwatches out there. I'm sorry.
You know what? Gentleman. I like you as a driver. You don't try to put your crew chief down like some people I know.
We're all going out there like the other.
Probably got a good crew chief.
Yeah, there was 5 cars out there, and Donnie Schatz is in the group.
Love you too, Daryl.
And all I was making sure was I just wanted to see. Yeah, I wanted to see Donnie Schatz because I didn't want him to lap me, so I made sure I started right behind him so he couldn't pass.
Hey, let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
If I helped you win 43 races, a couple of championships on a Daytona 500, would you be nice? No, yeah. Be nice to me?
Hey,
yeah, I'll be nice.
Be careful what you say.
Word on the street, Frankie told me he was a half a second faster than I'm just saying.
Hey, good luck chewing on that steering wheel Sunday.
No. Dirt is bad, asphalt is good.
Slow down, go faster. Slow down, go faster.
Coming up, Robbie Gordon joins us here on Trackside Live. Glad you're with us here on Speed.
Saturday.
The fierce fight in GT.
This is where the season heats up.
Just too much fire there.
And only the strong survive.
The Ganassi boys will do it.
Don't miss the Rolex Sports Car Series. Live from Mid-Ohio. Saturday at 5 p.m. Eastern, only on Speed.
Sunday, don't miss NASCAR Race Day as the Candyman Kyle Busch joins us live. And Jeff Gordon discusses his drive for a 5th title. NASCAR Race Day built by the Home Depot. Live from Infinity on Sunday at 12 Eastern.
Only on Speed.
State Line, Sabre, Interstate. New from Honda.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain. We live outdoors.
You boys got an O2 sensor? And the socket to change it? And you boys have the best prices on all this. Can you hand me a wrench?
Right now at Pep Boys, get a Pennzoil do-it-yourself oil change, now just $16.99.
When the light comes on, just come in. Pep Boys does everything for less.
Robbie Gordon's NASCAR career spans a period of 17 years. He's a 3-time winner in the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series. He also raced Indy cars, open-wheel cars, and off-road trucks. And welcome the driver of the Monster Energy Toyota.
Got a lot of 7s out there in the audience. Look at there.
We got 7s.
Hey, Rob.
Hi, how are you, buddy?
All right, buddy.
Good.
Man, what did you do to these people?
Hey, I think you gave them some Monster Energy drink.
They must have. They're kind of jacked up out there tonight.
See what a couple monsters will do?
These are your people, aren't they?
I brought my own monsters.
Well, I know one thing you accomplished, aside from you qualifying 16th, you became a multi-car team here for this weekend. Both cars in the show. P.J. Jones qualified.
Yeah, 16th is, or 17th or 16th?
16th.
16th,
yep. Okay. Very, very, very conservative. After watching Marcus and a bunch of other guys, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to go out there and not put a wheel wrong. And if we can qualify inside the top 20, we can win the race.
Yeah.
The problem is if you qualify much farther back than where I'm at, you're going to struggle. And if it doesn't take much to do that, one tire hop, one lockup, and you find yourself sitting there in the back. So, heck, just in turn one alone, I lost 4/10, and then everything else was kind of smooth from there. I was just a little too conservative.
Robbie, there was a time when we came to these road courses and we said, you got Robbie Gordon and you got everybody else. But lately you've struggled with the road courses. Why? What is it that you're missing that you need that you don't have?
I don't know. I remember last year leading the race when the caution came out, so I wouldn't say we struggled. Once it comes time to go racing, we're fine. We spent the first half of the session working on race setup. That was probably a mistake for qualifying today. We probably should have just went for it, full bore, qualify, get in there, try to be on the pole, and go from there. But we said if we work on race setup and get kind of a simulated race setup run, that's going to help us for tomorrow morning, which will eventually help us for Sunday when it really counts.
Yeah, let me just say this real quick to follow up a little bit. I think strategy has probably, I know I've listened to you like 2 times out here I can remember. You had this thing.
I need to pit.
Yeah. And strategy has been your Achilles heel. Have you figured that out?
Well, about the time we've got enough fuel mileage with my Toyota, we'll figure that out. And sure enough, if we do that, they'll do 3 attempts at a green-white checker and half the field will run out of fuel, and I'll be one of them. So, it's how do you know? We're gonna play the play when it comes time. But I think we are thinking about those 3 attempts, because if we get 1, you're gonna get 3 here at the road course.
More than likely.
Oh yeah,
More than
I
likely.
agree totally.
Robbie, I noticed a couple years ago, you and I were talking, I was looking at your race cars, and I was very impressed with the workmanship. Your organization builds some of the finest looking race cars. Again, we know how fast they can go, but at the same time, you take a lot of pride in building top-notch equipment.
Well, that's, a lot of people always say, well, why do you drive for yourself? And it's like, I like building cars, and I like building our own race cars and competing against the best teams in the business. And that's why we just started the speedfactory.tv, so that the fans can go in there and really see what we do behind the scenes and really see what goes on at Robbie Gordon Motorsports. And I think it'll be more informative to what really happens behind the scenes in NASCAR, because the race happens on Sunday, but there's just as much race getting to next Thursday to head to Loudon, New Hampshire. It's a lot of work goes on a weekly basis.
Hey, we'll have more with Robbie Gordon coming up. Want to remind you, if you're not sure who has what it takes to claim the checkered flag, check out the Sunoco Performance Picks on NASCAR Race Day, built by the Home Depot on Sunday. The Race Day team gives you their fantasy picks. Go to speedfantasyracing.com to see their picks.
Hey, chances are if you're towing 12 tons of something, it's probably pretty important to you. That's your livelihood back there, okay? So you're going to want to keep it from swaying back and forth like hippies around a campfire. No sweat. Introducing the all-new 2011 Super Duty. It's got the most towing power and now an advanced trailer sway control system. And it's standard. Yeah, that'll take the white out of your knuckles. Kumbaya, baby. The all-new Super Duty.
Can a smartphone augment your reality? Can it see through walls, locate restaurants and shops through your phone's viewfinder? Droid can with Layer, one of thousands of apps that run simultaneously with others from the ever-expanding Android market. When there's no limit to what Droid gets, there's no limit to what Droid does.
Right now, buy one Droid by Motorola and get a second one free. Only from Verizon.
Do you remember when taking a bath and going for a swim became the same thing for a few days? Then keep the tradition going at Bass Pro Shop's Family Summer Camp with free activities and crafts. This weekend, kids can paint a free lure for Father's Day.
12 summers of boat hauling, 63 miles of commuting daily. For any extreme from the road to the racetrack, nothing beats Mobil 1. The choice of over half of all NASCAR teams. So put some NASCAR in your car. Mobil 1.
There's a good reason people are coming to Bill Brandt Ford in Brentwood for pre-owned vehicles.
My dad said go to Bill Brandt Ford. You'll find the best deal on a pre-owned car there.
The reason I come is most of their pre-owned vehicles are still under warranty and have undergone Bill Brandt Ford's 169-point inspection.
The reason I buy from Bill Brandt Ford is everyone makes me feel great.
What's your reason? Bill Brandt Ford, still family owned and operated since 1972. Your hometown dealer in Brentwood.
Wow. It's even bigger than I thought.
Welcome to Progressive.
Do you guys insure Airstreams?
Yep. Everything from travel trailers to mega motorhomes. And when your RV is covered, so is your pet.
Perfect. Who wants a picture with Flo?
I do.
Do you mind?
Gotta make sure this is hot. Okay. Everybody say awkward.
Protecting your family fun. Now that's Progressive. Call or click today.
Trackside Live back on speed at the Infineon Raceway in beautiful Sonoma, California. Our thanks to Marcus Ambrose, and now spending time with Robbie Gordon.
You know, Robbie, you've competed in about everything and anything that rolls or turns or runs. You know, you've competed, of course, in Sprint Cup, Nationwide Series, Indy cars. You've been a winner at the 24 Hours of Daytona in the GTS class, off-road trucks. But the unique thing, you've won in every single one of them. You've never raced anything and wasn't a winner in it.
Well, you know, that's one thing that is true. You know, our best finish with the Cup car under our umbrella is second. And I'd like to win a race as a team owner. So we're working really hard. Having two cars in the show this weekend is going to help us because PJ is going to go in one direction with the setup. I'm going to go in another one tomorrow and kind of play off each other like a two-car team does do.
Back in May, Bruton Smith made an announcement about the $20 million deal, and you're one of the guys who's done this, who's ran Indy. You had a chance to win the Indianapolis 500. You've run well enough to win a Coca-Cola 600. I mean, a stock car racing. You know, does that $20 million being dangled out there make Robbie Gordon think about going back to Indy?
Well, you know, it's he can dangle it out there, but if the times don't work, it doesn't matter. So I think, you know, obviously the IRL and NASCAR would have to work on what the time schedules would look like. Right now, today, you know, we used to be able to do it, but Indy was on Central Time. Now they went on daylight savings, so they're on the same time as Charlotte. So we lost an hour there, and then I think they moved the race back 1 or 2 hours. So it would make it very difficult time-wise just to be able to do it.
Yeah, in 2004, they had a little rain delay at Indy, and you actually had to hand your Indy car over to someone else where you could make it back to Charlotte.
Exactly, and you know, I think if you're going to do it, you gotta be able to race both races. So you know, if the opportunity comes up, I am getting a little older now. I'm 41 years old, and I think I could do it, but it would take a lot of preparation, and it would be something that would have to start probably in November, December. And we were in that direction this year. We were going to run the Indy 500, and then Monster decided at the end of the day that that's not what they want to do, and we didn't do the Indy 500.
You know, I know you're an engineer. You love to build trick pieces. What was that word you told me?
I'm not an engineer. Well, I'm an Imagineer.
You built, was it widgets? Widgets. So you build widgets and you build all these trick things for your trucks and your cars, but then you get busted at Darlington for wood in the door. Now, that's not very creative.
Well, I mean, that one, I must be honest, I was hanging around with the two of you guys, and I remember hearing in the old days, you guys used to put wood in the doors, and I said, you know, shit, these guys, you know, 30 years ago, they were on it, man. They were putting wood in the door. We should do that. And I did ask about it, and we were probably all good until I made some really nice water jet brackets and welded them to the chassis. And that's where they docked us the points on it. But, you know, it wouldn't have helped us anything until we would have hit the wall. If you hit the wall like everybody does at Darlington, it would have just bounced off a little bit and not knock the toe out. And it wouldn't have been a big deal. But we do think outside the box for sure.
Robbie, you know, in this in this world, we kind of have blinders on. You know, we look at NASCAR as, you know, pretty much the end-all, be-all. But I'm curious about the off-road racing because, to go to Baja, that is a big deal in that world, in that part of motorsports.
It's just different. I think one of the things that drives me to the off-road stuff and even the monster truck stuff right now, I don't know if you guys know, we built a monster truck, and we've been playing with this thing. We're getting it to, we might be at the bottom of the black here, but we got to be able to fly this tent without getting knocked out. And a couple of my buddies have already been knocked out in the truck, so it rattles them pretty hard when it lands.
Wow.
And if we get this thing where we can jump this tent, we're going to go after Gravedigger.
Hey, Daryl can drive for you. He's been in.
I drove a monster truck outdoor. Did you see it?
Now, I did watch this, okay, and I'm sorry to say it, Daryl, I'm a big fan of yours. You idled a monster truck. There's a big difference between driving and idling.
I didn't want to knock myself out, brother.
Was there a no parking sign there?
Oh, I hit that throttle one time. I said, uh-oh.
There's nothing like 2,000 horsepower.
Oh, my
though.
God.
I mean, it's a lot of fun. It's
like sitting on top of the Empire State Building, and then you hit that 1,000, 1,500 horsepower, and that thing goes, oh! I said, no.
I just got to grab her by the reins and whip her a little bit, and she'd come back into play.
Yeah.
Okey doke. Hey, Robbie, thanks a lot, man.
Yeah, hey, thanks. Anybody that hasn't seen the monster truck stuff or the off-road stuff, they can go to speedfactory.tv and check it out. We've got some really cool shows on there showing some behind-the-scenes stuff. I think Daryl would even like it.
I think I'd drive yours. I think I was driving a little edgy.
Well, we have the jump set up right behind the back of the NASCAR shop. And so, after about 6 o'clock, I can never fire this thing up during the day because work will just stop. Everybody goes to the back, wants to see how far we're going to jump this thing. But you want to come over, it's not too far away. You can take it for a fly.
Sounds like an invitation.
Yeah, I'll put that in my GPS, and I'll be right over.
Yeah, most important thing is we still got Sonoma to win this weekend. That is our goal.
Good luck, Robbie.
Thank you.
I don't know where Rutledge is, but I did hear his voice moments ago. Rutledge, where you at?
Hey, Steve, buddy. I'm up here in the Crow's Nest, and what a great time to be out here in Infineon. It grabbed some huge stars today. We've got Roger Craig, 3-time Super Bowl champ. You're going to be the Grand Marshal this weekend. Welcome, man.
Yeah, I'm just nervous to be up on top of this the stage up here. I'm scared of heights, man.
You and me both. I promise we'll get down all right. Now, are you nervous at all? You got a lot of duties on your shoulders being Grand Marshal.
Oh, no. I'm really excited about it. I'm really humbled by it. I think it's great that I could come right here in my backyard and be a Grand Marshal or something like this. This is great.
Well, we're so excited to have you. We love the 49ers here at Speed. We had Jerry Rice on a few years ago. Yeah. I'm going to let you get downstairs with guys on the stage, but Jerry, I know you're watching at home. I'm afraid Robert might have a better appearance on the show. So stay tuned. We got lots more Trackside Live coming up from beautiful Infineon Raceway here in Sonoma. Roger Craig's on the show. It's going to be great.
Thanks.
Down safely.
July 4th weekend is a celebration of freedom. But this July 3rd at Daytona International Speedway, freedom takes on new meaning. As drivers are free to bump track wherever they choose and free to do whatever it takes to win the summer's biggest race. You're free to join us with tickets starting at just $40 for the Coke Zero 400 powered by Coca-Cola. Call 1-800-PIT-SHOP or visit DaytonaInternationalSpeedway.com. And as always, parking is free.
Just bought our first home.
But it has some stains on the walls.
That's why we choose Kills Primer.
Painting my new fence. Need to block the wood grain from showing through. I choose Kills Primer.
For covering bold colors, I choose Kills.
I never ask a paint to do a primer's job. Priming first gives me better results with fewer top coats. I choose Kills Primer.
Homeowners and pros know that a little prep goes a long way, especially when you're using the #1 primer in the U.S. Kills. It's the perfect start to a great finish.
You know what 2:30 in the afternoon feels like, right? Sleepy? Groggy? Dying for a nap? What do? Run for the coffee? Grab a soda? But how long does that last before you're back for more? Try this instead. Take 1 5-hour energy, then see what the rest of your day feels like. Sure won't feel like 2:30 anymore. Or 3:30. Or 4:30. 5-hour energy. Hours of energy now, no 2:30 feeling later.
If you live for performance, upgrade to Castrol Edge Advanced Synthetic Oil. With 8 times better wear protection than Mobil 1, Castrol Edge, it's more than just oil, it's liquid engineering.
Be the biggest racing fan you can be with Verizon Championship Racing at the track and on your phone. From nationwide and IndyCar driver meet and greets to exclusive peeks inside the Penske garage right on your VCast phone. We're your hard card to Racing Nirvana, only for the network with the most 3G coverage, Verizon. And now, our privilege to introduce the Grand Marshal for Sunday's race. An 11-year NFL star. He scored 73 touchdowns, a 5-time Pro Bowler, and a 3-time Super Bowl champion. Please welcome Roger Craig.
Still got them moves in the play. I'm doing good, sir.
Right on them feet.
What's up, Roger?
How you doing,
Hey, Roger.
Glad you're here.
Good to see you, buddy.
Good to see you, too. This is amazing.
Is it?
Oh, I love it. It's amazing. I learned so much.
Every week is a Super Bowl.
That's right.
That's us. Every week.
It's amazing.
Roger, the past few years, we've been fortunate to have Jerry Rice on, and Kenny Stabler was here a year ago. Football in the Bay Area with the 49ers and the Raiders is such a big thing. I'm curious, what is it like for you to come here in a different venue in a different professional sport? What are your overwhelming impressions?
Well, I look at, when I come here, it's still team. It's teamwork, and I look in the cockpits, the pit stops, rather. They were like the offensive linemen, making it happen for the guys to drive through and get on the track. And, so everybody has to be accountable for things. So that's how I can put that analogy, both of those two, football and race, race driving, the same kind of analogy. Everyone has a responsibility of putting the tires on the tires and checking the engine. And so, they have to make it happen for the driver. So the teamwork is so important.
This may not have been fair, but I called a guy that you used to play with, Eric Wright, and he gave me some inside information about you.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Now, he said your football's version of Steve Urkel.
Steve Urkel?
Can you believe he said it? That's what he said.
A nerd?
He said that you were the kind of guy that he said, my honest opinion, he said he was a workout fiend.
Yeah.
He said he just worked out tremendously all the time. He said he does exactly what you were saying. When it comes to pit crew members and stuff like that, he said he was the epitome of how you want to be a football player. He said that's what made him so important to our team and made him the MVP that he was. He said this guy here was so focused, but he still referred to you as a Steve Urkel. Could you believe that?
Well, the one thing that I try to do is I try to, help my teammates, like in the off season. We train together. We had probably about 15 guys working out together in the off season. So that really helped us later on, like January, when we're in the playoffs, the guys were in shape and got that second win, and Bill Walsh never had to worry about us, not being in shape, because, we did that in the offseason. So in training camp, with the training camp, we focused on plays and studying our opponents and things like that. So, he trusted all of our professional judgment that we're going to be ready to play in.
Now, Roger, before every NFL game, there's a very important task that a lot of times a special guest will take care of, and it's the coin toss. I guess there's really only one way to really toss a coin. But you've got a very important job come Sunday. You're going to say, gentlemen, start your engines. Now, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. There's a lot of different styles. Now, wait a minute. Before you answer,
going there, are you?
I want to show you Michigan last week. Let's see if you think you can top this.
Gentlemen!
That's a bit much.
You got a tough act to follow. That was Michigan last week.
I'm just going to stay traditional. Gentlemen, start your engines. I know those drivers are probably saying, what are these guys doing?
Kevin James had high knees like you.
Trust me, we all wonder what they were doing ourselves. But I have a question for you. Dude, where's the ring? Man, you won the Super Bowl.
I have to tell you, I don't want to show my wife rings up.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you on that one, but,
So that's important,
everybody's got this one, but
that's true.
Not very many people got this one, buddy.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. I put my rings in the safe deposit box, and I will them to my kids.
Well, you know, I watch Jimmy Johnson on NFL on Fox every Sunday, and he wears his. I'll tell you, he got them all lined up. So I was curious where you're at.
Jimmy will definitely wear the bling now.
Oh, yeah. He makes Bradshaw and Howie and them kiss the ring.
Hey, more with Roger Craig coming up here on Trackside. We want to remind you, Sunoco's Free Fuel 5000 is back. Just get your Sunoco decal, put it on your car, get spotted and win. We've got spotters visiting every participating Sunoco, and if we see you with it while you're there filling up, you'll win one of thousands of instant prizes and a shot at the grand prize, 5,000 gallons of Sunoco fuel.
The NASCAR experience live. Everything else is just a game.
Tomorrow, NASCAR twists and turns its way through Infineon. And we're there as NASCAR's best dial in their setups with NASCAR Sprint Cup practice and final practice. Live speed coverage begins tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern with NASCAR Live.
Only on Speed.
There's more to yard care than mowing. The Dixon GT Garden Tractor does it all. Cutting, bagging, towing, plowing, and more. This tractor's loaded with features like power deck lift, rugged sleeve hitch, premium controls, and a muscular Kawasaki FR engine, a critical component in getting things done. Look for genuine Kawasaki engines in select Dixon tractors at the Home Depot and authorized Dixon dealers.
At Gander Mountain, we know the love of the outdoors is handed down from generation to generation, just like the place you get your gear. Find the best gifts for Father's Day at Gander Mountain, with the latest in outdoor gear from brands like the North Face, Shimano, and Remington. So get Dad what he really wants, or let him pick it out himself. Shop the store, our catalog, or online with free shipping every day. Gander Mountain, we live outdoors.
So what made you want to become a race car driver?
Speed, says Little Gator. What's that supposed to mean? Gators, they're not fast. I mean, Little Tiger.
Little Panther.
Little Dingo. But Little Gator, that's ridiculous.
There you go, Little Gator.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I need a nickname. Yeah, you do.
Real racefans don't have to choose. They get all the track action from both series. Videos, rankings, highlights, and the hottest racing apps around from the ever-expanding Android market.
Until I had my baby, I forgot how soft skin could be.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening Lotion. 7 essential moisturizers plus shea butter for softer, smoother skin.
Now it's almost like his.
Gold Bond Ultimate Softening.
This stuff really works.
Now I can stop pain from any angle with no mess.
New Icy Hot Spray. The fast-acting, long-lasting, no-mess spray with Shack Strength Relief. Gets icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away.
And keep it away.
New Icy Hot Spray.
Don't mess around with pain.
Bug bites, poison ivy, and sunburn? Relieve the pain and itching fast with Gold Bond Maximum Relief Anti-Itch Cream. 2 maximum strength medicines cool and soothe pain and itch on contact. Gold Bond Maximum Relief. The quick fix for almost every itch.
If you've got pain, you need the patch.
The Icy Hot Patches. Targeted no-mess relief for shoulders, backs, even arthritis. Icy to dull pain, hot to relax it away. Stop pain right at the source. Icy Hot Patches.
Pain's no match for the Icy Hot Patch.
Trackside is presented by Valvoline. We can't guarantee who'll take the checkered flag, but Valvoline will guarantee your engine up to 300,000 miles. Brought to you in part by Tornadoes. Bold is how we roll. And by Lumber Liquidators. Hardwood flooring for less.
Next week, we'll be at the New Hampshire Motor Speedway. Join us Friday night at 11 Eastern. Our guest will include Jeff Burton. And we are back with Roger Craig. And Roger, we were actually chatting during the commercial break. I was going to ask you what life is like now for Roger Craig. I know you're in fantastic shape, and you're saying that you're running marathons.
Yeah, I ran my 10th one last week. So I host a half marathon in San Jose. It's called the Rock and Roll, and this year's going to be our 5th anniversary. So it's my way of setting goals for myself and still trying to achieve things.
You know, Roger, in our sport,
on the physical aspect.
Yes. in our sport, they're always talking about the drivers today versus the drivers of the past. You think the football players today are tougher? Are they better than the era in the past? Or what,
I think the guys are much bigger now. They're a lot larger. You look at the linemen, they're over 300 pounds. When I played, there's probably a total of 20 guys in the league that weighed over 300 pounds. You know, so that side of it, and it's faster. And, you know, the technology of the game has changed, you know, as far as equipment, you know, and guys are taking supplements, you know, so many things going on right now that changed the game, more so when I played.
Speaking of being in, you know, things going on, what's it like to be a Grand Marshal? What is the responsibilities that they've asked you to do this weekend? How busy are you?
Well, I got a charity dinner tonight with Speedway Children Charity, which, you know, they've done an outstanding job of raising over, you know, $3 million over the last, you know, 8 years, and looking forward to raising more money tonight and basically give back to the, you know, communities, you know, throughout the area, which is amazing. That's why I selected to be the Grand Marshal, because I love giving back to the communities.
You know, Roger, this is not a question, but I mean, congratulations on your career. But 1989, that Super Bowl when you guys beat the Broncos, 4 touchdowns, 20 receptions, and 413 yards by him and him alone.
And the offensive lineman.
One man team. Offensive lineman, baby.